cut them all out at the same time.
No, they're individual, so you can choose that way. They're perfect for, we all have little scrap boxes that we don't want to quite get rid of.
Yeah.
And it's perfect to use those up as well.
Even the tiniest amounts that you're going to be able to utilise in there. Turn them into something, don't throw them away.
Well, yes, sort of. But the leaves and are slightly different to the other ones there. But you've got opportunities. They've got embossing in there. They've got slight cut detail.
Yes.
You know, you could put like your gems, your drops on top of them. You know, you embellish them or take them as far as you want to go.
Gorgeous in gold and silver as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've layered the flowers up together like that and just put a gem in the centre. But like you said, that would change it. Totally, again, yeah.
It's amazing the different variations that you can get from just one die set, changing out the colours. But again, another lovely design. So 725683 if you fancy getting hold of those. But you'll need something to cut out. We've got some gorgeous papers to share with you. We've got 2 different bundles, and these are brilliant. Now, you've got A4 sheets with these. You've got 2 repeats of 10 different designs, and as you can see here, they are absolutely beautiful. The weight of these, it's a lovely weight paper as well. It's 150 GSM, and it's kind of got a bit of a glossy sheen to it, but not shiny.
No, like a satiny sort of thing.
It's a good way of putting it, yeah.
But you've got a great range of different papers. So you've got some that are totally cover the whole background, some that would allow you to stamp inside if you wanted to fold them in half, and you've got
good point.
Do it different that way. So, loads of snippability if you like that sort of thing. I would personally.
I love that one there.
But then those ones would work. You could snip them all out, but you can stamp on top of them. You could die cut them out as well. So you've got bigger design, you know, bolder designs, but then you've got nice smaller ones.
I
love that one there because they could
pretty.
cut those out and you've got little borders straight away, but then you've got the centre panel's got those faint lines.
Yes,
so if you're into your memory books or journaling, you've got somewhere to write straight away.
Point. Now, if you think this is a good price for these 20 sheets of paper, well, it's about to get a whole lot better, because not only do you get your 20 sheets, you will also get a download code. So all of the artwork that we've just been looking at, you'll be able to repeat print over and over again, which is very generous.
Yeah, and it's on the substrate you want to print on.
Exactly. So if you fancy getting hold of these, you can see it's 150 GSM, 20 sheets, plus your download code, which I can't show you the packaging because you have to buy it and then you'll find the code. I'm going to swap these over if that's okay, because it's easier for me to actually show you the rest of these papers if I bring these ones up as well. Similar sort of idea with these, but these ones are toppers.
They're toppers, so there's 4 toppers per sheet.
Okay.
So all in all, you'll get 60
individual
toppers. There's no repeats, and again, they also come with a forever code as well.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So you get a mix of different sentiments, different seasons, whether you're doing your art journaling or memory books or card making. They cover a little bit of absolutely everything.
Verses and everything in
But
here.
there's lots of snippability still within those, you know, to get out your dies and take out the sentiments and use them. You know, like you could create little tunnel effects with them. But they fit on an A6 card if you wanted to just cut them out and just stick, and then just put a few gems or little drops in the flowers. You've got quick card making.
Now you've got 15 sheets on each one of these. You've got 4 different designs, and as Lou said, it gives you 60 toppers, good sized toppers, and you're going to get the artwork so you can go on and create these over and over again. Maybe even take inspiration from the artwork, but there are no repeats in here. So 60 unique designs that you're going to be able to use over and over again. Now obviously with the code you can print these off, but if you do specifically want another printed set, then you can go for them on the same item number, just increase the quantity. And you'll get 2 sets, and that means that you can donate that code maybe to somebody else. So if you fancy yours at 500978, try again. Totally wrong. 957, and as you can see here, absolutely beautiful designs throughout. Really, really pretty. I think you're going to love those. In fact, I know that you love them because lots of you are placing your orders for them. There you go. Tidy up a bit so as a no, because I'll confuse myself, Lou, when I come back.
No, I would do the same.
Hard to understand, but yes, I would
do exactly the same.
Now, can I show you one of the most incredible craft tools that you need? If you've not got one of these tools already, you really do need one in your crafty life, because it's such a clever idea.
It is. So you've got 2 different ends there. One has got the bristle that we see that's got, you know, that you can take out your die cut pieces in, unscrew that, and you've got a brayer so you've got a little mini brayer. The brayer doesn't have to be used with ink. I use mine a lot for glue, making sure the glue's spread edge to edge.
That's a good idea.
Especially when you're doing certain projects, you can do it that way. The other end, you just release the metal clasp, and you can then change all the different tools that you've got there. So we've got a different range of ball tools in there, your pointy tool, you've got, like, I call it the spade tool. You know, you can lift everything up. But so you've got all of those together, making it a multi-tool in that way.
Brilliant value for money, I have to say, and an ideal craft, should I say an ideal gift for a crafter. You can't have too many of these, really, can you?
No, so she looking over at her box
Well,
with
you
three
end up with
pointing
one
out.
on your desk, one in the drawer, one in your craft bag, and yeah, you don't want to be without them, really, do you? £9.89, that's a very affordable gift as well. So 916-978 if you fancy getting hold of yours. But we have got a bumper bundle for you now. These are brilliant. Works out at just £2.02 per stencil if you are in the club, which I find incredible to think.
It is, isn't it, sort of thing? So we've got an uppercase, a lowercase alphabet. We've got all our numbers and the ordinals. You've got to have the ordinals.
Oh, it
I
makes
think,
sense
definitely.
of things, doesn't it?
And then we've got 3 stencils. That is a mash of absolutely little bits of absolutely everything.
Yeah.
So if you like, when you see, we'll take a whole stencil and just blend a bit and then blend a bit here. Now this gives you the chance, if you're not quite brave enough, that you can just take little portions and just colour those
Clever
in.
design.
But you've got a mix of absolutely every sort of design that you could want for any sort of
Loads in
occasion.
there. And an affordable way of crafting as well. That's the thing that I love about stencils. They give you so much versatility, but they're at such an affordable price. £12.14. You're going to get all 6 of these stencils, which you might be forgiven to think, oh, it's a pick and mix and I've got to choose 2 or maybe 3. But no, you're going to get all of them. So you will get your lowercase alphabet. You'll get your uppercase alphabet as well, which is key. Lou showed us how you can use that for true personalisation on your projects. Your numbers, your ordinals, you've got your ats, you've got your kind of your, what are these called, brackets?
Yeah.
You've got all the different bits and pieces you could possibly need in there. And then this is where you start talking about, it's almost like a selection box of a stencil.
So you've got your banner, you've got the 2 lines there, flip the stencil round, and all of a sudden you've got a square,
clever,
so you could join it that way. You can
That's a
then
useful one to stamp on, isn't it, that banner?
straight away, you know, put your sentence there. You've got
just
the, like,
wondering whether the letters may go on the banner.
I hadn't even thought of that.
This is a nice one as well. I like
It is.
this.
So this
like the
one's got
dots.
a lovely mix of different things. So you've got like you could have your faux stitching, your honeycomb effects, your two different ways of doing the dots. I love the lace pattern that's there as well.
That'd work well with the die that we saw with all the circles on earlier on, wouldn't
We're
it?
going to use that.
And again the hearts we saw earlier on.
So that one again, I love the little fan one. It's got quite a different sort of shape. Rotate that round 3 times and you get a complete circle.
Okay.
So I had to try it just to see.
It's like a little Art Deco fan, isn't it?
It is. But you change the colour. Use your embossing inks.
Good point.
And then put your embossing powders on top. I mean, that was doing a jelly print this morning with you, and then just showing how we did your
we learned
name.
so much in that out. You really must go back and watch that show. So much fun it was had, I have to say. We could have just gone on for hours and hours and hours. But it's nice because with these, you've got the different elements that you can kind of build up your designs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this one's a little bit grungier. This is doing it on the jelly plate, but then using your numbers. Obviously, do your numbers back to front if you're doing it on the jelly plate and printing. So otherwise, it'll be back to front that way.
But many times we'll see paper pads where that might be 1 page in an A4 pad, but it's kind of been built up originally using stencils and jelly plates.
That one's done on the jelly plate, and that's using the actual alphabet just randomly in place.
Kind of like tucked away and they reveal.
So you can use them subtly or you can use them boldly. You know, use them in lots of different ways. Add decoration afterwards as well. Stencils are brilliant. If you print or you do something that you don't quite like, you can always put a little bit of stenciling on top to disguise it. Doesn't have to be a butterfly.
That makes sense. Details on your screen. So if you want your stencils, you can be very good company. £12.14. Absolute bargain when you look at £2.02 per stencil. My goodness. Now 629572. All 6 of those coming on their way to you. It's not choices of. You will get them all. Now they're beautiful designs. We've got some fabulous stamps as well. But we are very, very busy with regards to the jelly plates. So we're going to jump ahead and show you those. Do check out the background stamps that we've got because you will see Lou working with those and we'll reference them later on. But this particular bundle, the reason for the urgency is that half of the stock has gone. Not surprised, right?
No, I'm not. It's a brilliant price.
This is brilliant. And we were chatting about this at the top of the show. I mean, first of all, amazing price for what you're getting in here. But what you are getting gives you everything that you need to get started with jelly plates.
Yeah, you get your 5x5 jelly plate, you'll get your brayer, you'll get your punchinella, you get some eyelash yarn, you'll get some paints, you'll get some of the parchment paper, you get the bubble wrap that it all comes in. Don't get rid of the box. Just keep everything back inside the box.
Store everything, yeah.
And it is, so everything is about laying colour down, mark making, and giving you a start. You know, straight away you get your skeleton leaves, which also create pattern upon pattern. You know, it's a great way. And jelly print, you know, can be used by any age.
Yeah, very much so.
You know, it doesn't have to be. You know, us adults, children have great fun.
Well, this is it, because you never quite know what you're going to get, do you? That's the key thing.
That's it, and that's part of the budget.
Yeah, so if you are a very uniformed crafter, it's probably something that you might not kind of feel comfortable with straight away, but once you kind of embrace it, you really will.
It is. So I've printed on fabric. That's actually with the 5x5 plate, using some of the sequin waste, using the punchinella, using your lolly sticks to make marks like I did this morning, even using the lolly sticks to put the paint on the plate.
Gorgeous colours. And then you can still use your stamps and your stencils and everything else.
Over the top of it, so you could go back on again.
I love it. Brilliant value for money. I mean, it's a better than half price deal if you are a club member. It's no wonder we're busy for these again. So £15 and 29 pence. You're going to get your jelly plate in there, 5 inches, perfect for your card making, but also wonderful for almost like block printing in effect, isn't it? If you're doing lots of those. And then you've got your roller as well.
Put them on an acrylic plate. If you've got like the ultra thin plate, put your jelly plate on there and use it like a jelly plate with your inks and everything like that. And you can then turn it over and print that way.
Nice idea. There you go. Lots and lots of opportunity. If you fancy getting hold of that one, then 980-765. Make sure you get it into your basket. Now, we've got lots of other things we've not had a chance to cover yet, but on the website you will find everything. We've got a lovely combination of distress inks, and the same colours are available in your distress oxides as well. Some of the newer colours that we've seen from Tim Holtz. We've also got your mini blocks, and we've got a fabulous blender set as well, with all your different tools in the interchangeable heads, as you can see on there, like the little hook and loop bits and pieces. Got a brayer there as well, so if you do want to shop for a brayer by itself, then we have got the Ranger brayer there, the medium size one. But that is the bundle that is causing quite a stir. That fabulous gel art leaf printing kit, and we've got the perfect placement tool as well, which we must try and get to at some point during this hour.
If not, I'm on Craft Extra.
Oh, are
at
you?
2 o'clock, so we could possibly cover it there.
Well, you get more of a chance over there, don't you? And if you are watching and you're wondering how to watch Craft Extra, then you'll probably notice there's a button that pops up every so often on your screen. Press the red button to watch Craft Extra. That's how you get along over to watch Craft Extra. Don't know what they're up to at the moment, but Lou will be up there later on. And if you're watching online, then you just click on the tab that's got at the top of the screen as well that says Craft Extra.
Right, I thought what we'd do is show you lots of different ways that you can use the tag dies with the background. So I might not make finished projects, but I'll give you lots of ideas.
Isn't it? That's what we like.
So I'm using a scoreboard, and all I've done is I've taken an A4 piece of card and I've just literally cut it in half.
Okay.
So this is now half.
Okay.
So this is now going to be halfway.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go for 10.5.
Okay.
Now I would use a pencil. Okay, so I'm just going to put a mark there.
So it's just in pen, just so
it's just in pen, so you can see it.
Okay.
And all I'm doing then, I've got to be honest and say, there is no precise measurement when I do this. This is what I like in my head.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I like it in your head.
So then I'm just going to do 1.5 centimetres that side, and I'm going to do 1.5 centimetres that side. And I'm just then going to take the line, take that mark down to here, and I'm just going to do the same here.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
Okay, so that's what we're just going to do with that. So let's move you out of the way, and that's all I need to do to start with.
Okay, fair enough.
I need the scoreboard back, but I just needed it to give me my initial marks. Let's put the lid on there, and then what I want to do is I wanted to actually take the die, and I'm going to take the largest part of the tag die itself.
Okay.
And all I'm doing is you'll see, this is just going to be a reference point for me. Now, I might have done these by measuring, but the rest I'm going to do by eye.
I've just noticed as well, there's kind of little placement marks
half
around,
mark.
isn't there? That's clever, yeah.
So when you're doing it to make frames,
Yeah.
you can line those bits up together.
That is clever, yeah.
So I'm just going to do, like I said, I'm just going to do it by eye, and I'm just going to stick this down. And I'm hoping I've made this tape not so sticky.
Okay, but then she was detacking it on her trousers.
Oh, I picked up the wrong one, didn't I?
doing?
Yeah, typical, isn't it? I picked up the wrong
Always
one.
the way.
Right. So now what I want to do, so when I'm going to do a partial die cutting technique. So wherever we put the plate is what will cut. Wherever there is no plate, it won't.
Okay.
So just for ease to come through the machine, because the way it's placed, I'm coming this way. And what I want to do is, this is why I've got these marks here. So I actually now want to line up my plate against those marks. So I've just got to make sure this is straight. And they're going there, and I'm going to put that then through my die cutting machine.
Okay.
So we're just going to do that, and we're going to get it to tape.
Oh, okay, right.
So if I move that out the way. So now what's happened, this is when she prays that I detacked this enough. Luckily I did do one
I'll
earlier.
hold something to just put on screen just in case. Oh, you're all right.
I'm all right. So now what that's given me is half a size that way. And we're going to repeat it because we're going to make a card bank from it. So again, now, to line these up, all I'm going to do is I'm going to take the straight parts of the die and I'm going to feel until I can feel the die has gone in place. So it's locked in place. And I'm going to then stick this bit down again. And I'm just going to stick this bit down again, she says.
Oh, Lisa's emailed in. How you doing, Lisa? You having a nice afternoon? Right, then just got started, really, isn't it? At 25 past 12.
Let's do that there.
Loved your technique with the foam for the stamp.
Oh, we're going to do some more with that in a moment. Right, so I'm just lining this up again to the pencil. Like I said, I would make those pencil marks. I'm just going to put that through, and we're going to just do that there. Right, okay. So.
Perfect.
I'm just holding it because obviously as punctual plate, otherwise that could fall on the floor, and I don't want that to happen. So now I've got this coming here. Now you might see the die is bending a little bit. That's fine. It's because I've got about 20 pieces of tape on it, so it didn't move. So we'll put that there. So now I've got this shape.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just going to grab my scoreboard again, and we're going to bring this in and.
Oh, this is where that multi-tool's coming in.
It is, and I'm just going to line up here, and I'm just now going to score. I'm just doing it lightly where those lines are. And
perfect. This is a nice idea as well, because of the price of this. If you want to go for multiples, you could have them set up with different heads in, couldn't you? I've just seen. I know, look at this.
That's got my pokey tool and brush. That's got my brayer and
that is clever though.
And then that's got my embossing tool
because
straight
they're very
away.
affordable to go for a couple of those. So it makes sense to do. So £9.89 if you're wanting to get hold of that.
So now, if I do that like that, I would use a bone folder, but I won't rummage through my box looking for it. And I'll do that like that. I've now created a centre front card.
That's nice. Yeah.
So that's going to do that way there. So that's my centre front card.
Clever.
Okay, so then what we need to do is create some matte and layers for it.
Okay.
I have cut them, but I will explain what I've done.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take the next die down, because that's going to be my matte and layer.
Okay.
And you were saying about these holes.
Yes.
So what I would do is I would actually just stick my tape down there. Like I said, I've got one done, so we can jump ahead. And where I've got the holes, instead of drawing a pencil line, that is exactly where I would put my plate.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Die cut halfway through.
Yeah.
Put that end to there.
Yes.
And then put it again over those holes, and we would then get a whole matte and layer
I
piece.
was trying to figure it out, and you know, sometimes you look at something like, I've got to get it into my head somehow. That's brilliant.
So then we've got a whole matte and layer piece. Obviously, I got a little bit of paint, and then all I've done is I've just literally put some fold lines, crease lines. Now you don't have to. This could sit here flat, but I actually thought it would be quite nice if they raised up a little bit, and then exactly the same here. I can then do exactly the same. So I've cut a third layer of card. So if I just grab some glue.
Isn't that a clever technique?
And we'll cover that splutchy bit up in a minute. So now this is now in an A5 envelope.
Okay.
So we've got that there, and I'm just going to line it up. Again, like I said, I do it by eye, so I've got this quite close together.
Okay. I like this idea. Now, the shaped tag set, there's loads of different tags in there, so you could go on and create more and more of these layers if you wanted to.
So this was saying that they're not just tags, you know, they're different layers, they're different things. And you could bring your 3D foam in and a little bit more. So I've got that layer now sitting there like that. Now I've cut loads of bits and pieces. I won't stick it all together, but just to show you what I mean.
Good choice of colours, I must admit. I love that kind of gold. And
so we've got the memories there. I'll put that on the back of my hand. So I have to use the glue that's got the lid on, because otherwise it just escapes everywhere. So this is what we were saying about the words and the different plates. I want to actually just get that lined up.
It's just a lovely size.
There. It's a lovely, it's a nice size. So we've got that there. And then what I've done is I've cut out some of the hearts.
Nice.
And I've got them layered there.
See, again, I love it. It's almost like a little wire heart.
It is, isn't it? So we can build it up. And like I said, I won't make the whole card, but I will finish this off in between the hours, as it were.
I love the way that these lift up as well.
Lift up.
Yeah.
So then I can bring in my flowers. So we'll just do a little bit of the decoration, because I just want to show so many different ways you can use these. So I've got that there. I can then bring in, so what I did was I cut some of the foliage from the gold and the cream that I was using. Let's put the memories, put you up there. So memories I would put with 3D foam, or it could even sit there, which is what we're going to do for the moment. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue, not precisely, but so then my title is going to just, my sentiment. I've forgotten what it was then. You know when you just go,
what's the word?
My title, sort of thing. So let's just put a couple of these, and these are these beautiful, so I've mixed the elements that actually come from the tag set in with the florals.
They're almost like little berry sprigs.
They are,
aren't they? Yeah.
But they're beautiful. Cute. So I'm just going to put
that. You could even go in with your three-dimensional dots and kind of add little dots to
there. And I'm just going to layer on top of there. So these are the flowers from that set, and I'm keeping the colours quite simple, and I would carry on building this up, and I would, I've got loads of flowers here. Put more flowers, put more foliage. Like now. So then, when I bring this round, I'm just making sure my sentiment doesn't fall off. I'm sorry about lifting it up. But now you can create a card.
It's almost like an illusion, because it looks like it's floating.
It is something. So that was, when you look at the dies, they're actually a tag.
Yeah.
But this now is a totally different way. But you've created your matte and layers
that
still
is so clever
from them, and you've still got the stitch detail. But this will now sit flat. And that will go straight inside an A5 envelope.
Sometimes we ought to look at things as the overall shape, rather than thinking, yes, it's a tag, and get it into your head that it's a tag. Just look at the way that the design is.
Like the design is. So, I'll carry on, building that up, and I will finish it off properly. But that was just one way to show you how to use it. So.
I'm going to do a quick recap, if that's
fine.
Okay. So if you're wanting the tag die, obviously you can get hold of that one. Certainly suggest you pop it in your basket alongside the beautiful background dies, because we have been very busy with regards to these. Don't forget, these are the ones that Lou created some fabulous stamps with. Just utilising some foam from your stash, you can do that very easily. But of course, dies can cut all sorts of different mediums, which means you can go on and use them in loads and loads of different ways. Very usable designs as well with these. So you can see that you've got that gorgeous kind of it's almost like a mesh, isn't it, or a crosshatch with that one. The circles, I just love these. And every one of these, you've got the fall away as well. So it could be the little hearts, it could be the circles with these as well. You will be utilising these over and over again. They're just really funky backdrops. And I think these are going to be mojo busters as well. So if you're crafting and you want to craft, but you're not quite sure where to get started, you just cut one of these out in whatever colour cardstock, and you will find yourself start to build up elements. Might be that you're putting some of these little circles back in place. Maybe you'll be cutting them in loads and loads of different colours, and you'll just have loads of these circles in a little pack. You can almost do like a little play around where you're kind of making your own, almost like little mosaic sets with these. Love the hearts as well. Really, really pretty. You've got some hearts that are filled in around the parameter. So if you wanted to snip into this, you could potentially make a little frame. But then you've got the fall away of those little dinky hearts there, which again you could pop back in if you wanted to. But I think this is a really useful die as well. well, because it kind of gives you that industrial feel, I think. Cut that out of your metallic cardstock, maybe your steel grey cardstock, and it almost looks like a chain link fence or something like that. The little pieces, again, these are useful to use just by themselves, but again, if you want to pop those back in situ, then you can do. And the beauty is you don't have to decide with these. You are going to get all 3 of them for that brilliant price. It's just £17.96. Very usable, I have to say. Definitely ones to go in your basket. So 847 511 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Lots and lots of other things that you've been adding in as well. You've been loving the tags that we've just seen used, and I'm not surprised actually. When you start seeing and learning different techniques, then very useful just as tags. Very much so. It was popular when we just saw it as a tag that Lou's been teaching us. Then yes, you can really get creative with these. Also tags, I love tags when you kind of almost auditioning different products as well, playing around with different products, learning about the colours, their techniques. You can cut these out in multiple colours and then learn that ink pad, does it work on a dark cardstock, does it work on a light cardstock, what sort of results do I get? And you're just utilising a small piece, but obviously if you want to, you can kind of link them all together and you've got your own little reference library. Doesn't cut a hole out automatically. You've got these little dies that will allow you to do so, whether it's a circle, whether you're wanting to use a flower around that eyelet to reinforce it. Again, you've got these beautiful dies to give you additional detail, more decoration, and that lovely little stringy or wired heart. And I love these little curly arrows as well, really drawing your eye into whichever area you're wanting to, the recipient to look at, really. So if you fancy getting hold of your tags, just £11.69. So do pop them into your basket. Now, lots of you going for lots of goodies, many of us taking advantage of that capped P&P. Honestly, it's brilliant and it's here forever. Now, when you're placing your order, you're getting all of those goodies arriving. You might get these pair turn up on your doorstep. I don't know if I don't think it.
You get the goodies, I'll get the door.
Okay.
Hello, Create and Craft Delivery.
Wow, this is the biggest order I've ever seen.
Haven't you heard? If you order anything from Create and Craft now, it's a cap P&P of £3.95 per order.
Cap P&P of only £3.95 for all of this?
Yes, it doesn't matter what you order or how many different items you buy.
What, even the really heavy stuff like this?
Yes, sewing machines, die-cutting machines, everything in the van.
Oh, there we go. That's the last of it.
I don't think they're at home. We'll have to come back later. I'll warm up the van.
Oh, hi! Fancy a cuppa?
Oh yes, that'll be lovely. Chop, chop, Dan. Order 2 or more items from Create and Craft and we'll cap your postage at just £3.95, no matter how many different items you buy. Shopping at Create and Craft just got even better.
Of course, it's having a chat then. Oh, back over here then. Demo time. Sorry,
Okay,
my mind was somewhere else for a moment then.
We've got a mixture of different things. So I've die cut one of the tags and I want to bring in the backgrounds and I want to bring in some of the inks that we've got. So I'm going to start with the saltwater taffy, and all I'm going to do is create a background. Now I'm using the card that's the deal of the day.
Lovely.
The watercolour card.
So you're utilising, now is this the oxide ones that you're working
I'm
with?
using the oxide. I'm going to use a mixture of both together.
Lovely.
So the oxide is obviously have that opaque nature about it.
Okay.
So it will stand from there. So we've got that going from there. And then what I want to do is I just want to bring in, let me think, where is it? I'm looking for the stencils. Oh, right in front of me. You know when you couldn't see them for looking?
Incidentally as well, the cardstock that Lou's working with, I don't know if you've seen our deal of the day, it is a brilliant deal. Watercolour cardstock, it's A5 in size and you're going to get 100 sheets as well. It's one of those deals that's only around for a period of 24 hours, so you need to take advantage while you have got the opportunity. So brilliant size to work with, a very affordable price, and it's not limited to one per customer. So if you're a club member, for each of these bundles you will save £8.75 and pay just £11.24. 280 GSM, which of course is brilliant when you're working with watercolour card because you might throw a lot of water at it. 747-203 if you're wanting yours.
Right, so I'm just now, I want to put on one or two of the little hearts.
Okay.
And I'm using the Distress in the Lumberjack Plaid. Because the Distress is more translucent,
Okay.
it will, it will blend in just that little bit more, and it'll start to fade in. So this is where these are fantastic for that. So I can pick little bits of detail.
Now I've got to try and figure out if I've got them the right way
let's have
around
a look.
these. So hold on, let me go those, because that's the colour you're working with at the moment, isn't it?
That's oxide.
So that's oxide, yeah, that's the oxide pile.
And that's the distress.
Right, okay. So quite often people will ask what the difference is between, and it varies from colour to colour, the difference that you'll see. So here we've got the two. Now this one here, where you, hold on, that one there, that one is the distress, isn't it? Or do you have to put the two together? Yes. Because the oxide is a bit more solid.
Yeah, that is the distress. I can tell by the stamps.
Oh, all right, fair enough. See, yeah, I've just gone straight up there. So, with regards to these, obviously you've got your two different, well, you've actually got three colours in the bundle, and you've got different ways of getting hold of these. So if you want your distress ink pads, then the details are on your screen. You've got all three of the colours in there, and the beauty is they're kind of automatically put together. Yeah. So if you're wanting those three together, then those are your distressed. So the distressed is on your screen at the moment, and if you're wanting the other three, which are these together, then these ones are your oxides, but they work together, which is what Lou's just been showing us, because of course you can layer one on top of the other and get some fabulous results. Very versatile, actually.
They really are very, very versatile. Right, so I'm just building up a quick background on the stamp, and I'm just taking now, this is the Distress Saltwater Taffy. Now this is the waste from the background with the hearts.
Okay.
So we're going to use it like a stamp. Now you could do, I've done it on foam, but you could easily do this on card as well. So I'm going to just, and I can now create...
How fabulous is that?
My little background like that. So we can keep that, and that can keep going, you know, keep going and keep going and going. If you want to keep it forever and a day,
okay,
it will just make it a little bit more waterproof for all your inks, and so you know, you don't have, you know, it will last a long time. But and then what I want to do is I just want to grab in this piece here, and I'm going to grab this. Okay, so I'm going to bring in my embossing.
Oh, okay, right.
Mat, okay, but I'm going to now quickly just spritz this with a little bit of water. Now this is the watercolour card that we're using, but I want it to be a little bit damp because this is obviously quite thick. This isn't a true embossing folder, but it does work. So
kind of give it a hand.
I'm just, for want of a better
expression.
A
little spritz, nothing too.
Nothing too. Okay. And I'm just going to put that. Let's see. We'll do it now. We'll do it so it goes in. You know, when you just go, which way shall we do it? Let's do it so it looks a bit like that.
Okay.
And I don't need the orange one for the moment, but I do need this one. So I'm just going to put it through.
It's a clever idea. This has all come from a die.
I know, it's completely different, isn't it? Oh, now, that's my plate going, sorry.
Yeah, it does make you jump. That is meant to happen.
Yeah.
And of course you have got quite an expanse going in through the machine as well, so do bear that in mind. The set that we've got, obviously the three dies that we've got together, so not only are you getting the hearts that we're working with at the moment, but in addition to that you are going to get these circles, and you are also going to get that gorgeous kind of, well, I keep calling it like a chain link fence, so it kind of, well, it can be whatever you want it to be, really, isn't it? Chainmail, yeah, that's another good way of putting it. Portrait and landscape with regards to these as well, so of course you can use them in a variety of different ways. The circles, again, you've got the fall away, which is in the middle, which of course you can utilise when you wanted to turn it into something like a stamp with, not a stamp, paper piecing, that's the word, I couldn't think what it was called. And then of course you've got the fabulous hearts there as well. So all three of those coming to you for just £17.96. Very, very popular those. Liking those a lot.
I'm moving, I'm putting everything away in the cupboard.
Oh, bless you.
Louis told me to, as you finish using it, shove it underneath. Right, so now I've got a really, if I turn it over, you can see an embossed detail.
Yeah.
But I've got a little bit of extra detail going on here. So you're going to get
interesting,
one of the little mini ink pads that we've got on. I've done a couple, so, and I'm just going to very lightly...
Oh, just highlight it
just highlight it even more. And then if we get...
Oh, those mini ink pads, we've got those on the show as well, incidentally.
I'm just going to use this rather than look for another blending tool.
Oh, because it's still got a little bit of moisture in there.
Yeah, because of the water. I can then blend it out and create...
and the little tool that Lou's working with is the one that comes with the little kind of hook and loop or blending tool set, isn't it? I had to think what it was called for a minute then.
So I've created... I know what you mean. I know exactly. So now, I could have used my finger, it would have just been equally. So we can create that layers and we can use them as embossing. So I've done it on a smaller one, but with the circle. you know, and you can build it up from there, and so you can take them in, you know, lots of different ways, use them in different stamps, you know, do them with card, and you can then put them on like we did with the jelly plate and everything like that. So then from there, why I wanted to create those was, what I've done is I've taken a whole host of the tags, and I've made a start already, and this is like, you know, when you cut down and you're left with small pieces that you say, oh, I'm going to keep them to stamp a sentiment on, or I'm going to do things like that. And that is from that box.
Okay.
So all I've done, I think it's about 2 inches. I've scored it down the middle, and I've just made myself a hinge.
Perfect.
And I like it that this is hanging over, because I think it makes a nice decorative feature, for want of a better.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to put one more on, and I could put my glue away, tidying up.
Good, because you could do this going on and on and on.
Yeah, you can make this as big. I'm just going to line that up.
So the fold is just overhanging.
You don't have to. I could put it you know, resting on. I just quite like the idea that it's a feature.
It almost gives the look of a screen.
Yeah. On the feature. There we go, like
very
that.
popular set, those tag dies, incidentally. So, yeah, don't leave it too long before you get in the mince basket. You've not got another show after this one today, have you?
Craft Extra.
Oh, yeah, on the main channel.
On Craft Extra, not on here, no.
Yeah.
So,
and that's 2 o'clock, is it?
Yes. You know, when you just go, I had to work that out myself as well.
Is that what day are we?
I know,
no windows. It could be day. It's like being at the airport. I don't know whether it's day or night time.
I know. So now, like you said, so this now means I can take another tag and I can put it on, like you were saying, we can make it as big or as small as we want. So if I take then the larger tag, I can start, what I'm going to do is I want to actually put this as placement here. So I'm going to stick this part down here, because I don't want to, the reason I'm doing it is I don't want to lose a whole sheet that I could technically work on, whether it was for stamping or a memory book or whatever. So I'm just going to stick that down, and I'm just going to centre it, the tag in place, and we've got that now. Normally, sort of thing, if I'm really, really impatient, this is when I run it through my die cutting machine. So, so you can force the gut to press it down.
Could you use the little roller tool, you know, from the tool set?
So now we've got this. So this now is going like that. To hide that, I've got that layer, which then matches all my other layers. But I mean, I could decorate the other layer behind it first, but we'll just put this on for really speed.
Could almost put another hinge on that and turn that into a flap with all the interaction and
you could do a hinge this side, and then you have them going scissoring effect as well. So we're just going to put that there.
It's not just a tag. This is the thing, when we look at dies, sometimes we only see it as that basic shape.
So we've got that going like that, and then I put another hinge. I put another hinge on here, and I would then put the top layer on top.
Fabulous, yeah.
So now we've got that, the book. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I've just put another tag. So if I show you, do it on here, I take another tag. We'll cover those 2 bits up. I cut loads, and that then covers, you know, that area here. Or alternatively, where I've decorated this, I can put that decorated tag now instead of a plain one on top. So I put a little bit more glue, but that now can sit there. So you could do your basic book, and actually then to cover all one side could be all different inky techniques, the other side could actually be die cutting techniques and everything like that. We've got that smaller one that can sit
the back where you can be writing down what you did as well.
So we've got the smaller one there, or alternatively it can become part of the decoration to go for the front of your book. But it's, so now we've got a tag book that will work and open, and we can now take that piece just like that, and you can work straight away onto a jelly plate, because the rest of it will stay clean, and the same you can fold back on yourself, and that piece then we could work on the jelly plate because it would stay clean.
I love it. Now, talking about jelly plates, we've got about 10 minutes left. So did you want to show us the tool?
Or the placement tool, if you give me 2 seconds to make a space.
There might be some people that are tuning in. I'll give you a chance to get yourself ready, though, don't worry. Yeah, if you're wanting the tag set, this is a lovely set of dies. There's a lot within this particular die set. As you can see, you've got your different sizes of your tags, but you've also got your different sizes of holes and eyelets, fabulous little wide heart, and those little curly arrows, as you can see as well. So 237 558 if you are wanting that particular set. Background dyes are proving to be very popular again. They've been popular in all of the hours. And don't forget, Lou is going to be with us over on Craft Extra at 2 o'clock. Don't know if she'll be using these, but if you will shop for them now, at least you're safeguarding yourself about missing out. So 847 511 £17.96. All three of them coming to you. They are available individually, but of course the biggest saving is when you go for them as a set. You're also loving the Jelly Arts leaf printing kit, and this is brilliant because you've got all the basics of everything that you need to start gel printing. So you've got your plate, your jelly plate is there, 5 inches square, perfect for your card making. You've also got some parchment paper cut to the right size to use with that. You've also got a mix of different acrylic paints, and then of course you're going to need those fabulous the brayer there to help you mix those colours up and move them around. Lolly sticks are brilliant not only for transferring the inks over onto your jelly plate, but also for lifting paints off. And if you wonder how I know that, it's because I saw it at 7 a.m. this morning when Lou showed me. Skeleton leaves, punchinella. You've also got your eyelash yarn in there as well, and literally you can use anything to create an impression when you come to gel printing. So if you fancy getting started, giving it a go, then 980 765 and just £15.29 as a club member is all you need to invest. Brilliant area of crafting, and you will love it. You really will. Oh, I'm over here. So yes, if you wanted to take advantage, then please do so. Do make sure you go over to watch Craft Extra as well.
I'm just going to dip
just
down.
Before we get to the end of the hour, I wonder if our lovely Katie, when we've only got a few minutes left, can we show people how they can follow our lovely Lou over onto Craft Extra on the website?
Oh, I wonder where you were going then. I was like,
no. Because they think if you talk about it,
yeah,
the
I
viewers
know.
watching now
I watch
might
on
not-
YouTube.
Exactly, and people might not know how to do it. So later on, we'll show you.
Yeah. Right, so the perfect placement tool, and I put all my other jelly plates around, so that's why I've got the 8x10
Okay.
out. It is on the website. Again, as you can see, it is well loved, sort of thing. Yeah. So what the perfect placement tool was designed for is a solid piece of acrylic, and the actual height of the acrylic was done so your jelly plate actually rests up against it. So when you put your piece of card and paper,
Kind of like
it's
the
flush.
smooth. Oh yes, yeah, okay.
So you can help with the repeat printing that way. And what they've also done, these are all engraved, they're not stickers.
Okay.
So obviously yours would be a little bit cleaner than mine is.
Yeah.
So we get different corner pieces. So what we're going to do, so let me see, that is going to be a 5x7. So I just find the 5x7 holes, and I would line these up here. So we've got that going there.
The little pins just drop
Yeah.
in. Okay.
And then we've got the 5x7 plate. Now you know it's the correct one because there is a line.
Yes.
So you would, if your block went over, you know that it's not in the right place.
Right, so it's got to run alongside
Now these
it.
aren't acrylic; these are metal.
Okay.
And I've got a pair of pliers, and I did try and pull them out, and it didn't work. I just,
Okay.
you know, when you just thought I've got to try it anyhow.
Well, you can't
Sort of.
break it.
I know. So then I would put my 5x7 plate here.
Okay.
I would move that out the way, do all the techniques we did this morning.
So
put
these
this
go
back.
in the position to the size
Yeah.
of the jelly plate you're working with.
So now, if I put it, so it's going to for my 8x10, it's bringing it now that it goes to this place
Right,
here.
okay.
And we can now work that way. But it doesn't matter if you're right-handed or left-handed. You can have it so it goes that way. You can
Right.
have it so it goes down the bottom.
Okay.
You print how you print, if that
Okay,
makes sense.
whatever's comfortable.
I always print because I get used to pushing it out the way.
Okay.
That's all. So I'm going to put my jelly plate in here. So let's just do something quickly there. Oh, look at how grim you are. And I'm just going to take, because I'm going to take the oxides for now.
So many different mediums you can work
Oh.
with. Again, 7 a.m. this morning we were chatting about that, showing you using acrylic paints, using some gorgeous metallic acrylics that we've got on the show as well, and also working with the ink pads just as you're doing now.
Right, so if I left that now and I did a print, where you've got all the water and the oxide works, it will come out quite bobbly.
Okay.
If I take the brayer and I blend it out, what you do is you create an actual whole piece. It's like you had taken your blending tool and blended
Okay,
a
so
whole
you
piece
moved
out.
it around.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So now, when you start out, I always put an arrow in the corner. That is
Okay.
just so you get go. And I always start in that corner, lay it down,
So
move
you
your tool
place
out
your
the
card-
way.
Ah, so you're placing the
Yeah.
card in the tool. Right, okay.
Now my card here is slightly smaller than A4, but that doesn't matter. So we can do it that way. So now
you
that's
pull
my
your print.
first print. So now
Nice.
if we wanted to carry on printing and stay within the same area, let's have a think. Let's go for the salvage patina for the moment, and I might as
Okay.
well use this as it's here. or I could use a stencil. Paint doesn't really matter. So then if I'm just going to put a little bit...
You place that wherever
I want it to be.
Right.
And then I might as well, while we've got the stencils out, let's just do a number and do it back to front.
So you need to remember to do this.
Back to front.
Back to front. Okay.
And I'm going to get the oxide for this. And we'll just do 1 or 2. And this is where, like I said, these come in handy.
These little tools are so clever, aren't they?
Yeah, so I can put a little bit of the oxide there. And we'll just do... I'm just going to pick random ones, just roughly in place. So it's like building up your different layers. And we'll just put them in there. We'll just move you. And then I'm just going to bring this back in place, line up my arrow with that corner,
So it's
put that
printed
piece
on
in there.
exactly the
Yeah.
same area.
So now it'll print on exactly the same area and pick up those bits in exactly the same area. Okay, so if we do it like that, oh, it's very faint, sorry.
Oh, but no, it's okay, because
what we'll
you're
do
building and
is-
building.
It's building and building. So let's get... So where it really comes into its own is if I take the ink pad and I'm just going to go round the edge.
Okay.
But I'm only going to go around those bits there.
Yeah.
And we'll just do that like that. Now, I won't blend this one out. We'll just leave it as is and we'll bring it in. So this now means I can work on one particular corner of my print, line it up. And this would work the same with your 7x5, your 6x6, your 3x5.
And it's brilliant, especially if you're working on something where you want the print area to be in the middle of your A4 sheet or something like that. There you go. Look,
So it prints, it lines up, and you
it's
can
not
then
gone
keep
into that border.
No, you can keep on going from there. What am I looking for? Let's get an archive on.
Now, just as Lou continues with this, I did mention to you about going over and watching Lou over on Craft Extra. So very quickly, if you're watching online, then just click on where it says TV schedule. So this is going onto your laptop, your computer, your tablet. You'll notice at the top of the screen you've got little tabs, Create and Craft, Craft Extra, and then also the date. So when you go onto Craft Extra, it will show you the shows that are running through. Obviously we've had our recorded shows, but we also have our live shows as well, and that's where you will find our lovely Lou over at 2 o'clock. So make sure you go and look. The beauty of Craft Extra, it gives us a chance to kind of have a proper little chat and a proper look at the different demos. We don't have enough time.
No, so I took a stamp and I just stamped in that actual corner, and it carried on. It's going to keep doing that.
There's no surprises.
No, and they wanted it. They brought the tool out that I'll sit there and layer and layer and layer and layer, let it dry, add another layer. But a lot of people were finding there was a lack of confidence in doing it. So being able to know that you could put one layer down, right, I'm going to grab my stencil, I'm going to, and do all of that, just reassured everyone that they wanted it to be.
Clever.
And still create that multi-layered look that they were after.
Very clever tool. And I know we've got an amazing deal. It's been a very popular item. Perfect treat to yourself, or maybe a Christmas gift for somebody to get for you. Lou, thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Have a fabulous time over on Craft
I will,
Extra.
yes.
And hopefully it won't be too long till we're working again together.
Oh, I'm trying to think when I'm next in, mid-December.
Oh, there you go. I shall keep an eye on the schedule. Now, coming up next, we have got Craft Buddy Painting by Numbers. We have also got Tattered Lace coming up a little later, and over on Craft Extra, Paper Boutique.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
Here we go. Are we ready for one of our quick picks? We are here with Lisa Horton. Lisa, good to see you.
Thank you, Charlie. Hello.
Hello. Should we go straight in? Because this is the ultimate mat. It's a non-slip mat.
Non-stick, non-slip. So literally, you've got the adhesive surface on the back. It doesn't move on your desk, but it takes Lots of mediums.
So it's easy to remove dried on paint, dried on glue.
Absolutely. Dried. You can use your heat on it, you can do your inking, you can do your blending, you can
Yeah.
do all sorts on it. You can roll it up, you can wash it under the tap, it will re-stick. So literally under the tap, leave it to dry naturally, pop it back down. My mum uses them for her tea and coffee. My cat has one underneath her food.
Prudence has one.
Absolutely.
Well, if Prudence has got one, it's good enough for us.
I know, that's a good
If you-
advert, isn't
well,
it?
It is. Well, Lisa, if you're into your mixed media, your general paper crafting, help protect the table. We need to do that anyway. Let's have a non-slip surface. 185 716 is your item number. Whilst it's in stock, it's just £14.99.
Quick Picks, craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Park Racecourse on the 28th and 29th of January. Sign up for free make and takes. Stock up on your crafty goodies from a vast range of exhibitors and watch live guest demonstrations. We will also be broadcasting live, so join our audience and meet our presenters after the shows. Club members, order your tickets online to receive free entry. So treat yourself or someone special to a great day out and book your tickets now at createandcraft.com and search for Crafting Live. We look forward to seeing you there.
That's very jolly.
Was, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Yep.
So was that you doing the actual audio there? Just
Yes, it was.
Live?
Yep.
Every show. Oh no, now it's playing and you're not doing it. Oh no, now everyone knows it's
Sorry.
not really you. Sounds like keep your appearances.
Christmas is ruined. It does actually.
Hyacinth. Hyacinth. What's her husband called?
Richard.
Richard.
Mrs. Bucket.
Oh, I love it. How are you, Sarah?
I'm alright, you?
Yes, very well, thank you. We'll get on with the show, shall we? Yeah, absolutely. What a show we've got for you. We've got huge amounts from Craft Buddy. We've got like a hybrid show, haven't we? Of all sorts of bits and bobs before Christmas.
It's basically any of your Christmas gifts are taken care of this week. We had giftable shows Monday and Tuesday. Everything is a complete set. So it means if you want to give the gift of craft, perfect, or maybe a little treat for yourself.
A little dibble-dabble in the gift of craft. You can do. So on the website, creatingcraft.com, I'd encourage you to get ahead of us. Cat P&P after all of one P&P of only £3.95. So we'll be painting by numbers and loads. There's even more on the show that we can fit out on the counters. We've also got crystal art as well. We've got returning favourites like the stickers, for example. Some of the latest releases, like the... What's that called again?
Tree.
Tree. That's a tree. Thank you,
Crystal
Sarah.
art tree.
Yep. And also the brand new ones this week, which are your candle hangers. So there's all sorts on the show for you. You've got mix and match elements, but this is your show. See it all in one place, one transaction, away we go. Should we start with stickers?
Let's.
Literally
Your favourite.
Oh, it's my favourite item. It's one of the most affordable items. You get so many in there, but you still got the pleasure of creating.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're getting 66 crystal art projects in here, which is phenomenal value for money. You've got 8 sheets of A4 stickers, and for those of you who haven't seen crystal art before, firstly, where have you been? And then secondly, it's super simple to do, complete kit. So you'll get a printed surface. So it's like painting by numbers, but with crystals. So every single one of these are stickers, so they will peel away. It's self-adhesive as well, not only on the back as a sticker and will leave no sticky residue, but on the front as well. You'll get all of your bagged crystals that are numbered and labelled, ready to go. And this is what you're going to make. So you've got 66 stickers within here, little ones for maybe Christmas baubles. You could put them on card toppers, you could put them on gift tags. You've got big stickers within your walls, your wallpapered surfaces, because they leave no sticky residue. So once you've finished, everything is already cut, it's already on there. You're just going to peel it off. It's also see-through, so no matter what surface or patterned paper or whatever you put on there, you want to have
stickers on. car windows or on, you know, on
decorate car
furniture and things
windows.
that you can't get it off.
Exactly.
That will come off afterwards.
It will come off afterwards. So if you want to put them onto surfaces that will be handled, these could be your phone cases. Can you see that? There's no sticky residue. You can peel it straight off. It'll be a little bit trickier on paper, but this almost has like a sheen to it. If you want to put them onto makeup bags, phone cases, laptop cases, ceilings, onto your notepads even, make your own notebooks, then add in your Crystal Art sealer because that will cement the crystals, and then you can have it on a phone case and it will still look good come the end of Christmas.
Even around a curvy surface, can I get a bauble?
Yeah.
Because obviously that we've wheeled out the trees. The team has done a very good job decorating.
How big's your bauble?
That's big.
Okay.
Does that look normal?
Let's have a little look-sies. Do you want a snowflake?
Yes, please.
So what you could always do is, if it was going onto a really curved surface, I think would be okay on here, but you could snip into the edges. So I think we'll be all right with this one, but if you get any of the blistering on the actual sticker itself, just snip into the little edges, and there you go, you can decorate your baubles as well.
And can I use these to make and sell?
Of course you can, yeah, absolutely. So just make sure if you're selling them, seal it with a Crystal Art sealer so that you know you're going to get a great result and your customer won't lose any of your crystals. And then, of course, you can decorate absolutely anything with them. 66 stickers. So even your small ones that take a few minutes to make, you can then start creating with.
Now, this is the thing, because I've seen these stickers once or twice before, hence why they're one of my favourite items. And my first instinct was great, with children, grandchildren, etc., over the Christmas period building up to as presents, to actually do crafting and making these.
Absolutely.
And then you can stick them on and peel them off and put them back on the carrier sheet and put them somewhere else or next year, whatever you want to do. But they are projects. They could be a topper. I love the idea of the wreath there going on the present as well. This could just heighten all of your decorating. And you can divide the cost. ClearPay's on the bottom of the screen, for example. Club discount even greater. 66, that's loads.
It's amazing, isn't it? And if you've got mirrors at home, you could put these on the edges of them. You can put them onto your windows, in the inside, make up little Christmas scenes, whatever you like.
I mean, can you peel that massive corner one off at the top, please?
Yeah. Where's this going? I feel like we're going to find these around the studio
I think we might.
all day.
Well, only because, like, we're in the attic here, aren't we, up the top of the house? So I thought I'd maybe put some on the windows.
Cute.
Oh, gosh.
Mind that, Matt. Yep.
Mind that, Matt. I will.
There you go.
Easy. Don't need to send me taps, just for the drama.
Just for effect.
Just for effect.
It is a real window.
Yes, it is. Actually, yes. Yeah, okay. Oh, by the way, you can see the hanging... I won't open it up because I'm going to get in trouble for that. The hanging candles underneath there. Anyway, one thing at a time. There they are. Perfect. Your stickers is 640298, your item number for all of those stickers. Can we quickly talk about the candles? Because this is brand new.
Now that I've manoeuvred out of the way.
You've moved out of the way. Was it
seamlessly
start this week?
Yes, only launched on Monday, new and
wow.
exclusive. So launched Monday evening. The festive candles. So it's like our wreath bases. It's on a wooden base. That lovely garland, and of course your candles as well. You could hang real baubles from here. You could hang these baubles on your tree. It's entirely up to you. So you've got lots of projects in there. Again, crafting with the kids at Christmas. Get them to do a bauble, maybe even write their name on the back of it. And then of course you've got a lovely keepsake and something the whole family can make. And your string is included as well.
So basically, they're all individual projects, right? So
yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Crystal Art projects. All of your tools, your trays, your materials, your crystals, and your instructions. So beautifully packaged as a gift. Of course, you can wrap it up really nicely, or making it to gift for someone for Christmas or in your own home.
So here we go, talking lots about gift balls at the moment, aren't we? 882915. Loads of time to get this home and decorated for Christmas, or maybe it's going to be a Christmas gift for that festive period. I love that idea. About 882915 to get hold of yours. Just to recap for you, the stickers then, already going very, very busy for these. You can mulch order it if you want to. Maybe it's going to be one pack per grandchild or a couple of sheets, etc. But as you can see, Sarah, you've got like the ones there that... I'm about to say that you've got smaller projects, really quick makes, but that wreath is going to take a little bit of time, and that's kind of the point.
Oh, absolutely. This is more like the value and the size that we have in our cards. Sorry, I've just realised I've got paint by numbers paint all over my hand.
Well, that's okay. That's what you were doing before the show.
Yes. These are almost the size of our 18 by 18 cards. So you do have quick makes, couple of minutes, little stars, the snowflakes. Maybe the kids are doing those on a separate sheet to you, and you are engrossed in a bigger project that you've got a crafty project in mind. Whether it's to add on to candles, you could add them onto candles for the Christmas table. You could add them onto little dishes as decoration, obviously not to be wiped clean, but you can reuse them. What, this one?
Yep. Oh.
Yep. It just means Dan's been having lots of fun when you see a sheet like this. And then, of course, if you do want them to be handled, phone cases, you can make your own notepads, anything like that, then just make sure that you seal them as well.
Got an email from Sally in Essex. Thank you,
Sally.
About the stickers, actually. I've bought many of the Crystal Art kits. They're very enjoyable.
Thank you.
Including the sticker sets. I've made them into cards. Now then, I leave the sticker finished on the backing sheet it comes with.
Yep.
Then cut carefully around the edge and then use that as a card topper.
Nice.
Then I put a note in the card so the recipient knows they can peel it off from the card and use as desired.
That's adorable.
That's a lovely idea.
And then you've got the gift of the sticker and they can keep that.
Well,
I love that.
She says, thank you, Craft Buddy, in Creating Craft.
Thank you, Sally, for a lovely idea.
So actually, if I want to adorn myself...
Oh, OK. I wondered if we might end up...
Yeah, maybe this side.
Beautiful. And actually, you know when the kids need, like, Christmas jumpers and stuff, and they only tell you the morning of school?
You've got 66 Christmas jumpers, darling.
Oh, I had to dress up for Christmas today. Boop, done.
You're done. There we go. And they are all peelable off. It doesn't leave any residue, as you say. That would be my biggest concern, putting on windows.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't dare do it, because Josephine would tell me off, if it meant it left a sticky residue. We've all been there with stickers on furniture and on car windows.
Yeah.
It's not that kind of sticker.
It won't be. It'll peel straight off, and you can put it on the backing sheet and use it again next year as well.
There you go, 640298. Please don't miss out on those. Plenty for you going in that same basket, by the way. Cat P&P of only £3.95, no matter how much you are popping in. Now, I like making cards out of them as well. In fact, you're using Crystal Art cards. Stay tuned. The Table Tree, which is only about 2 weeks old, maybe 3 weeks old, is in stock on the show. We didn't think it was, but it is. Good news. So to get your... Sarah, to bring you in here, this has a real symmetry to it, almost like mandala-esque vibe, which I think is so stunning.
It's lovely, isn't it? And really nice and bright. So it's on an acrylic base. So you actually have 5 Crystal Art projects in here because the tree is reversible, as is the bauble, and then the stand to put it on as well. And again, comes beautifully packaged, all your tools and materials included.
So it has sold out before. It is back in stock for you. £17.99 your club price at £728,755. There's a huge array of paint by numbers on this show. We'll be going to them live later on. Some of them are already limited stock, the giraffe, and there's several in this series of like real out there colourways, which is really fashionable.
Yeah, we've got, I hope, something for everybody's taste. We've got traditional, bright, fun, detailed, and more bigger block colours as well, so that you can still have the relaxation of painting without having to worry about small, fine detail.
The colourful giraffe is limited stock. 90% of that is gone, so that's in your basket. Check that out sooner rather than later. And there you go, talking about detail, Sarah. Wow. Look at that view there. There are several different options under this. Look at the price.
It's amazing, isn't it? And all of these canvases come stretched and framed. So this isn't just a roll of material. This is the price included for the canvas.
It's like a photograph, doesn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Now, the canvases are pretty big, 40 by 50. Summer holiday, you can see summer table, summer holiday, just made up my one there. Holiday stroll, summer table, festive cat. What's that cat?
That's the cat with the bauble.
That's the festive cat.
Yeah.
Well swiped.
Thanks.
Very good. There it is. Again, you can divide the cost if you wish. 278096. Lots of different options under the same item number. Speaking of options, the cards being in stock is fabulous, of course, at this time of year, but actually, with the cards, when you first see them...
Just had a thought there, didn't you?
I did have a thought. I was like, oh gosh, that will happen live as well. Do you think, right, I will get the kit, make up the whole card, and then gift that? But you could just be gifting the whole kit, right?
Of course you could, yeah, absolutely. So your tools and materials are included in every single kit. And today you're picking your favourite 4. It might be 4 of the same. Maybe your whole family love hairs. You could have one for everybody. Maybe it's to give a gift on the Christmas table for everyone to make and have a craft to do as well. You can, of course, do that. But your envelopes are included as well. So, of course, if you want to make them up, your envelope will be included to send them in.
That is the poshest house. Look at that stairway.
It's a bit posh, isn't it?
And
that nice fire.
Yeah, unusual crystals in there too.
Yeah, really big stars. You've got the Christmas tree baubles in there as well. And remember, we always give you extra, so any additional crystals will be added into your flatback gem stock to adorn everything else.
Now, I know we've got 4 on display for you now. You're picking any 4, including the donkey and the little pup which is there as well. But Sarah, there's many more options under this item number.
There are, yeah, absolutely. So I've got the finished ones for you. So they come in a fabulous kit, every single one with a tool, with a tray, with the crystals and the envelope, and individually packaged. These are normally $4.99 each.
Okay.
So they're £5 card kits. But we've also got the lovely winter hairs. We've got, think of that for a baby's first Christmas, perhaps.
Super cute, yeah.
You've got previous sets. You could give him markings that maybe your cat has or your friend's cats. You've got the pup at Christmas. You've got the Christmas tiger. You've got the nativity scene. You've got this one is I can't think of the charity for it.
Oh, really?
Animal Club, that's the one. And then you've got Anne Stokes Dragon as well. So there are lovely licensed pieces in there too.
So $13.46 for 4, any 4. So if I love the dragon, I can get 4 of those, 2 of
Yeah,
those.
absolutely.
And make sure your basket gets to 4. So rather than being £5 each, they basically come for about $3.50 each, and you're basically getting 1.5 for free. 995 104. We'll continue on. We will do live demonstrations showing you how you do this if you haven't seen it before. But you haven't got. It's your last show of this lineup, right?
Last show today, yes.
So let's make sure you're getting hold of them all at the same time if you can. We've got 2 different item numbers here, but they're similar designs. Dogs or cats?
Yeah, absolutely. Just pick your favourite. So the wreaths are really fabulous because, again, everything's included. So it could be a gift that you want to give. They come on an MDF base and they already have the hanging hook attached to them as well. So whether you want to go for the dogs or the cats, I would say all in all this is maybe about a 6-hour project.
Yeah.
So we've had ones in the previous months that was a poppy. I sat down and did it in about 5 hours. I was also filming and taking pictures for tutorials, but this could be an afternoon project or a weekend project. If you want to have that bespoke decoration that you know you've made this year, then this could be the one.
And you're right, and it comes out year after year. It's one of those,
Yeah.
isn't it? Really, really beautiful, whether you're hanging it or you're not hanging it. If you want the cat side of things, 271429. If you'd rather the dog, that's in stock too. Really cute.
Super cute, isn't he, with his Christmas jumper on?
It's tricky if you like dogs and cats, get both of them. I like how it could be like almost like bookend-esque, couldn't it? 'Cause they're the same sort of size and orientation.
Lots of people collect the wreaths and they just have them up in their craft room all year round. So it's another 2 to add to the collection.
Extra sale prices, by the way, £13.49 rather than £20. You're saving more by shopping in the show. 962698 for your dog. And then, right, well, carry on with the dogs, I suppose.
Oh, is it a little puppy?
It's a little pup. Oh, it's like a lab.
Yeah,
Labrador?
colourful pup.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. So really lovely black background, really bright colours. So it's a gorgeous modern image. But there's not too much fine detail. There are small areas in there, but this is block colouring, so it's going to be nice and easy for you to achieve. It's 30 by 30. This is what I was saying about our paint by numbers. They come pre-stretched and pre-framed, so this isn't a scroll that you're going to have to flatten out and get over the creases, and also then expense to frame afterwards.
Yep.
It's already ready to go. If you want to extend the paint around the outside edges and just have it as a canvas, then by all means do, but you could also absolutely add it onto a frame as well.
So we get the paint, we get the brush, we get the canvas,
Absolutely
we get the
everything. I'm going to do an unboxing for you because the canvas itself has the image printed on it. It's also got a tone background to it. The numbers are in like a deep dark red as opposed to black, so they don't shine through. And then of course you've got your colour-coded sheet and then your paints and 3 paintbrushes.
Well, if you'd like the colourful pup, $13.99 is your price before your club discount. Not forgetting you see ClearPay on the bottom part of the screen, so you can spread the cost. Lots of different options away from ClearPay as well on the website createandcraft.com. The creative eye. It's limited stock. 90% has gone. Really taken by this. And gosh, I could never create or paint something like this. So having the guidance there, so you have painted it, you have created it. How satisfactory.
Absolutely, and it's those beautiful brush strokes. Now the paints are acrylic, so they do dry very quickly, but you can also use them like an oil painting. So you like an oil paint, sorry. So you can have that effect, the brush strokes in there as well if you wanted to. You've got beautiful colours within here, lovely detail. If you've got other paints or you've got paints left over in the set, you could change the eye to hazel or green or blue. It could be, maybe you know somebody who is an artist. You could also bespoke it if you have the creativity to do so as well. If not, it's like piecing together a puzzle, and if you paint it, as we say, with that guideline, your end results will be perfect.
I love the size of these. This is also 90% gone in limited stock, so last chance to get hold of that one. The next one being Belief. It's the same size, right? 30 by
Yes.
30. So again, these two, much like the cat and the dog wreath, I think these two
Yeah.
together on a wall would be
Yeah,
really
of course.
harmonious.
Absolutely. Oh, nice. And
very
it's
much.
a really beautiful technique as well. If you know somebody who is creative, I think they'd really appreciate these. I know lots of the guests in the studio have said that these were their favourites. Lou was saying it this morning as well. Because it's really lovely if you want to also give the gift of relaxation. I was talking in the green room and we're saying, you know, we're not very good at just switching off and relaxing. And maybe you've got a relative that's got a stressful job or they're very busy. They struggle to switch off. Get them a paint by numbers, because you can sit down and just, you don't even have to think about it. You could have an audiobook on, maybe the other half's watching the football at the moment, you're not so into it. Give yourself that little treat of relaxation and you can just sit down and switch off. I've loved making mine because every now and again when I just get a bit too busy and too stressed, I can sit down and just switch off and just engross myself
It's
in
such a
it.
solitary thing. Like you were painting in the green room just
Yeah.
now, and I came in, but you were talking to David, talking to Jill. Like it can be really inclusive. You're not taking away. You're not making any noise either.
No.
You haven't got a machine on, etc. So it's wonderful in that sense. I'm with you.
Yeah.
The Belief is 185328. This next one is really striking. The Dancing Dream.
It's gorgeous, isn't
Yeah.
it? If you're struggling to choose one, pick one that will either go with your home decor so that you've got just the spot for it to go in, which is what I've done with mine. I want to keep finishing it because I know where it's going to go. Maybe it goes with the colour scheme of your home, or maybe you find relaxation in it, in which case you're going to want to sit down. This cool colour palette is really beautiful, and as you can see, it's lovely and flowing. It would be great for something like a bathroom or on seeing grow
Good point.
and want to finish.
Really striking. So yeah, Dance in Dream 15.9. You've got even more dances you can see down the side of here. Maybe there's certain TV shows on at the moment that inspires you. Why not? But one you're asking to see.
Spellweaver.
Spellweaver.
So this is an Anne Stokes image. So Anne Stokes is known, she's the artist of the illustrations for Dungeons and Dragons. So she's renowned and her artwork. And what's so amazing is to have the license where she says, okay, yeah, you can paint with my artwork.
Yes.
That's beautiful. And of course, you've painted it with her imagery, and you can, of course, give it to your nieces, nephews, grandchildren. Again, it's got quite fine detail in it, this one, but it's not too daunting as a size, 30 by 40 centimetres.
So you've got Spellweaver, which is this one. You've also got Paradise, which is another option. 50% off. Proper sale price for you. Is that Paradise?
Yeah.
Oh, should I bring it forward?
Yeah.
Will you do it?
You can take...
I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't know how it works. You got it.
I've got it.
It is.
Paradise is from one of our licensed artists, Rachel Froud. You may recognise this. It's also a Crystal Art card kit.
Oh, is it?
Yes. So really beautiful artwork. Again, her giving us the licence to be able to use this and say, I know your kits will do it justice because your customers will be happy with the end result. This is her image. You get to paint it and have it in your home. Beautiful, modern print, lovely bright colours.
If you can't choose between the two, just order them both because it's 50% off. It's like buy one, get one free for the usual price,
that's
however you look at
true.
it. Doesn't affect your P&P. Same item number as well, 530893. So well done everybody getting hold of those. On the website, creatingcraft.com is of course where you can see hold of everything. There's your colourful giraffe, which is still just in stock, the Kiss Melody that we've touched upon before. Those kittens are really cute, aren't they? Whatever you're purchasing for, maybe it's for somebody else. Is it for younger members, grandchildren, etc.? Is it for yourself to relax, just like Sarah was alluding to just then? There's such scope, and I don't think it matters, Sarah, whether you are going painting by numbers, whether you're going crystal art, whether you're going Latchuk, etc., which is also available for you on the website. That whole ethos of just relaxing and taking your time and doing something, creating at home artwork. I just think I'd never be able to access that, let alone create it and paint by or add your crystals to.
And this is why I loved it. I can turn my hand to most crafts. I can't paint or draw. So the fact that I could do a paint by numbers and have artwork in my home that I feel like I've created because I have literally done every brush stroke, and for it to be on the wall, and every time someone sees it they go, well, this is really nice. It's like, thanks, I painted it. Exactly. And that's something that would be unachievable for me. So the kits in that sense I just think are lovely. Plus I can remember all the times I've sat down and watched my favourite films. I've sat down and relaxed in the evening. I've had the house to myself at a weekend, rare, but I've enjoyed it because I've sat there and done my painting. So it also brings me that calmness looking at it.
Now this one also has options for you. Do you know what this one's called, Sarah?
This is Holiday Stroll.
Holiday Stroll. You can just imagine it, can't you?
I would love to. Absolutely.
I mean, it's a proper summer hop. You know, lunch, Sarah. You go.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Have you had lunch?
Didn't have any breakfast either.
Oh no!
No, hence the tummy.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. I've got my tummy rumbles all the time in here. I feel like I have a huge meal and then, you okay? Just not be that loud.
So loud. Sorry.
Oh, well, maybe you didn't hear. I did. 8 and 9 cents. So that is summer stroll. It could be reminiscing of a holiday you've been on, or somewhere you'd like to go, or maybe you've got a holiday home somewhere. Lucky enough, maybe the same resort you go to. It could be Greece. It could be all sorts of different places.
I was just thinking of the nice dinner that I'd be having just down
Yes,
there
you
on the waterfront. It's absolutely beautiful. So this is fine detail. If you want something that you can be really engrossed in, but they're small sections. So I'm going to show you how not to be too daunted by the smaller sections, but it means that it's easily achievable because you don't have to sit there and paint one big section in lots of colour. It's going to keep you engaged and keep on changing up those colours.
So summer stroll is this one, 278096. Let's go through the others for you. Midnight Messenger is now limited stock, by the way. That one is your summer table, which is the one Sarah was painting between shows. We'll have a look at that. Oh, some lovely flowers and sunflowers. It looks like some melon on that table too. There's your, is it festive cat?
Yes.
Christmas cat,
Yeah.
festive cat. There you go, swiping at a bauble. 278096 to get hold of that. And you can see all of your other options. Wow, look at that one. That was your Midnight Messenger, which is about to sell out. 278096, 9% of that has gone. But whether you're in the club or not, you still are saving 50% off. That is 40 by 50, size-wise. If you want 50 by 50, wow, we've got the big ones in stock too, with various different options. Oh, this is the most adorable thing in the world. It's out somewhere, isn't it? I don't know where it is. I'll find it later. But that one is your cat and your dog. You've got your penguins too. Thank you, Sarah.
Welcome.
Wow, look at that for a scene. Oh yeah, there it is. These things are in the studio. We'll show you later. But 901372. Christmas Magic is just behind you over there.
Yeah, shall I take it off or can you see it
Go
there?
for it. Oh, you can see it. Wow.
So can you see how, because you've got it on the wall, I would just take that paint around the outside edges and you won't even need to frame it.
Good point. The chairs, it's like really old-fashioned, that, isn't it?
That's
with
like
the candle in the
Christmas
corner.
goals, isn't it?
Isn't
Like
it
traditional
just?
rocking horse and
Do
lovely
you have
fire.
colours on your tree, or what sort of coloured baubles or decorations do you go for?
Yeah, so they're cream, green, golds, browns.
Ooh, lovely, like natural.
Yeah, it's like all the colours of like the living room on the tree.
Is that where your tree goes, in the living room?
I've been a bit extra this year.
Did you? Because I saw you said to me that you got the decorations down.
Oh yeah,
they
I
up?
did it. I did it. I
did
was
it? You
allowed.
did it?
Yeah, I actually did it 2 weekends ago. But because we're hosting for John's family and the dining table is in the conservatory, so I put a little tree in there as well.
But where's the main tree
I've
then?
got two.
Living room.
Living room.
Okay.
Yeah.
End of questions.
Okay.
End of
Thanks.
scrutiny. But this is the size of them, by the way. You can see here the kitten in the pup, both together. Yeah, for $10.99. Again, 50% off, even more off for club members.
You would pay that for a blank canvas
Oh, yeah, you would.
for somebody
This
to paint
size.
on, and you're getting all your paints as well as 3 paintbrushes.
Wow. So, this one is called Cat and Dog. 901372. Maybe the little ones in the family, I say little ones, they could be teenagers, they could be getting that age, whatever you'd rather. These are, I know we're talking about Christmas because Christmas is coming up. Of
course.
But for you at home, if you're thinking in the new year, I want to do painting actually, that's a craft I want to get back into or into, stocking up while they're 50% off. How much you got Cat P&P?
Absolutely. I've always wanted to do a paint by numbers because I wanted to have, I was saying earlier, I set myself a goal that in every room of my house I'd have something that I've made, no matter what it is. So like on the landing or in the hallway, I was like, I'd really love to be able to do a picture or some sort of frame.
Yeah.
So paint by numbers I've always wanted to do, and when I saw the summer table I was like, that's the one.
Yeah.
And whether you achieve it quickly or not, the only time I actually really get to sit down and do it is when I've got these shows coming up, because I also use it for my demos. So I've probably only sat down 4 or 5 times to do this. If you've got teenagers who have exams coming up next summer, or maybe they've got, you know, stressful times at school or going off to uni or whatever it might be, something like this is so nice, because when they do get that time to relax, maybe they're struggling to, this kind of enforces relaxation relaxation because
Yeah.
it is relaxing in its very process.
Love that idea. So this is the cat and the dog. We saw many other options, all in the one item number at 901372. But if you've never seen them before, let's open the box and see exactly what we get home. Like Christmas Day, for example. What do we get home?
Absolutely. So, firstly, great thing for Christmas, they're so easy to wrap because it's all in one box.
Good point.
So you do get absolutely everything included. You can see that this is called In the Rain. It's by Leonid Afromov, who is an artist that we've also used in our crystal art. You get 36 pots of paint in here, as well as, of course, your printed canvas and all of the paint itself. So once you open it up, what you will get are all of your paints. Now, they are in little sections. You could cut these off and have them as individual pots, but I find it really useful because if you're using number 34 and you just want to remind yourself while you're painting what colour, you know because it's in between and they're in numerical order.
Oh, okay.
But you could obviously have them in individuals. So there's 36 pots of paints in here. You will also get your hanging hooks. So if you then want to pop it up on the wall, you're going to get 2 screws in the hanging hook, so no added expense there either. Your frame is stretched as well, so it's already around the wooden frame. We were saying earlier, there's staples in there. If you wanted to take it off and put it behind glass or something, you absolutely could do as well. But the canvas itself has everything printed on, and it's tonally printed as well. So darker areas are darker, lighter areas are lighter. Also, you'll see that it's not printed in black anymore, so that it doesn't shine through those lighter colours. So it's really good. This is actually like the second range of our Paint by Numbers, because the first ones, we listened to your feedback. Some people struggled with the numbers or with the areas. So we've changed this so that Paint by Numbers is achievable for all of you. Now, this does have particularly small areas in it because we've got those tones to make it look
and you
like...
can see by the picture at the end of it, like with the colourful giraffe or the colourful pup, etc. That's maybe a bit more blocky.
Absolutely, and it's kind of giving you that rain and paint stroke effect. But you also get your printed out sheet that has the numbers and the colours on it. Scan this in, blow it up onto your computer screen, or take a photo of it and zoom in. And that way you've also got that, sorry, that's me zooming on my...
Example, I know exactly
or
what
like
you meant.
that, or like that.
Yeah.
That's your zoom. Sorry. So you've also then got 3 paint brushes as well. So you've got finer detail, edge detail, and wider bristles so that you can cover those bigger areas. The brushes and sizes will be applicable as to the areas that are actually on your Paint by Numbers. So once you've finished, the end results are absolutely stunning. So you're going to take it from your blank canvas to something that looks absolutely amazing. And this is artists' work. This is something that you would see as a print, but you have the bonus of creating it yourself with absolutely everything in the kit for phenomenal price.
I can see, well, I think there's such variety on here. I was about to say I can see why it's limited stock, 'cause it's absolutely beautiful. They all are, aren't they?
It's lovely, yeah.
Maybe it's one scene screams louder for one person. Maybe you love a sort of home decor, or maybe you're an animal lover,
Yeah.
or maybe it's the colourful side of things. But that is absolutely divine.
Maybe
isn't
you've
it?
got 3 children.
Maybe you do.
It can be anything. Anyone can see anything in it, can't they? And if you were thinking, well, maybe you've got, 3 kids grown up, you could be thinking about them while you're doing it. It could be a beautiful gift or something for you to have relax yourself.
It feels like it's like a real busy city they're in with the colours.
Yeah.
Like, you see, like the buildings in the background.
Yes,
It's really
yeah.
clever what you can do, isn't it? But yeah, 90% sold out. That's what the green on screen means. 134 483 to get hold of the In the Rain. By the way, there is some cross stitch on the show, isn't there?
Yes, and it's the
bravo.
same image as the Christmas scene that we've got in Paint by Numbers.
Right.
It's absolutely beautiful and phenomenal price. So this doesn't come
Under
back...
£9.
Isn't that insane? It doesn't come back on the board, so we have stapled this onto the board, so you'll get your roll of canvas. If you head over to Craft Buddy YouTube, I show you how to dissolve the ink around the outside edges. And for example, if you can see any of the numbers through lighter colours, we had the balcony scene on yesterday, and that's got like a white sky. So if you head to Craft Buddy YouTube, I'll show you how to wash this once you're finished. It'll dissolve all that ink. You can put it straight on a frame or a canvas. But amazing value for money.
Just over £8 by being in the club for Christmas joy at 834-709. Just very much letting you know the sort of different ideas. So what are you going for this show? Is it the Paint by Numbers? Are you going for the crystal art? Are you going for the stickers, for example, some of your larger projects, the tree? The latest one, if you do collect crystal art, you don't want to miss out on the new ones, the hanging candles there. I forgot the word candles there for a second. Is in stock on this show. There's a lot to look at, right?
There's so much. Lots of words.
Lots of words, hopefully all in the right order. But nevertheless, the Paint by Numbers kit that we're moving on to next is 278096. And it's amazing seeing the pictures on the screen, what you guys have done before, or even you bring up befores and afters. But starting off here, this is like, when you look at this, what number jumps out at you? Does it matter where you start?
Not really. When I started mine, I actually went through them very centre because the paint does dry quickly, and I'll show you that because even as we're working on it, I'll be able to lean on a different area afterwards anyway. But when I started mine, I started in the middle. So I started with this flower, worked my way across, because then I can rotate the canvas around and work wherever I wanted to. So it's kind of just while I had the comfort and the blank space to be working in the middle, that's where I started.
Unlike crystal art, like number 5, I could do all of my 5s, right?
Yeah,
not,
of course
not
you could.
blending and toning, like the 5 goes where 5 goes.
Absolutely.
So then I could do a 5 down there, or in that corner.
Of course you could.
I'm used to a crystal art, like peeling it off and putting it back
Yeah,
and
and
working
doing one
sections.
little
Right.
area. I tend to, only because I like to see it grow and come together, so I would actually do all of one flower
Would
first.
you?
Yeah, because all you got to do is wash your paintbrush, and then you're changing your colour.
Yeah.
So it's super simple to navigate through. So this is actually the second generation of our paint by numbers. So as you can see, the red numbers, nice and clear, and you can almost see the image super clearly. Mine was actually an original one, so my numbers are in black,
Rightio.
but you can see that it's not quite so clear. So again, we've made it achievable.
Good
We've
point.
listened to the feedback and made it achievable. Now, I've been busy in the green room because earlier on, when we finished the show, I hadn't done any of this background and I hadn't started on the watermelon down here. So I've only got this bit to do, and this is my challenge for today.
Yeah?
So when I'm finished, I'm going home, I'm getting comfy, and I am finishing it.
Get your comfies on.
Getting my comfies on. So what I'm going to do is just show you how simple it is to work with. Again, you get 3 of your paintbrushes, all really beautiful and nice and easy to work with. You've got fine detail in there. You've got wider bristles for larger areas. What I like to do, because I've finished with all of my yellows and on my flowers, I tend to go over it with thicker paint because I wanted it to look like an oil painting, but I'm using acrylic paint. So I tend to go on quite lightly just to make sure I've got enough paint to cover it all, and then I go over and I give it texture and brush strokes. So I'm doing that in some of the other areas. So down here, you can see that I've got little areas in here that I still need to fill in. Again, just start where it's easily accessible for you. So we'll go down here, which is number 20. Oh, actually, white one isn't going to be a very good one to show you, is it?
Well.
Not really. Let's go for number 7, because I've got a nice big area there as well. So keep your paints nice and handy. Just make sure that you click them shut. Now, like I said, I've probably had this canvas for, I'd say, about 1.5 years, maybe 18 months. I've only sat down to do it about 5 times. What? 1.5 years, 18 months. You know, about,
yeah.
Yeah.
1.5 years. No.
18 months.
18 months. No.
I was going to say a year, but anyway, had a little while.
Crazy how time goes, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Isn't it just?
So, I've probably sat down about 5 times to be able to do it. So, even after I left the studio this morning, I was on air till 10, so I've done all of this in that time as well.
This is the beauty of it. It reminds me of quilting. Like, quilting is not meant to be a fast operation. It's meant to be to relax and unwind and achieve a larger area. This is you're meant to take your time. Obviously, if you're quick, people will be quicker than others. You maybe do it the way I do, where I would have one colour and do everything I see in that colour.
Isn't it funny how people work in different ways? And this is the bonus of being able to do it yourself, because it's however you wish to. So I go around and I outline all of the edges first of all. So I don't worry about how much paint I have on there too much. I'm just giving myself nice little brush strokes. But you can see that it's quite an open weave canvas. So if you don't have a lot of paint on your brush, if I just drag this down, you'll see that you'll start to see the canvas in between the paint. So I like to make sure that I've got a nice coating. You could water these down a bit as well. When it comes, like I said, I almost want like an oil painting effect on it. So I am going for the thicker paint, the brush strokes in there. You can almost stipple that ink into the canvas itself, make sure that you've got nice thick coverage. I'm quite happy with that. Even though I've got a little blur around the outside and I can see a little bit of line there, I know that number 2 is a darker colour. So I can just edge up to where I am and correct any images or bits I go wrong with.
Maybe you go over the wrong area, like no one knows what it meant to look like.
No,
I think it's absolutely
exactly.
fine. Like, and once it's dried and on the wall, you'll forget which bit was
And that's also, if you're going for like an abstract image, so this I think is I mean, a sunflower is what it is, but so long as you've got the main shape, you could mix and match some of those colours and tones. Again, the same with like the colourful pup, in the rain, the creative eye. You know, if you put a pink where a red's meant to be, no one's going to know.
No, very good
or,
point.
you know, if you go ever so slightly out of a shape, this is probably one of the more realistic ones that we've got. But it's just so easy to sit and do, and amazing value for money. This has brought me months of relaxation.
Maybe you've got a secret Santa at work and you just pulled out the name of someone who's new in the office, or what you get, them male or female. For under £10, you've got loads of choices. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be £18, and it will be after this little promotion for you. So the fact, in time for Christmas, under £10, under £9, same P&P you've got a couple to order for. Order one for him or for her, or for yourself at the same time. But I think these prices are unmissable for large pieces of craft. There's a lot of materials coming away, Sarah. The canvas is, the frame is, 30 plus paints in some of them you get hold of for £8.99.
Oh, absolutely. And this is why I also wanted to do it, because canvases, prints, photographs, all that, it's so expensive to buy. Artwork for your home is really expensive if you want something that's going to be a really nice quality. So I just thought, oh, I'd rather just paint something myself. You know, if you want something that you can craft with as well. And like I said, I'd never be able to paint this on my own in a million years. If you asked me to paint a sunflower, it wouldn't probably even be yellow. But you can now achieve looks and a finish for amazing value for money that you probably didn't think you could even do in terms of your creative skill. And so what I'll also do, actually, if I pass this, if I tip this over, because I know that this is going to be in an open frame, when I put it in my hallway, I've taken all of that darker paint all the way around the edges. So that will just be completely hidden, and so you won't see it from the side or the edges, and there's plenty in there to be doing. But I'm nearly there, and I'm pretty chuffed with those results. The thing is, you don't have to be looking at it and thinking, half the time I didn't even know what bit I was painting. Because you're that engrossed in it, you just put the paint in the areas that we tell you to, and the end results are perfect.
That's a bit like, I know it's all from craft, but with crystal art, I get so focused on the little bit, and you
don't even realise what you're doing.
Then when you stop and you step back, or someone distracts you, and you think, oh my gosh, I've done loads.
Well, it was like
coming to life.
It was like down here. I'm thinking, why am I just putting 3 different shades of white next to each other? This isn't going to give everything. And it looks like the tablecloth is all folded up, and you've got that texture in there. I didn't know I was doing that. I haven't been clever doing that. I was just following the guidelines.
So this one is called Summer Table. You saw the stroll earlier on as well for you. The festive cat swiping the bauble, the Midnight Messenger, which is a bit more ethereal and fantastical. They are all under the one item number 278096. In fact, the Midnight Messenger is about to sell out. Sounds like single figures. If you want to get hold of yours, yes indeed, there's your Christmas cat. If you want to get hold of yours, it's lovely to hear that you're shopping in the show, taking advantage of your Cat P&P, getting ahead of us on the website. Do consider the crystal art items. Have a quick scroll along. It'll take you a couple of seconds to have a look at all the different paint by numbers, and away you go in the same transaction. Now then, we're going to talk crystal art in just a second, but we haven't shown you these yet. These are even bigger. I thought we've seen the biggest ones. Wow. 90 by 65 centimetres.
Almost a metre. Do you recognise that?
It looks like the storage.
Yes.
Yeah?
Same image. Yes.
Yay! So for painting that, they are all limited stock. So the butterfly kaleidoscope. Oh, wow. African sunset is single figures. Is that one the...
Oh, that one went this morning.
Ah, that one has gone. I'm waiting for the lion's roar.
Do you want...
Oh, there it is. Wow.
Can I show you the autumn one, just for the size of it?
Go for it. Oh, is that there?
Yeah. Because I don't want you to be too daunted by it, but it's absolutely amazing. And when you see what you get for the value for money, it's phenomenal.
Wow, that's huge, isn't it? It's $16.49.
Yeah.
That's half price too.
Yeah.
I mean, I should do my research and prep my show, really. Know what's
But
going
this
on.
one did go this morning, so I didn't want to show you it.
Oh,
but
it's that size canvas, right?
when your postie turns up, you're going to be like, oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
And can you see it's got the support beam in it as well? So you've got the edge support, so when you're leaning on it, when you're working on it, you wouldn't be able to buy a canvas just blank. as this is, and you're going to get all that paint included and all that hour of fun, those hours of fun.
Isn't it funny when I saw the Lions roar? That sort of reminded me a bit of the World Cup and the footy at the
Yeah.
May. So
Yeah.
there you go. Really, really cool, isn't it? But you got the African Sunset is still in stock, and the first one was. Oh yeah, Butterfly Kaleidoscope. Thank you, Laura. Butterfly Kaleidoscope. So lots of different ideas for you, and how beautiful and colourful. And you know what? That's large. Maybe you've moved into rented accommodation. They're not heavy, are they? You're like command strips and that kind of thing that will stick up with like no more nails, etc. Would easily hold these up, but just a wonderful array of colour on your wall, whatever you'd rather do. Listen, there's a couple more for you. You haven't seen this one either. The Lord Buddha. 991185 is your item number. Some lovely detail. It almost looks like foil detail, doesn't it? But you get all the paints and all the instructions and all the finished photographs that you require for $13.99 in the club. No, not in the club, sorry. The next one is called Sunshine in Tulip Fields. Oh, look at these two. Causing mayhem. 851306. $13.99 is your non-club price, by the way. Anybody can join the club. So if that speaks for you, it's not a festive piece, is it? It's meant to be for spring and summer. So stock up this morning, so this afternoon, for next year, 1:45 in the afternoon. Stickers. Right. One of my absolute hero products from Craft Buddy this year. Listen, I get it. I love the frames. I love the canvases. I love the hanging elements that you do from Crystal Art. But these stickers, they can be really quick if you want them to be.
Oh,
and in fact,
absolutely.
then you can stick them to yourself, or to glass, or to pottery.
It sticks really well, doesn't
it?
it?
Does stick really well.
And
you can remove it as well. with these stickers.
exactly.
Can we see the designs again?
Of the stickers?
Of the stickers, yeah, is that
Sure.
right?
Here you go.
Thank you. Of course you can. You can show them over there. No, it's all
Yeah,
right.
you do it. Come on, work. I was just getting this ready.
Work. Yes, and no, I could help. Look at the size of that wreath. And then you're thinking, I love that wreath. What would that wreath look like on my attic window? Is that what they're thinking?
Sure.
I thought that's what you were thinking.
It could be like on your patio windows, it could be on mirrors, it could be on frames. You could even
presents.
ink or stamp your own background, buy a box frame or even just on a frame, and then you could put this on the outside as well. You'd be making your own Crystal Art projects. May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, what do you
Start
want
in the
to know?
middle.
Yeah.
And then work your way out.
Oh, how do you do it? That's hard. No? Is this good TV? Oh, it's alright actually.
Yeah.
I've watched worse today.
Is that better?
No.
You got it?
Go on. Oh, yes.
That's it.
Yay!
Yay! It doesn't it look nice? You could have that on the inside of the window. You could have like a little LED candle inside of it that would shine through to the reverse side. You could make your own notebooks, make your own box frames. Obviously, it's entirely up to you how you use them. If you're going to put them onto anything to be handled, so maybe it's on like a little toy box. Maybe it's on your baubles, your notebook, your phone pad, phone case, whatever it might be. Then seal them with the Crystal Art sealer.
Yep.
Or do like Sally did, a removable gift on your
Yes,
Christmas
Sally.
cards.
I love that idea. It's a bit more on your card, being your toppers and things. Like, Laura Mader said kids love stickers, fact. Absolutely. Barnes' potty training at the moment. He's got reward stickers and chocolate buttons. He loves both those things. Doesn't matter what it is.
Two wins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but for Christmas side of things, popping them on your baubles, for example, or decorating your home. But the best thing is, like, this really speaks to me because I remember my best friend Neil at school, his car, he got in so much trouble for putting like football stickers on his car window.
Oh, 'cause then they all stuck.
Because they don't come off, like
Yeah.
peeling them off, scratching them off, like coming. These do come off, so whether you, there, and then when we're done, and you want to just peel it off, you can do. I mean, can you?
Yeah, oh, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. And it goes back on the carrier sheet and away you go.
Exactly, exactly. And it will leave no sticky residue. So even like on the kids' furniture, maybe you put a stocking at the end of their bed. So they've got like a board or a footboard or a headboard, cover that in it. Oh dear. Okay, yeah. You didn't even put it on
I didn't do it very
straight.
well.
It could be onto a TV screen, a photo frame, a mirror, anything like that as well. To be fair, you jumped really high.
Thank you. Do you wanna...
How are you going to get that down?
Well, the question
Anyway.
is, how are they going to get ours down? How high can you put a sticker on?
Oh, no way. I'm
Go.
going to injure myself.
Go. Anyway, just watch your head.
Oh, heck. Are you sure about this?
Yes.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm really
Have you
nervous.
jumped before? You know how it works?
My legs aren't
You're
going.
going. That's better than mine, as in flat-wise.
That's not too bad.
That's very good.
Yeah.
Josephine, you want to go?
Oh, yeah, come on. Come on, if I have to do it, you have to do it.
Floor Manager Joe is furious.
Come on, Joe.
because
Come on, Joe. I've got you a star. Here you go. Oh, it would be such a good game, wouldn't it, at home?
I'm really going to crack my head open.
I know, but it's making me nervous. Don't be naughty.
Oh!
What on earth?
Pleased with that one.
That's so high. Nice. I'm impressed.
Who's going to get them down?
No, let's leave
Probably
them
me.
there. No one's watching.
Yeah, we've got David
let's
Waite, 'cause he's
leave-
6'5".
Let's leave them. We need David to do it.
We do need David to do it.
Anyway, let's leave them there and we'll just see if anyone...
There, was he hiding? David, come do one!
Come on,
David, come round. I know we're moving on, team. I'm not. Come round. Are you not? Yeah, he is coming. Come round, all the way
Look
round.
at how high he got it.
It's a lovely shirt.
Looking snazzy.
Not that we're competitive.
No.
You've got marble spray on that keyboard last time.
Oh, God, just dobbing me in.
Shall I just
Get in there.
which one was yours then?
I mean, you could probably just reach it.
Unbelievable.
Jump.
That one up there.
I've not seen that one.
Didn't see that one, that's right.
Do you want another one?
I couldn't have done better than that.
Do you want another one?
I think you take that.
Well, one more to find out. One more go. Watch your head though.
We're
Health
so
and safety.
naughty
Near
encouraging.
miss. Oh!
From a belly tongue out and everything.
Well done, David. He is on the next hour in 10 minutes' time. Oh, he's all flustered. I'm not surprised. Did you totally just go?
Don't worry, because mine rumbled earlier, so that's a bit more embarrassing.
The brand new one-day special from Tattered Lace, the USB. That's coming up live next. Last chance with David. As if.
Oh dear. Right, that took a turn.
Did he say a little bit of we came out? Was that what we said?
No, his belly came out.
Oh, belly came out. I was like, so what's this down here? Bye. That's what he said. It could have done.
It might do now. Stop.
No,
right,
so
stop.
Right. If you're thinking, are they going to put 66 stickers on there?
Yep.
Maybe we are. I know we've got to move on, team. I know we do. Just to show you the other designs. Oh, Floor Manager Josephine's foaming. They all come off.
They
Not
all
a problem.
come off.
We could have put the gnome on the ceiling, couldn't we? I love it. Some really huge designs.
Wouldn't that be cute for like a children's room though as well?
Oh, yes, it would.
Because there's stars and snowflakes in here. You could put them on the ceiling. You could put them on lampshades or little night lights as well. That would be really cute. Decorating for Christmas. We've been having lots of fun, haven't we? All these empty sheets.
Exactly, on phone cases, on baubles, as you say. I know we're having fun working out there, but I think for 60s... Yeah, good point, Laura. You could buy inexpensive phone cases, 66 of them, slap that on there. It's £1.50, £2 to go, away you go.
Some of them are too big for phone cases, but a notebook, you can pick those up. The gnome on there would look so cute.
Yeah.
Notebooks, you can pick them up for like £1. So you can do something like that and then obviously put that on top and then you've made a gift as well. Personalise it with their name or whatever.
I'm glad I brought my phone in for that exact demonstration of
That's
what we
what
were
it was
talking
for.
about. Words and pictures. 640298 is your item number. 66 stickers for 25. You are saving £22 on that. That is extraordinary value for money. Can I grab that Spellweaver? Here it is. Oh, and it was the parrot as well, wasn't it? The paradise. Here we go. Do you want this one?
Oh, sure, thank you.
Just to show. So these are two under the same size, right? That's
They
how they're
are,
together.
yeah, absolutely. So 30 by 40 centimetres, so they come stretched and framed. This is Rachel Froud Paradise, and you've got the Anne Stokes Spellweaver. Do you know why it's got a sheen like that?
Why's it got a sheen
Shine
like
and
that? Yeah, I
sheen,
do.
because it's got the Crystal Art glitter sealer over the top of it.
Okay.
So actually, when you see it in a darker light or in, you know, in your home or whatever, it's actually got glitter on it as well. So again, you can have lots of crafty fun with them. That then means that's sealed. So you could also have that. If you go forward a little bit, it might sparkle. There you go. Did you see that?
Whoa.
Sparkly. So you can also craft with them.
Beautiful.
You
I could do that all day.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could put this on the ceiling and stick
You
it on.
probably would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely would.
Don't do that.
But still, they're all super, super lightweight, so you wouldn't need... The ones on the walls there, held up with little
Well, and
tax.
when we take them away with us, it's all just put up by little sticky strips.
Yeah.
So you can do that, and then of course take them down and rotate it, maybe with like your seasonal crystal art.
Good point. That can live there. So, really inexpensive way to damage your walls, etc. for you. Only $7.99 for whichever one you want to go for. We've also got water painting kits.
Yes, you know, the water mats.
Oh, is
Yes.
that what they're called?
Yes, yes, yes.
Water painting kits. I have these.
You do have, well,
Thank you.
for Barney.
For Barney, sure. I share them with him sometime. And you can reuse these, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So all you need is a pot of water. So I was demonstrating these yesterday and on Monday. Wet brush, and then you wipe onto the white surface and all that colour comes through. Put them in the garden in the summer. You can stick them to the bath tiles in the bathroom. The kids can have lots of fun with them. They make great placemats as well, and you can reuse them all the time.
I'm feeling bad about putting these all up on the ceiling, so I'm just going to take some down already.
Okay.
I thought it'd be useful. That's one less Josephine to do there. She's like, thanks so much for you. So, if we shimmy this way, and there are your details. You get all of those in there for adding water to and for designing yourself. Your stickers at 640298. But one of the most popular items on the show, apart from the stickers, are the cards.
Lovely. And you're in charge of what you choose as well. Normally when we do card bundles, we've put them all together.
Yep.
You can pick 4 of your favourites. It could be 4 of the same, 2 of the same. It's entirely up to you. Again, complete kits for every single one. So you'll get a tool, a tray, your materials, bags for leftovers. You've got your Christmas hairs. You've got the little
Do you have some
penguin.
favourites here?
Yeah, I put all of my favourites out actually.
Oh, nice.
So the Christmas tree, the hares, the festive bird, I think it's called, or Christmas bird, and the donkey. They're my favourite ones.
Lots of animals.
Yeah, and then of course you've got Anne Stokes in there as well.
I was just putting my... What was it called?
Debadging yourself.
Debadging myself, popping it back on there with the stocking. So pick any 4, same price. If you pick 1, it's $14.96. So please pick 4 for $14.96 before your club discount. $9.95 at 104. But again, I could be making and selling with these if I want to.
Yeah, so not the licensed ones with things
Okay.
like Anne Stokes. If you're ever in doubt, head to the Craft Buddy website and all of our Angel Policy is on there. But, of course, you've got your envelope in there if you want to gift it, or you can give the gift of craft with every single set as well.
Rightio, so to get hold of those, it's 995 104. We're going to finish with you actually to show you one of the strolls, and actually one, Sarah, that you were painting with your summer table. This is the stroll side of things.
I am not going to bed tonight until this is finished.
Well, that's a challenge. I imagine you'll post about it when you've done.
Yeah, of course I will.
Where do I...
I'm holding myself accountable.
Who do I search for? Where do I find you?
Sarah Millsop, so either on Instagram or Facebook, and I will get it done.
Get it done.
I'm going to have to now.
Well, you're going to have to. If you don't, it's all right. It'll be okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to bed until it's done.
We'll get the stepladder out first to get these off.
Yeah, it might take a while.
There's David got it right up there. You got 90 seconds. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll take this one down too.
Okay. Is that just what we're going to do?
I don't know, but I just wanted to find out where it is. Anyway, so I'll put that one down. This is the hardest bit, actually. I mean, you can sort of see the outline of where they came from. I think this was in the middle of the wreath, actually.
Yeah, so you can just stick it to the sheet because, of course, you've finished, so the protective layer has been removed, so you can pop it absolutely anywhere that you want, and then it means that next year you can put those away, and then you can reuse them as well.
Just to quickly say, by the way, with the stickers, I know the details are on the screen for the paintings we were just talking about, but Sally emailed in talking about the stickers, saying... I've purchased the sticker sets. I've made them into cards. I leave the sticker finished on the backing sheet, so cutting out the gnome or something, for example. Then cut them carefully around the edge and then use them as a card topper and then put a note inside so the recipient knows they can peel it off from the card and use it as their desired.
I love that.
Sally.
That's a brilliant idea.
If it doesn't, if you love gnomes, by the way, your new exclusive launch from Paper Boutique at 4 PM might just be up your street. Sarah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting in trouble with me.
You're
That's
welcome.
always the most important bit. When do we see you again on screen?
Friday, so I'll be here at 3 and 7 PM.
Doing...
Giftables, more giftables. I'm taking care of Christmas this week.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
And you can find everything on the website, createandcraft.com. Whatever you're after, whether it's giftables for Christmas, for next year, all in one transaction, you've got your capped P&P. Thank you for watching. Thank you for putting up with us. Thank you, Millsop.
You're welcome.
Right. Lots more coming up. Let the Only Loose later with Leonie and Mr. Parker as well. But coming up next, your last chance of the Sticker Champion 2022 with David, all about tattered lace digistamps.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Here we go. Are we ready for one of our quick picks? We are here with Lisa Horton. Lisa, good to see you.
Thank you, Charlie. Hello.
Hello. Should we go straight in? Because this is the ultimate mat. It's a non-slip mat.
Non-stick, non-slip. So literally, you've got the adhesive surface on the back. It doesn't move on your desk, but it takes lots of mediums.
So it's easy to remove dried on paint, dried on glue.
Absolutely. Dried. You can use your heat on it, you can do your inking, you can do your blending, you can do all sorts on it. You can roll it up, you can wash it under the tap, it will re-stick. So literally under the tap, leave it to dry naturally, pop it back down. My mum uses them for her tea and coffee. My cat has one underneath her food.
Prudence has one.
Absolutely.
Well, Prudence has gone. It's good enough for us.
I know, that's a good advert, isn't
well,
it?
It is. Well, Lisa, if you're into your mixed media, your general paper crafting, help protect the table. We need to do that anyway. Let's have a non-slip surface. 185 716 is your item number. Whilst it's in stock, it's just £14.99.
Quick picks. Craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Create and Craft. My name's Dan. David, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Dan.
I love your shirt, by the way. Yes, very well.
Thank you. Bit of florals.
Bit of florals, why not? Absolutely. Loving this one-day special. It says last chance to get hold of this brand new Digistamp USB at the promotional price, getting an extra £8 off by being in the club. Lots to tell you about ClearPay and divide the cost, etc. But all of these samples, the imagery comes from the USB, right?
They do indeed. Now, to my knowledge, this is the first Tattered Lace Digistamp we've done this year, actually.
Wow.
It is tremendous. You've got 350 digital elements to play with on here. And of course, when we're talking about Minecraft Studio, this allows you to have complete creativity. You are the designer with this one, whether you want to use stamping methods or techniques that you have done typically with your stamps in person. You can now do this digitally to create some beautiful effects and some truly spectacular projects that you may have never thought you could achieve before.
Now, is there a theme to this? I'm seeing like mandala ideas, I'm seeing doilies, I can see butterflies, I can see elements that maybe from mixed media X, Y and Z. I guess you can change the size of these as well. Is there an official overall theme, or...?
Do you know, with this one, there isn't actually. There's a mixed genre of themes within here, whether they are nostalgic, really traditional tattered lace doilies, or you've got some beautiful ornate lace borders in there, you've got some corners, you've got frames. There's a little bit of everything here, which again makes this extremely versatile for those who want to do something, whether it would be for your grandmother, your grandfather, absolutely anybody within the family, or any occasion as well. We do have some Christmas elements in there, bringing in your snowflakes, but there is something here that will allow you to evolve this into really any area of your craft that you do at home. And of course, it is digital crafting, and this will allow you to incorporate, whether you're a paper crafter, whether you like to work on fabric, surface design, any particular area of craft that you do, you can tailor this into your Digistamps USB. It really has a whole host of variety for you.
Can I use these to make and sell if I want to?
Absolutely, you can do. You know, you could be making and selling any items you want to with this, but also you could be scanning these into your scanning cup, making stencils and selling stencils.
Well, here's the idea. Now, different, like I said, the little mug there with Mum, you can personalise elements. such an exciting thing you can be doing to divide the cost. I think the delicacy, the lace, obviously, that is iconic with tattered lace, is in there in droves. But even just on the front cover of it, like that big frame at the top, or is it going to be a border? Is it going to be a 12 by 12 inches, for example?
This is it, and you know, really sort of allow yourself to have complete freedom with this. Enjoy it and truly indulge into all of these elements, because of course there is those really, you know, staple signature elements from tattered lace in here that really embody what tattered lace is all about, and that is true detail, and nothing's compromised within here. You can scale up, you can really enlarge some of these doilies to the largest size as possible, and you'll find yourself discovering even more detail within these. But again, when you think of foiling them, maybe you have laser printers at home, you want to foil your images, or use your toner pens to add foiled elements to them. It allows you to really go into a different realm of digital crafting with this, and allow you to expand on so much.
Being foiled on the packaging and on the box after all, you can just see the foiling elements coming through there. So whether you are ordering it as a Christmas present to yourself, maybe the other half is watching and you just ordered the Scan and Cut, for example, it's for someone who has a Scan and Cut. If you haven't got a Scan and Cut yet, by the way, we've got an absolutely outstanding offer coming up for you in this show. We're going to go through every single element, show you all of the designs that are on that USB, but please don't wait. Last live hour to get yours home, 346080. And you were talking about making them into stencils. Is this the kind of thing you're talking about?
It is indeed, and I'll be able to share with you throughout the show how we do this. But this is picking out one of the mandala stamps from that USB, and we've actually converted this into a cutting file on the Scan and Cut. Now this is just showing one area, one concept of an avenue you can take this USB down, and that is showing you just how incredibly invaluable this really is to you. Thinking that there is a 12 by 12 stencil, and as a crafter I'd be quite happy to pay probably around about £10 for a 12 by 12 stencil, even on Mylar. You've got 350 elements there to play with, so really just blows it out of proportion when you think of the true possibilities.
Well, let's divide the cost. You've got ClearPay at the bottom of the screen if you want to pay it in full. Other options are on the website when you get there to check out, but 346080. So much to show you on this in just a second via the PC, via the Scan and Cut, of which is available for you. David, come with me, please.
I'm coming down.
For you. What an offer. Talk about giftables. Talk about like ultimate Christmas presents, if you like. I think
absolutely.
This is
it. The best price you can get it for. It is honestly incredible. Again, this is the SDX 900 on here. We've got an amazing bundle that's been actually gathered together. I mean, look at that saving. That's astronomical. Again, you've got 10 Cutting Craftorium USBs built into here. They're usually $49.99 on their own.
Yeah. Which is, I was very lucky enough to launch that USB, the Cutting Craftorium USB with Mela, like last week I think it was. That sold out, that offer. This one, for me, because that one came with the vinyl kit, this one does not come with a vinyl kit, but it does include the most popular addition to any Scan and Cut, which is the universal pen holder. So basically talking value for money wise, so those Cutting Craftoriums are worth the best part of £400.
Oh, at least,
yes. And then the universal pen holder, what does this allow us to do?
So with this one, I mean, okay, so if you're thinking of just putting your tattered lace Digistamp USB with your universal pen holder in your Scan and Cut, you could be turning all of these stamps into drawing files. This would allow you to use your glue pens in your Scan and Cut to foil with as well. You can do so many advantages. I mean, this show, we could make it 24 hours and you still wouldn't be able to actually show all the techniques within there that you could accomplish, but it will allow you to actually collaborate and incorporate all of this together. It's an immense deal, a crazy offer for you to work on, and I would absolutely be taking advantage of it while we've got it at this price.
Well, it doesn't only include the regular, which is what I'm used to, also includes the small universal pen holder, which I didn't even know existed till today, so that's really exciting.
Exactly.
So you're taking me like for your fine liners, for example?
Yeah, it's for your fine liners, and whether you've got different sort of pen effects, whether your gel pens, your whatever sort of inks you want to use with this, but again, that means your smaller gauge pens can go into here as well for that smaller, finer, more intricate detail. And it's fascinating how small and minute this can go, even for your finer sentiments, because there's nothing worse than if you've not got the sentiment to match or to style, and you can draw your own in any shape, size that you want it to be. So in this, it's a complete set, it's a complete workshop for you.
And then if you're thinking, I want to get the best out of my Scan and Cut, how do I learn about it? You then get that educational USB featuring Mel Heaton, who launched the Scan and Cut to the UK, which is worth $19.99. That's in there for free.
Exactly, and honestly, if there's anything Mel doesn't know about the Scan and Cut, it's literally not worth knowing. She knows everything there is to be able to share with you, which she does within these USBs, which really will allow you to build on your Scan and Cut journey right from the beginning. Or, of course, if you've maybe dabbled in Scan and Cut before, this is your opportunity to now take advantage.
You're completely right. It's an unbelievable, unmatchable offer for you. Bearing in mind those extras are worth over £500. That is for free, and then you also get £100 off the value of the Scan and Cut anyway, which is worth the best part of £500. So £399.99, same P&P, by the way, and that is still capped for you. If you're after a Scan and Cut under your Christmas tree, it'll be there well before Christmas, dispatched from the 7th. It's 651864, and by all means, ClearPay. Shop now, pay it in 4, divide the cost. There's lots of different options for you too, but your details are on the screen at 651867. Right, let's dash back to that one-day special for you, of which looking at, do you want to go to the computer, do you want to look at the cutouts, what do you fancy?
So what I've done is I've printed all of the content out for you to give you just a brief overview of what actually you're getting, and it really does sort of, because it's really hard to comprehend and actually put into words the true amount of content that you're actually being provided with on this USB. So printing it out this way gives you just a glance. But you can see we've started off here with your borders. These are all your borders and edges. So you might be thinking of all these different lace effects, all these different ones that you can see here. You might be wanting to print these out in full panels. In fact, actually, to share it with you whilst we've got it out, I'm going to show you this one because I was going to show it you later on, but let's do it.
Okay.
So you can see here, printing out your lace. You could then be going back in with your toner pen and foiling your entire lace designs.
The toner pen's on the show.
It is. Yep. So this is on vellum for you. So you can see here, using these designs, this is what you can be creating. You'd pay a fortune for a foil paper for something like this. But that's what you can be creating with this USB at home. And that's inkjet printing for you on there. We've then got even more lace and borders for you to enjoy. You can see you've got full surface pattern on here, but again, you could be cropping these down into halves. You could be using just the borders as a trim around the base of a candle. It could be the frame for your photograph that you've just been making digitally, or of course maybe a project you've already made you then wanting to frame with one of these. You can really take it into its own. But again, imagine one of these printed on acetate as a full ribbon, and then you've wrapped it round maybe like a cake or something like that. How amazing would that look? We continue on with even more borders in here. You see you've got 63 borders there to play with, all of those manipulated files. I mean, it could be here, this is the section in the centre, the small flower that you're wanting to crop out and take and enlarge. It's one of those things where if you see any element that you want to play with and depict, it could be the most minute, smallest little flower in the middle of that lace, that could be centre stage within your project. That could take whole focus of there, and then you can elaborate on that. But you can just see the amount of detail in these. I mean, look at that close up. You can see there all of that line work. Imagine that all foiled.
You know what, I don't know about you at home, but this sort of size, I know these are thumbnails, but that sort of physical stamp size.
Yeah.
But I don't think, and I may well be wrong, that you get that much detail in that size. If you put ink on it, as like a wooden stamp or an acrylic stamp.
It would be extremely difficult.
Yeah, like the pigment or the size of the ink,
well, that's
if you like.
it. And if you were to get a stamp of that size, say you'd maybe got two, I mean, you're talking A4 stamp size. If you got two of those, that's already, you know, the price of the entire USB, and you've got 350 of them. Which means, you know, if you're getting a stamp, an individual A5, which you can set it back around, you know, 12 to 15 pounds, you only need a couple of those, and that's already USB paid for. It's immense when you actually look at it that way.
Yeah, what opportunity.
So we've got corners in here as well, and again, nods to different areas throughout Tattered Lace, right from the beginning, all those 10 years ago when it first started, the original nostalgic lacy roots, as well as some contemporary, more flowing floral designs with really ornate flourishes in here. You can see all of these great as stamps, but again, we've put them all in black for you on the USB, but you can make them any colour, because of course you've got Minecraft Studio. So these could be any colour that you want to, toning into your mats and lace from your cardstock you already have. But again, think about flipping these round and making a full frame just from one corner. That's what you can be achieving with this.
Oh, what are these?
So these are your doilies. So again, remember this one? That there was our mandala. So what I did with this, the one in the top left, printed this one out, which gave us this here. So we printed our mandala full-sized, scanned this image in, and that's what then gave us our stencil.
Rightio.
So you can see the journey that we've been on just with one element from 350, and we've not even had to change the file. We've just used it as it is. It is literally the stamped image that you're provided with. You could, of course, crop this in half. You could have had a semi-mandala. You could have had a quarter of it. You could have made the whole stencil a quarter of it and made a massive one to cover a circular tabletop. This is the true potential with the USB. And we've left all the centres of these pigmented for you. So you've got a block-coloured image throughout the centre, allowing you to crop into here. Again, utilising these as your mats and layers, but again, you could import maybe your photographs, your own imagery onto Minecraft Studio to frame all of your artwork on here. And there's so many to play with. We're going to some really highly detailed ones as well, which is almost like Moroccan tiles that you've got. And again, when I first saw these designs coming together and I looked at ones like this, for example, I just imagine just printing these out and sat there of an evening colouring them in, you know, with all of that. I mean, you've just been seeing Sarah Millsap with all of that beautiful painting, all that colouring by numbers. If you were to sit there with your paints and just do them bit by bit, how therapeutic and mindful would that actually be? And again, shapes like this, really ornate and elaborate shapes, but as well, I mean, look, okay, so this one.
Yeah.
Cropped out the centre of this one, printed it onto rice paper and popped it onto the back of a plate. So we did that last night in the show. We've made our own sort of Wedgwood-style plate. I mean, you could do a full set. How amazing is that? We painted the back.
If that was a die that size, it's $39.99, isn't it? At least, absolutely. Or to scale it down, the different amount of products you are purchasing, it's really hard to. And if you get it and you've had them before, you kind of get the idea of what we're talking about. But if you're brand new, you're almost like. For me, it was like the penny dropping, being like, so that one size and every increment in between on my computer.
Yeah.
As long as my printer can print it out. If it can't, you can then scan it into your scan and cut and you can expand it that way.
Well, that's it as well. And we talk about, okay, so that would be the price of a die for that size. That would be the price of a stamp for that size. This doesn't necessarily mean disregard those items. That's also about bringing those in. So you could be printing these designs off and die cutting them with your pre-existing tools. Absolutely. Or you could be using your stamps that are your favourite ones within your collection to overlay on top. These could be scrapbook pages or the backing pages, or if you watch the rice paper shows at the start of this week, maybe you're wanting to digitally import these on top of your rice papers.
Good point.
You know, there's so many ways you can sort of cross-pollinate within your crafts on a project like this. It's one of them that allows it to sit beautifully within any crafter's stash. And you will gain a lot of knowledge, and honestly, you will become very addicted to it, which is what I did.
Yeah, of course.
So again, we go through it to even more detailed doilies. You've got some snowflakes up here again. I mean, these will look beautiful. Cut as stencils with your snow spray through on the window. These are the sort of crafts you could be doing with all of the family, as well as your own really sort of elegant, sophisticated products and projects within your own crafting. And again, think about all of these designs that you're looking at. For example, an easel card like that. Something you could be making or selling or setting up as a workshop. But when we look at designs like this, full surface pattern, full damask, full backgrounds, imagine setting this up as a drawing file on your Scan and Cut and watching it go. Wow. It would be amazing. The detail you're getting in there.
It's almost like, I can achieve that at home? Yes, you can. Yeah. You haven't got to foil it. It could be whatever colour you want it, but of course with your foiling pen or with your other kits, etc., with your laminator like we've got on the show, all these things are possible.
Exactly, this is it. And it is just that, it's incorporating all of these elements. When you're looking at those samples there, you can see we've got elements from every area of craft, whether it's paper craft, printing onto mugs, using your rice papers onto plates, doing crackers in a gift box. There's fabric design, there's lanterns, there's illuminated objects. You've got almost embossed sentiments on there. There's something for absolutely everybody. And I think when we're looking at a craft product that we want to marry up beautifully with what we already have, you want something that is the most versatile and value for money that you can get. And that's exactly what something like this is.
And then you find out that you can divide the cost if you want to. And if you want to save an extra £8 off, the price of which goes up to $34.99 at 6 p.m. tonight. This is your last live hour. It's a cracking opportunity. We haven't even finished, by the way, going through all the different sheets. But a cracking opportunity, isn't it?
There is loads. There's loads indeed. So you can see here again, we've got some beautiful elements. That as a stencil. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
I love that as a stencil. You can multiply it. You could print multiples of these as a full backing paper, scan it in. That there is your stencil. That would work really well with your Cadence products on there. But you can see again files like this, so beautiful, so textured. But again, cutting these out on your Scan and Cut, scanning them in, having a play with them, it's what you can be doing at home. You can see you've got even more. This here could be petals. Yeah. You could be printing this out, cutting it out, turning it in, making your own lace flowers with it or something like that. Sorry, do excuse me.
Do some water.
Am I okay to have a quick sip?
You can have a quick sip, of course you can. There we go. You can see those petals or those leaves. The note cards or notelets could be added via Minecraft Studio or by another stamp or by another die. You can see the hummingbird in the background, that edger. Gosh, when that wants to be a DL card, David, or the edge are on an 8x8 card, it can be exactly the size you want it to be. Or you haven't got to manipulate it in any way, shape or form. You can purely print them all off. 346080. I love the finished articles. It's a lovely hybrid display, isn't it? Between home decor, between framed up items, between boxes and mugs. And then into your cards and your notelets and your toppers, whatever you like to do. You've got so much scope to do it on this show, and let's get it whilst it's a one-day special price.
Absolutely.
Mr. Parker's in the studio. He's on his way. And Leo, you can see that. She's behind the telly.
God damn.
Hiding behind TVs. We'll continue on before we get into more trouble.
We've got some beautiful frames in here as well. Again, we've got opposites and negatives, like your mandala, but again, using them as an aperture. These ones are truly elegant when you're looking at all of this. Again, any of these edges that you see, use them as a border. You don't have to take them as the shape they come to you. You're provided with a foundation to craft upon and build upon, but you don't have to take it as it is. You can really be in your own element with something like this. Again, all of these separate frames for you to play with. And then we finish off with our last page, which I think has some of the most spectacular design on here, some of the most intricate lace. And when we're looking on the software a little later on, I'll share with you just zooming in and going into the detail just how fine and beautiful these actually are.
Oh, divine. Yeah, I think the sheer quantity, let alone resizing it, is astronomical, isn't it?
It really is.
All of your details are on the website. I know a lot of you are looking for the scan and cut under your Christmas tree. This is also on the show. If you want more rice papers on the bottom of the show as well, your foiling pens, etc., it's all available for you. Shall we see what this looks like on the computer then, how we access everything?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so of course they just have Minecraft Studio on the USB. It's built in there for you for free already on there. Of course, once you would go to install it onto your PC, it takes about 3 minutes to actually install, and of course once you've installed it on there, you could pop it on your laptop in the living room and the computer in the bedroom. You know, it's not just a one-time use. So I've popped the USB into the computer, which has loaded it up for us, and it's broken down into separate files, which of course I just went through on those index sheets, so it makes it really easy to navigate as well. But I'm going to show you just some of the images. So for example, if we go into borders and corners, we'll go into some really fine lace detail, like this one here, for example. So we've got some fine lace there. I mean, we could pick any to have a look at. I mean, that one there, extremely fine. Let's have a look at that. It almost looks like a panel of actual lace. If I zoom right in on here, let me just keep zooming in to make this as large as we can. I mean, look at the detail you're getting on something like this. That there could be, maybe it's just the flowers that you're wanting out of here.
Yes.
You're just utilising it as that. Maybe you're looking at a panel like this and thinking, I absolutely love the strip of it, but I want it to be reversed. So you could be taking them on, cropping them down. You could be duplicating them like this, and then you could maybe be flipping them to make your gatefold cards. This could sit within the centre of a mat. This is, you know, literally only 0.001% of the possibilities and potential with something like this, but we could start to build a project. So if we go into our corners here, I'm going to pick file, let's pick the third one on here, so we can see how we can make a corner. In fact, if I grab one first, just to share with you how we can do a full square. So we've got a right angle here. If we take one and we copy and paste it, pop it up here, and we're going to grab 4 of them. Now notice I'm duplicating them instead of dragging the one out each time, because each time we do that, it will bring it out the size that the file has been designed for, whereas if we duplicate our sized one, of course, it's always going to match up with the one that we first made. So you're not having to resize it every time. And then just going to flip this vertically. There we go. And then going to flip this one here horizontally using the functions within Minecraft Studio. There we are. And then we're going to flip this one horizontally and also vertically. So you can see there how you can instantly make a card shape. You know, you could have a centerpiece in here. You could go straight to your doilies, pick any shape that you want to pop inside here. And that's how you can build up all of your mats and all of your layers in here. I mean, you might even want one of the beautiful detailed lace ones. Let's pick one of those so we can have a look through here. I mean, look at this. It's gorgeous. Something like that, that could be your finished article if you wanted to be, with a sentiment in the middle, or maybe you just want to foil that flower in the centre. But what we're going to do is I'm going to take that off there, and I'm going to go into some of these corners. So I'm going to grab this one on, and then I'm going to duplicate this. So we're going to right-click to copy and right-click to paste. I'm going to flip this one, horizontal and vertical. Let's have a look. Flip it vertically. There we go. And we're going to just have 2 of them. So we're going to sort of make an A5 style card with this. And in fact, I'm going to have this one slightly smaller so it will sit above. There we go. Make that one larger as well. So you can just play with this for as long as you want to do. And as well, when you're making your projects, it's one of them things where you don't have to, you don't have to actually print them. You can just design them. So when you're designing a project, you can sit there and design hundreds of them. You could do 20, 30, 50 and have them all saved to your PC so that when you're ready with a project, you might be thinking, well, I've made this one for my own colour, it's suitable for them, and then I'll print it when I'm ready to do so. So you're essentially saving a lot of money, but you're still being able to craft without having to, you could sit on the sofa on the laptop making these. It's something you can do of an evening or in your spare time that you like to have your happy place, but it's something that won't take up a great amount of space at the same time as well.
I think it's lovely how you could be getting the most subtle backgrounds if you want to be. It could be the statement piece, it could be the topper if you like. But if you've got your other, maybe you want to put a verse or some wording on there, and that's going to be the star of the show. Just the delicacy and the detail you get, iconic with tattered lace, now in Digistamp form, with Minecraft Studio on there. Was it over 350 on there?
350,
without even being resized, and then you can add an element. So you can add pretty much anything, well, you could add anything to anything.
Of course you could, this is it. What we're doing here is actually duplicating this border, and we've picked out one of the borders from the file, and we can actually make our own. So I'm going to keep duplicating this one out. Let's rotate this one right round. So bring it down, here we go. And we can sit it across the top here, line that one up, and then I'm going to paste another one just out here. I'm going to rotate that round as well. There we go, to 90 degrees, and bring that one down. And then what we can do is choose our crop function. Now, of course, this is too large for what we want it at the moment, so we can crop them right down. Using our crop functions, bring that in. It doesn't distort the size of the image, but again, it allows you to have far more creativity with something like this. So I'm going to select the bottom one. Here we go, crop that in as well. And then we can start to make our own mats and layers, of course, with anything you want to. So for on here, for example, if we bring in one of our borders and corners, let's pick out this one because it's got a lot of surface area. So we're going to utilise our digital punch here. Let's bring on one of our squares. Let's have a look. So we're using the basic shapes that are built into Minecraft Studio already. So we've gone to Digital Punch. I'm going to select one of the squares and just bringing it over on top of that image. I can select to keep the inner, which is up here. So this is essentially working like a digital die would do. So I'm going to copy and paste that. So now I have 2 of these. And here we go. So if I then take this to the back, so I'm going to send it right to the back. Here we go. And I'm going to enlarge this and sit it right down there, like this, okay. And then what we'll do is we'll go to our effects and brighten it to turn it white. So we've sat that behind, like this, and then if we duplicate that, so we go to copy and again to paste. I've left it almost off-white, so it's like a grayscale. And then with this one, bring the brightness right down to make it jet black, make it slightly larger, and send that to the back. We can make our own mats and layers.
Ah, I see.
So you can see here, we've made our own mats, our own layer with something like this. It's one of them moments where you can really get lost in it. So if we bring in one of our frames or one of our doilies in here, let's have a look. In our doilies, we've got some square ones, which would look really nice surrounding here. So this one, for example. If we were to bring in this one, but we didn't want the center to still sit within inside there, this is where it gives you the option. So if we bring this to the front and bring our digital punch just over to the top here, we can crop out all of that center space. So we can keep the outer, and we've cropped out the middle of it, just like that. But of course, sitting it over here, it sort of gets a little bit lost. You know, we've mixed too much of our lace together and we've lost the details. So to actually complete and sort of get over this sort of part of it, what we can use is our digital cutouts, enlarge those again, sit it on the front, go to our effects and make that brilliant white. There we go. And then we can take our black one here and go to order and send it backwards. There we go. So I'm just going to enlarge this. So you can see we've enlarged that, bring that over here, and that's how you can make your mats and layers with something like this.
And all of this is digital, so like you're
absolutely.
playing, right? If you're thinking how to do that, you watch the show again, there is instructions, of course, that come with.
That's it. This is what you're doing.
As soon as you change your mind, or didn't mean to overlay it there, It's on the computer, that makes no difference whatsoever.
Exactly, that's it. And you can change any colourways, any colour tones you want to at all. It really is entirely up to you. I've just grouped everything on here together. I'm going to just take these off for a moment just to show you all of this lace changing colour at the same time. So if I just group all of these elements here, group that together and show you that actually moving through here means you can change anything of any colourway that you want it to be. You know, this could be something you want to style to match it with a theme that you've already got, a colourway that you've already chosen to work with. It's amazing what you can be doing with it.
It's exceptional. Pause there, David, for just 2 seconds.
of course,
We've got a lot to do on the table, a lot to do with the scan and cut as well. But we must give you, just glancing at the clock, we must give you a chance to check out your basket. So here's your window right now. Your answer is here, 346080. Divide the cost if you wish. Here's your chance to put everything in your basket. And if you want to divide by ClearPay, you can.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
Just a quickly reminder of exactly what you're getting home in your one-day special before that price of promotion ends at 6 p.m. tonight. It's this little USB with 350 designs on there for you to put into your computer, whether it's Mac, whether it's Microsoft, etc., and to be printing out as you see fit onto what you see fit. So many different lacy items. There are frames, there are doilies, there are borders, there are corners, there's iconography from tattered lace as well that you're spying in there. So onto your rice paper, onto your cardstock, or to use Mycraft Studio that you get included with no extra cost on top to manipulate and to change the size and to layer up, etc. Is it for festivities? Like you can see the crack of the cardstock here being used on there. Is it going to be taken into your scan and cut, which is also available for you on the website right now, and to be manipulating it that way, or cutting out your digi-stamps? Whatever you're doing, let's get it whilst it's a one-day special for $26.99 in the club. It's 346080. David,
What have we got?
some questions. Is that all right?
Wonderful.
I know we're carrying on. I'm going to show you what you're just doing there, but you
Yeah,
guys
of
are emailing
course.
in.
No, I love it.
Pauline, thank you, Pauline. Please can I ask David how he did the Mylar stencil?
Oh, this one
Because
right here.
I think the one, yeah. Was it done in Mycraft Studio or Canvas Workspace? And is it exactly as a digital stamp was? Thanks in advance, Pauline.
Thank you ever so much, Pauline. That's a fabulous question. And through the next demonstration, what I will do is I'll show you exactly how to do it, and we'll scan it in. What I did was I printed the stamp just as it is, so the exact stamp as it comes on the USB. So you don't have to use Canvas Workspace for this. We scanned it straight in, used the image as it was, and I'll show you how we can then turn this into the stencil.
Very good. Pauline, great question. Another one here from Jane. Hi, Dan, David, and all the crew. Right, crew, Ben?
All right.
All right. There we go. I was just wondering, can you use the Cadence stencil spray on the back of a page to put it through the scan and cut?
Oh, right. So almost make it an adhesive so it would stick to the
Yeah.
mat. You know, I've not actually tried it. I know some people do use spray adhesives. It's a brilliant question. I've not tried it. I could try it and let you know how it goes, of course. But I know the best advice is to retack your mats to retain the stickiness. Of course, that will then allow you to not get any stickiness anywhere else, because I know if you do use some spray adhesives on the surface of paper or cardstock and the blade cuts through it, it can mucky up the blade. Whereas the actual... It's the Pinflair stencil glue that you retake your mats with that
Good
doesn't. So that would be the best way to go around it. But I will definitely give it a go. But from previous experience and learning, the best way is to retack your mats instead of the cardstock itself.
There you go, Jane. Great question.
Thank you.
Really
Great
want to think of that.
question.
Time for one more?
Of course.
Jennifer Shaw. Thank you, Jennifer. Watching with a
Oh,
coffee.
hi, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, David, Dan, viewers, gallery, and crew. That's everybody.
Hello.
There's no one left in here apart from Marcus Director. And Ben's still here. All right. All right, Jennifer. Looking forward to the show after seeing David's shows with his USB, which I ordered. I have been learning Mycraft Studio and wondered, can this be used in Mycraft Studio? Are the scan and cut files separate? Watching with a coffee. I've been learning. Do you know what that means?
So is it the rice paper? I think bed means the rice
You might be talking about the rice paper from the previous one, yeah.
The rice paper USB we had on this week. You could definitely combine the two together. So if Jennifer, if you bought the rice paper USB and you're wanting to use this USB with it, of course you can combine the two together because it's all been designed to work on the same platform for you. So you've got complete confidence and reassurance that you can use the two together. You can turn them into cut files, and I'll share with you how to do that.
Well, there you go.
It's a fabulous
Congratulations.
question.
Absolutely, yeah. By the way, if you want a scanning cut, goodness me, that offer, David, where you're saving over £550 off, is in stock. You get the Cutting Craftorium Best Of. That USB in the middle, in the middle of the bottom shelf is worth £400. The Watch Learn USB with Mel Heaton, you can see there to the left, is worth £20. And then you've got your universal pen holder in the regular and the small size, worth £25 to £30. They are all free. And then you get £100 off the SDXFS, that's a sewing machine, the SDX 900, which is exceptional value for money. David, get your panels out, we can go through there. 651867, and doesn't affect your P&P. It comes with a mat, it comes with the automatic blade anyway. That's what you usually get for £500. So congratulations everybody, delivered in time. It won't be dispatched till the 7th. Which is only this time next week, but it will be there in time for Christmas. And shop with confidence. After all, you've got our own 14-day money-back guarantee. They are the Cutting Craftoriums, the best 10 on one USB worth £400 for free. You cannot get it individually for free. Amazing. 651867. Wow, there's a lot on this show, Dave, but let's continue on what you've shown us, please.
So what I can do is we can go straight in and I'll share with you how we can create stencils, and that'll take us into our next demonstration. So I've printed off the mandala here, so we've got the image that we want to work with, loaded it up onto Minecraft Studio and enlarged it. So it works out around about 6 by 6 now in size, this shape. But of course we can make this anything we want to in the Scan and Cut. So what I'm going to do is take it straight over to my Scan and Cut mat here. And pop it just down onto the mat. Here we go. There we are. And I'm just going to take the scraper to smooth this down. We don't have to have a super high tack on here because we're not actually going to be cutting this piece in particular. We just want it to adhere to the mat for our scanning purposes. So I'm taking it straight over to the SDX 900. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go straight and load our mat into the machine. So pop it up to the rollers, always support your mat from the end of the mat here, and as you're loading it in on the SDX 900, you have this diamond shape there. That one should always sit at the bottom of your machine, so the arrow here is where you feed it into the rollers. Okay. Of course, if you did try it the other way around, the Scan and Cut would prompt you and would always let you know as well, so you can't really go wrong. It will always prompt you every step of the way. There's a button here on the side which is your load button, so we're going to load our mat into our Scan and Cut and it will read it. Of course, it will let us know that it is the correct mat that's in there. And then we're going to go straight into our functions. So if we go into Scan here, and if we go to Scan to Cut Data, which is our central function here, we can start. And what that will do now is start to scan the entire mat with that imagery that we've displayed on there. And it's going to read all of that and store it into the machine. And then, of course, it's going to recognize it as for what it is. Now, you can put extremely high detailed imagery through here like we have now, or this could be a simple drawing that you've done. It could be some sentiments that you've written yourself. I used to use this, and do use this a lot. I make a lot of scaled down models for railways and dioramas and things like that. It allowed me to speed up the process an awful lot quicker. Instead of cutting out 60 ceiling struts for a miniature house, I did one, scanned it in, and it cut them all and duplicated it. It was incredible. But what we've done, you can see now instantly the image has appeared on our screen here, and we can use the central function here, which means it's going to cut either side of the line for us. So it's going to process that. And I'm also going to go into ignore object size. Now, the particular image that we chose to use, which was that mandala, has some really small elements. So if we take down our object size down to 1 millimeter, of course the Scan and Cut has a tolerance of about 3 millimeters of what it will cut. And that, when we say tolerance, that's a full 360-degree rotation. So when you're looking at the blade, if you're asking it to cut out a millimeter diameter circle, it's really putting it to some stress there, and it won't. It's literally, that's a pinprick, really. So it won't be able to rotate. So if we take that down to a millimeter, it will ignore any smaller than 3 mil. So what we've done here is we're going to set that as to OK on here. So anything a millimetre or smaller, the machine will now ignore. It won't even read that. And we're going to use these directional arrows here just to capture the area that we actually want to cut. I'm just going to bring this one in ever so slightly. There we are. And we can go to preview here. There we go. So we're looking at this one, and we go straight to OK in here.
If you're thinking at home, what did David just do? I'd love to do the same thing. Listen, you get the instructional DVD with Mel Heaton included with your Scan and Cut.
Yeah, it's amazing.
For free.
But this is one of the most easiest processes and steps to go through, and allowing you to actually be able to create your own stencil is phenomenal. Now, of course, you've got the Scan and Cut function here or a USB. We're going to save it to the machine's memory, which is the Scan and Cut function here, so which will save that image that we've just created. And then what we're going to do is, once it's saved, it's told us it's saved in the machine's memory. So if we go to OK, we can go home here, pressing the home icon in the top right, and go, OK, we're OK to delete all patterns because we know it's saved. If we go to retrieve data, and again, using that same function, which is the Scan and Cut machine icon, of course, if you'd saved it to a blank USB, you could select this function, which of course means you could take your projects anywhere you want to with you. But if you leave your Scan and Cut in your craft room and that's where you prefer to use it, you would typically use that function there. And of course, it just means you've got even more storage. You've not really got a limit of what you could store. And here it is. It's saved for us. You can see I've been doing some earlier on this machine. That there is now our file. So as we go to OK, this now means we can edit it and make it our stencil. So if we go into the selection here, which is Edit, and we use these 3 red boxes. Now this is your grouping icon. And what grouping means, of course, is that the Scan and Cut is now reading this entire image as so many individual files, all of these areas. So when I just take this sheet here just to share with you, when you're looking at this, when we're looking at the central scallops part here, when we're looking at all of these ovals with these points on, the Scan and Cut has read every single one of those, but it's going to treat this as a file, this is a file, that is a file, this is a file. So currently there's hundreds of files that are being created, and what we need to do is group all of this so the Scan and Cut looks at it as one whole file, because if not, it would be extremely confusing for it, and also you wouldn't be able to enlarge it because it would mean you'd have to enlarge every single one individually.
Yeah, good point.
So what we're going to do is go straight over to the machine, and going into selecting those 3 red triangles, it brings up these 2 options here. Now if we select group here, it highlights all of them. Now you can see they've got a beautiful shade of red. They've all highlighted on our machine. Now if we OK that, we go back into Object Edit and select Group and OK. We can now go in here and resize it to whatever size we want our stencil to be. So you can see there now, we've made our stencil huge. That's now 12 by 12.
This is something that Pauline was asking about. How did you make that Mylar stencil? Was it done in Microsoft Studio or Canvas Workspace? It was the exact stamp actually done on the Scan and Cut.
Sorry, it wasn't on the Scan and Cut. Yes, and it wasn't. That's exactly how we've done it. I've zoomed right in there for you to be able to see exactly that there is the stencil, and that is what we've made. Now going straight into your cut area, if we went into OK and to OK it again and to select Cut. Of course, this machine has the auto blade in there, which allows you to actually, the machine will check the depth and pressure. So if you've used Mylar or Doflex, or you're cutting it from cardstock, it will read the depth of that. I actually cut that stencil on what would equate to around about 80 GSM, but it's Mylar's measured in microns, but it's about an 80 GSM weight there. And of course you can see here on the Scan and Cut it is allocated as a time of 21 minutes to cut. So I'm not going to cut it here, but we sent it through cutting. It cut it just once, and this here is what we ended up with. Now, you might be wondering, how do we actually cut out the actual piece itself without making it a stencil? I just want the element on its own. Well, we can do that also.
Okie dokie.
Okay. So with this one, I looked at this particular image, I made it slightly smaller, and looked at this and thought, I want to cut this one out as it is, as a piece. So you can see they're looking at this one without making it a stencil.
Oh, to create like a topper,
the actual element itself.
It's a big tag, but a tag,
absolutely. So what I've done is I'm just going to grab one of my other images here, is I went straight over to it, and I actually went around the entire edge with a fine liner. So you can see they're looking at both of these 2 images. We've actually joined up all of the outer edge. So you can see the difference.
I suppose I see where you've done that to give it a solid line, right?
Yep.
But if I've got my fundamental dies or something and got a circular die, I could cut it out with that.
Oh, of
I could
course.
cut it out by hand if you want. So you're going to get exactly a quicker cut, especially if you're doing more than one.
Absolutely.
Your scanning cut is invaluable. By the way, Jane asked a question about the difference between the universal pen holder, like the regular, and the small. I've very much seen the ordinary one, the regular one, many, many times. One of the best ever selling additions to the scanning cut for putting all of your different alcohol markers in it, your pens in, all sorts. But I've also seen people with pens with tape wrapped around them to make, because they're too thin.
Yes.
I guess that's where the smaller one comes
The
into it,
smaller
right?
one would be much better because, of course, you can get some really fine liners. You can get some really minute ones that are almost like the lead of a pencil thickness. You know, you can just really work your way up with different increments, and that gauge and that width of the barrel that allows you to put a different pen in there gives you far more options. So that's a complete bonus that we've managed to get that for
We
you.
haven't physically got it out for you, Jane, but you do get it home, as new as it is. We haven't even got one in the studio yet, but you do get that, and a universal pen holder, and the best of cutting Craftorium, and that Watch, Learn and Craft extractable USB, all for free. And, let's not forget, the star of the show, the Scanning Cuts, is in there as well, with £100 off. Great, isn't it? 651867. Glance at the clock, we've got 17 minutes left on the last chance hour. But you were talking about cutting this out, weren't you?
Absolutely, yes. So what I've done is I've printed 2 of these out. So we've stuck down one onto our scan and cut mat now. The one on our scan and cut mat is the one that we have drawn around. Okay, so you can see that we've drawn around this entire image, popped it down onto our scan and cut mat. Now I'm going to load this into our machine, again using the same load function. It's going to bring it in. Because I printed 2 at the same time, when I put these side by side, I know they're identical on the page. So we're going to trick the scan and cut here. We're going to do something different. We're going to trick it, okay? So I'm going to go back home, and I've got my stylus over here. A good tip, always leave this on top of your scan and cut, unlike I just did, because if not, unless you want it on an elastic chain on your waistband.
Why not? Like glasses on a chain, I love that idea.
Because I just happened to misplace mine, it's like a pen. So what I'm going to do here is go straight back into our scan function, and instead of using scan to cut data, we're going to go into direct cut, okay? So we're going to select our machine and scan the entire page. Now what that's going to do is read that image, but what it's going to do is pick up the outer line, whereas previously, of course, it captured all of that imagery, all of those black detail marks on there. And I would always recommend printing it in black. Of course, it will save you ink, but at the same time, it's the deepest pigment the scan and cut will pick it up.
Yes.
So it's scanned our image for us here. And you can see there instantly on the scan and cut, it's almost like a frosted glaze, but it highlights that outer edge. Okay, so again, on with your directional arrows, I'm just going to drag this in slightly to the edges, like this. There we are. And go to preview. So it's given us our perfect cut. And then what I'm going to do is OK this. And then we're going to use this function here, which is going to give us a matte layer. So if I select this function and change it to 2mm, that's now giving us a 2mm border around this entire mandala. So if we OK this and OK it again, what I'm going to do is just pop the mat out.
Yeah.
Press OK. Take this. Yeah, we're going to trick the scan cut.
So it thinks it's about to cut one because it's seen there's a full outline.
Yep, and then we're going to pop our one in that we've not drawn on that's still crisp. So you're using the other one as a template, which I would recommend printing on copier paper. Of course, so you're not wasting your cardstocks. Then going to pop this one onto our mat.
Very good.
And then we're going to pop it straight back into our scan and cut here. So again, it's loading it back into the same recognition point. And then all we need to do now is go straight into select and go into cut, and it'll probably take around 20 seconds to cut something. It will say a minute. It's given us a minute's time, but it will always over allocate. So if something's 1 minute and 1 second, it'll say 2 minutes.
Yep.
So you know, if you're maybe doing that big stencil and it says 25 minutes, you know, you can go make a cup of tea, get on with your next part of your projects, and then come back to it.
By the way, all of your essential accessories are in stock right now. If you want another or a spare automatic blade, they're in stock. If you want another mat, they're in stock. There's lots of other elements, 12x24, scanning, etc. Or if it's in stock, it'll be on the website, createandcraft.com. Yeah, that probably took 10 seconds.
Literally. And you can see there, all I'm going to do now is take that straight out, and then we have our cut mandala just like that with the perfect border all the way around like that. It's cut us. When you actually look at that image, you can see the circumference, the full perimeter of that image has an even distribution of border You could never do that with scissors. You know, I mean, it would take you hours. And when you're talking about detailed artwork, when we're talking about fussy cutting throughout these stamps, I quite like sometimes sitting and fussy cutting maybe a flower or two. But if you wanted to do a full project, it would really hurt your hands. It would take a long time. But that's how it's given us one of these. Now we can combine all of this together. So what I've done is I went back into the Scan and Cut and I enlarged that matte layer that we just did by a further 2mm, which then meant that I actually had a border. So I can line this up. So you can see there, instantly we have two. So what I'm going to do is just pop these two together, and I'm just going to use some wet glue for this. Okay.
By the way, if you've already sent email questions in, we will do our best to get them in the show. Gail, Sue, etc. We will do our best. We have. We're doing a bit.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah?
Oh, I love that. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to glue this down just yet. I'm going to take our stencil that we made using the same mandala.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to grab some of our Cadence stencil spray.
Is this your keyboard from the other day, David?
Yeah, it is.
I thought you were going to clean it.
Well, you can't put a keyboard through the dishwasher, I learned. So I used quite a few cleaning instruments, Dan, but it's still there. Do you know what? I feel like I've got the blame for that.
You've actually?
Yeah.
Why? Who do you think blamed you?
Well, no,
You just got that...
Because I was the one with the product, but it came in from this
I don't know what he's talking about. Are you watching this show? Do you know what we're talking about? I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what I'm talking
I've seen
about.
a keyboard before.
Yeah, me too.
What's a keyboard?
Right, okay, so I'm using the stencil spray just to use a certain element of this here. Okay, so we've got it there. I'm sorry, let me bring it a little bit further in. There we go. So you can see we've got our area. Now what I'm going to do is just grab some inks here, just grab some colours to actually play with, bring in some yellows, and I'm literally just going to do some blending with this.
Oh, Theo, whilst we blend in, I'm going to ask you a question at the same time. All right, we're going to multitask. It's about the mugs. Here's one, for example. And it's from Gail. I'm intrigued as to how the mugs were decorated. Can you please tell me? I'm a long-standing Mycroft Studio user and love it. Thanks, Gail.
Oh wow, that's a fabulous question. Thank you, Gail. And I would love to share that with you. It's Jonathan is a fabulous design team member that works with us at Highlight and Tattered Lace, and he does a sublimation printing process. And it is a special printer that actually reveals a perfect print on the surface of the ceramic touch on the glaze. And it is a special printer that does that process. If you were wanting to replicate this with your mixed media elements, you could print onto rice paper maybe and decoupage them on that way. But look how incredible they are.
Yeah.
But it is a sublimation printing process on there. That's the way that they have been done. I'm not quite sure where you get those from, but I will definitely ask him.
Yeah, beautiful. Gail, thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much.
I think I'm off to do a tea run now. Do you have tea or coffee?
Can say fill it up both, either or.
Both the same cup?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
not?
I have an evening I always have a cup of tea. Throughout the day I have coffee. I like a cup of tea before I go to bed.
Yeah, well, it's less caffeine, isn't it? There is still caffeine in tea, right?
There is, but I don't think there's as much.
No,
I don't know.
Can't do it.
I don't think so. I like a black coffee in the
Jennifer
morning.
Shaw now. Jennifer?
Absolutely. So I'm just going through here, just doing a little bit of blending. Of course, you can do whichever blending you want to. I forgot which colour I went into then. And I'm just bringing these round, having literally a play with them. We could use a little bit of green on here, using all sorts, really.
Well, whilst you're blending, next one from Sue. And it's talking actually about the foiling pens, which are in stock. A lot of their samples are foiled. Ordered the USB with the foiling pens, David. I may have missed it, but did you try foiling on rice paper as you took the challenge last night? Hope it worked.
That was, yes, a very good point. I did actually. I did do it. I've not got it with me, but I can do a piece now.
Sure?
On certain elements. In fact, shall I upload the picture onto my Facebook page?
Yes.
Onto later. On David Waite Crafts, I will upload it onto there later.
Okay.
You have to...
Sue, thank you.
That's a really good question. Thank you, Sue. Once you've done it, go over it 2 or 3 times when you're going round on the rice paper, because of course rice paper is far more absorbent and porous, so it will instantly take on the toner from the laser pens, and then you will want to actually reapply that onto the surface. But you can do it, and of course foiled rice paper is the most beautiful thing ever. But I've taken the stencil off, but thank you so much for that question. And then what I'm going to do is just quickly do another one on this opposite corner, just round here, just a little bit of blending. Do it round here, there we go. Just like that. I'm just going to pick up a few of these colours, go around here. There we are. but the toner pen is fabulous. And again, when you're making any project, of course, laser printers can be quite expensive, so it's really hard to achieve that look at home. But with those, of course, you've got complete freedom to make those at your heart's content, which is amazing.
You get two, by the way. They're on the bottom part of the screen for you there, with a 3mm nib, but just a way of not having to buy a whole foiling machine. And plus, you could foil your handwriting. You could foil all sorts,
handwriting with it as well. Because they come in a bundle of two, a great tip is to take a scalpel.
Yes.
And you go straight down the centre of one of them, which gives you a cut line in the end of the nib. And if you slide that down your cardstock, it gives you the perfect matte, even border around the edge, which makes it look like you've used Miricard.
And dare I say, I feel like they might be too thin for the universal pen holder, therefore the small. Maybe, maybe not. Uh-oh. Despair in the gallery.
Despair.
Yeah, it might be. I know you can tighten them up, but it is a little bit too... It might fit. But nevertheless, pens this, or even smaller, is going to be too thin to go through your universal pen holder. That's where the small universal pen holder comes into it. So I hope that's helpful for everybody at home.
Definitely. You can, I mean, I know certain types of pens from different brands, you can wrap tapes around them, bands and things like that, which help. But yeah, definitely give it a go.
Pop that in there. Will it stand up? Probably not. Just lay it down. There we go. Phew.
So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to then matte and layer it onto our black card here that we've got. So again, I've inked that through our stencil that we've cut from our stamp. A beautiful blend on here. So I'm just going to take some of this wet glue just onto the reverse of here. Again, these are cards that you can be duplicating in mass amounts.
Yeah, and making and selling, as you're saying.
Affordable. Oh, absolutely, making and selling with this. Then I'm going to take that mandala, sit that in the centre.
Julie Hallam from Leicester, just up the road. This USB looks fab, so has dropped in my basket. I've got David's rice paper USBs. And I'm loving playing with them, and my craft studio. Love watching David's demos. He is inspiring. This picture
thank you.
Is rice paper from a USB, played with it in my craft studio.
Wow. I love that. Do you know, I can see the elements that you've used on there. That's fabulous.
Oh, that's sort of almost like Art Deco border in the background, right?
That was from the 22 carat one that we did.
Yeah?
Oh, thank you so much for. Oh, thank you for your support. That's incredible. I love that you've used the actual border to create a book cover with it as well, and that hummingbird that sits on the centre. That's gorgeous.
Love it, Julie Hallam. Bravo. We salute you. You are very inspiring, David. You do lots of different things and push things to the borders. Absolutely. I know you go through keyboards like they're going out of fashion, but
well, I don't know that it's me that does. Well, yeah, I'll
you said it was Davina, huh?
It was Davina. Davina's not here today.
She's not here, she's here in spirit.
I thought it was Danielle.
Yeah, it was those two. Those ladies. They cause trouble, don't they? Not us.
So we've got our mandala, and this is a really simple card. Of course, you could then be doing your own foil sentiments through at the centre if you want to, but you can see there, we've used our stencil to give it a beautiful glow in the background. We've then cut out from the mandala to overlay onto the top. So we've combined so many different areas of craft. If mixed media is your thing and you love to stencil, again, we've incorporated that. If you love to do stamping, but you're going to play with it in a digital format, it allows you to then transcend that through into this, allowing you to really elaborate on so many areas of craft. And honestly, my advice would be to indulge in it and to really, truly love it and enjoy it.
I think that's a great shout from a card to, for example, the top of a box, if that's what you wish to do, for packaging. I love the doily elements you were saying about looking like snowflake elements too. Lots of different ideas. But again, David, we can be making and selling all of these. 2023 could be the year that I open up my first stall at a market, at a craft fair. It hasn't even got to be face-to-face. It could be an online thing, it could be an Etsy thing, it could be a Facebook marketplace, whatever you want to do. You can make and sell and use these as inspiration. Use your Facebook page for ideas of how you can use it, this USB.
Absolutely. You've got complete angel policy to make and sell to your heart's contest with this. It's you know, really your own this. It's something completely different. It's something new for Tattered Lace that we've not seen in quite a while. But so many genres of stamping that go through, so many different themes from Tattered Lace, you know, nostalgic, real traditional lace, but again, some contemporary stylized elements as well.
Maybe this is a classic reason as to why you got into Tattered Lace, why you purchased that Tattered Lace die, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, because of the detailing, because of the lacy elements, because of the background, because of the maturity you're getting through it. Maybe it's going to have lots of flowers on top of it from Fleurs or Mycraft Studio, or creating them online, or maybe they're going to be from River Flowers, whatever you fancy doing. You can cross your crafts here. Or there you go, perfect. The golden in the background, that congratulations. Or that one there, that's a series of doily dies, right? And just how... It says birthday, that could say Merry Christmas, it could say Happy Anniversary.
And as well, we did that one on the show yesterday, and that was all done on the Scan and Cut. That card, all of that was on the Scan and Cut, that one.
And if you want a Scan and Cut under your Christmas tree,
yes,
it'll be dispatched on the 7th of December. You'll get it way before then. Bottom of the screen at 651 But this is your last chance, your last live hour to get hold of the USB. And just to quickly say, you don't have to... I know we talk about the possibilities of manipulating and changing and adding layers in through Minecraft Studio. You haven't got to do that right in every single project. You can just be accessing them away you go.
Of course you can do, yeah. This is it, and really sort of go into this in your own way. You know, your preferred way of crafts. Allow yourself to develop on this. If it's your first time digital crafting, a brilliant way to start as well, because the stamping could be your way forward and that new gateway into really sort of introducing some digital elements and how it can change your crafting journey.
Absolutely, just printing out onto cardstock, paper, rice paper, whatever goes through your printer, right?
Exactly. Any surface that you're most comfortable and prefer to work on, tailor it to that as well. Again, make sure that when you're using this, you're really indulging and utilising it to what you love.
So it's 346080. David, when do we see you again on screen?
I think I'm back next week.
Doing?
I think I'm doing a bit of mixed media, maybe a bit of Adelaide as well.
Maybe a little bit of something.
Yeah, next week.
Who knows? Give my love to Davina. Okay, absolutely fine. Right, anything you're going for, scanning cuts, USB, the foiling pens, the extra blades, whatever you're going for, they're all on this show page. One transaction if you can. Cap P&P of only £3.95, and with ClearPay, for example, you can spread the cost. David, thank you ever so much.
And thank you, everyone.
Here's your chance to get hold of your one-day special. Speaking of new, the new Gnomes USB from Paper Boutique launches here on Creating Craft in an hour's time. I'll see you then. But Mr. Parker and Miss Leone are up next. Stampages?
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I've got a quick minute to tell you all about our super soft batting. So it's 1.5 meters wide by 1.5 meters long, so it's a huge piece, brilliant for loads of different projects, full quilts down to bags and cushions. The item number that you'll need is 838939, and it's £12.99 for this absolutely huge piece. So to put that in perspective, it'll probably do about 9 cushion fronts, or one really big quilt that's almost the size of a double bed. Now, it's 100% polyester, which means it's brilliant for people with allergies. It's also super soft with that almost kind of cotton-like feel to it. And one of the other great things is because we cut everything at Craft Yourself Silly headquarters, if you wanted a double piece, so say a 3-meter piece, we would cut that to order for you. So if you've got a flexi basket, why not pop them in today? So if you want to grab a bargain that's perfect for all of your quilting projects, then our Craft Yourself Silly Super Soft Batting is 838939, perfect at £12.99.
Quick Picks, craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
Have you found Craft Extra? By tuning in to Freeview 85 and pressing the red button on your TV remote, you can stream Craft Extra 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Missed a show on Create and Craft? Then watch again through your connected TV via the red button. Craft Extra, for your extra dose of crafting.
Feels very Christmassy, doesn't it? That?
So Christmassy.
We're getting in the mood.
Yay!
The trees are in the studio now. We're all.
It
yeah.
feels frosty, does this one,
I think
doesn't
Christmas
it?
jumpers are in order from tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I need to buy some Christmas jumpers.
I love it. It goes a month without ironing a shirt, really, isn't it?
I mean, I get away with a lifetime of not ironing shirts. It's
No, I
fabulous.
love ironing, you know that, but it just means that, you know,
You don't have to do it.
No.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great. You've got a month off.
I know,
Ba-ba-ba.
Anyway, a very good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have your... How much? 80% already gone.
80%.
Oh, well, that's a start then, isn't it?
Isn't it a good start?
Okay, so this is Stamptagious.
Yes. So it's in contagious, but it's Stamptagious instead. And they're fabulous. So these are brought to us by the incredible Nicola, who we love. Hiya, Nicola, love. She'll be watching up the north. She's from Manchester, and she's such a fantastic artist. I love them because the detail that she puts into these are fantastic. You do have to look right into the images because there's so much that you'll miss if you don't. I love it because when I stamped out the cards, which I'll show you in a minute, and there's still stuff I didn't see, even though I'd stamped out the cards. And what I love about these, you make up your own story. Sorry, that's a bit shiny, isn't it? You'll make up your own story. You will. There's so much you can do with these, and because Nicola's artwork, obviously, you know it straight away. Last time, yeah, we had stamps from Nicola. Well, every time we've had stamps from Nicola, they'll mix and match with these, and I really like that because it means you dig out all your old stamps. It breathes new life into the stuff that you've already invested in. And what Nicola always does, she always gives you a free stamp set. And with that price, you've actually got another free stamp set if you're a club member.
Wow.
So you're getting 2 sets of stamps for nothing.
So there is a brilliant collection, obviously. They call it the Jar of Inspiration connection. With the free, we have chemistry stamp. Now, you've got some boards. This is obviously a Let Leone Loose show, so don't worry, you're not going to have to listen to me for too long. But I have to say, price pretty impressive.
It's
for
amazing.
the amount of stamps you're getting.
You get 77 stamps in this collection. And the thing, and again, like I said, because you can actually mix and match it with other stamps that you've already got, it makes it go even further. But honestly, they are an utter joy to work with. Right, I'll show you the stamps. So I've just stamped them out and I'll just slip them in here rather than holding them up because, you know, you don't want me wobbling away. So this is your first one. It's all about your birthday cakes. Now, when you look at these, you've got your one that's going wee and flying around. The little lady on the cake slice there, absolutely stunning. Have a look on the biscuits. She's got one of her lovely little elves tucked on the biscuits, which is ridiculously gorgeous. You've then got that big sort of cake bell jar. That's it, because obviously you can build things within that, which looks absolutely sensational. And I love a little elf on top of the cake at the bottom there. They're so cute. So that's your first one. The next one that you've got, and this is just beautiful. They're all so different as well from each other. So this one is a magical one. So you've got that little candle in the jar at the top. I mean, look at that one. That's got a little, it's like a little ball thingy.
Bauble.
Yeah, bauble, thank you. But it looks like the pier going off into the sunset.
Yeah.
I love that. Absolutely love it. You've got your love potion. As we're going down, you've got your sweet dreams. One of my favourite ones in this collection is that bird. It looks like a little bird on top of a milk jar, but when you look into that milk jar, you've got a full village. Look at that. You've got all the hills, but then you've got a gorgeous little washing line. I love that. The other one, the lady with the cat are sitting on a bench. I mean, the detail she draws these in is ridiculous. And again, it's her imagination, you know, actually coming up with all these ideas. The next one that we've got for you, again, just superb. This is a lovely little mermaid one. So you've got the mermaid, which will sit inside jars, which will sit on the side of jars. I love the boat in the bottle there. I think that's magnificent. I love the little jar with the fish in it.
The starfish.
Yeah.
And what looks like a drunken octopus
Isn't
or
that
jellyfish
fabulous?
there.
That is one of my favourite
Jellyfish.
ones. Yeah, I think it is a jellyfish.
Many.
I was saying octopus, but I think it is a jellyfish. And it does look like...
Is that a seahorse with a party hat on?
Yeah, Seahorse Party
so
hat.
cool.
Isn't it fabulous? And it's so random and amazing. Utterly amazing. And then that jar, the jar on this one is ace because obviously it's quite big, so you can fit loads in there. It's really, really handy. So that's the next one. Next, and it does, I mean, you've got a lot of stamps. So the next one that we've got for you, this is all about the beautiful perfumes.
Scent with love, I like that.
See what she's done there? Perfume is to our memories.
Is the key
It's the
to our
key.
memories.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I read that really badly, didn't I? You've then got all your lovely little perfume bottles. I love the bottom one. Whoops-a-daisy.
Yeah.
Whoops-a-daisy. And then that big empty perfume bottle. So again, all of these empty bottles you can fill. You can put anything in them. And obviously, start taking the lids off. Start mixing and matching them, making them into light bulbs, make them into baubles. You can do loads with them. The next one is all your gorgeous flowers. Obviously, you can get these individual, but doing it this way is where you get your bargain. Now, if you look at those flowers, can you see some of them are little people?
They are, yeah.
Aren't they cool? And some of them, depending how you stamp them, you can actually make faces out of them, because that's how Nicola's brain works. You've then got Blooming Marvellous, and then you've also got the little jug here, so again, you can put the flowers in there. I love the little, like, well, it's like a little elf kind of creature on the daisy bite. Isn't that gorgeous? Utterly gorgeous. And the detail is just exquisite. Next, we've got for you the beautiful perfume bottle. And again, I love that. That perfume bottle is exquisite. But your lanterns, turn them upside down, they look like flowers. It looks like a poppy head. You've then got, of course, a wonderful key, which matches in with the other perfume sentiment, of course. That big, incredible bottle. That is gorgeous, because it looks really oriental, doesn't it? You've then got all your characters, and your characters are beautiful. So you've got your oriental ladies there as well, which, again, when you're colouring these in, look magnificent. Now, that might be your free stamp if you're a club member, if you're going for the bundle. This, if you're going for the bundle, is definitely your free stamp. That is absolutely free. And
oh,
again,
look at this.
Isn't this ace? Look at your cat. Look at your cat. It's magnificent. Isn't that ace? That cat. Now, this is obviously the chemistry one, and I mean, he looks magnificent. Even, have you seen the face on the mouse?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, the faces are really funny. The dog's fantastic. The dog is your fabulous scientist with that wonderful, wonderful beard, which is amazing. Look at him. Isn't he amazing? It's so, so cool. Your sentiment, we have chemistry, which is just really clever. And you've then got, it looks like your little Bunsen burner, where our little Bunsen elf sat in there as well. You've also, of course, got your little scientists, aren't they, Ace?
Yeah.
And she draws them at this size. She doesn't draw them and shrink them down. She actually draws them at this size. So they're really miniature stamps.
Right, now, I need to tell you that they are limited stock. It was very busy this morning. It will be. I'm not unsure. Is there extended dispatch if it
There
sells
might be
out?
a little bit.
Okay. What we'd love you to do now is take a look at some of the amazing examples that the design team have done, and then obviously Leonie will get let loose with these fantastic stamps. Let's name some of the design team. We've got Roxy, there's Carol Ann,
Judith.
Yeah.
There's Judith on there. There's April. There's Carol Ann. You've said Carol Ann. Have we got everyone? We've said Judy.
I hope so.
Let's see. We've
Terrible when
said
you don't
Roxy.
mention one person.
Yeah, we don't want to miss anyone. Maria.
Okay.
Maria.
Oh, yeah,
Maria.
yeah, got that.
I think, have we got everyone? Have we got everyone?
Well done, everyone, because these must be so
Angie,
much fun
our lovely
to work
Angie.
with.
Yeah.
They're
And
the quirkiest stamps I've seen for a long
Aren't they
time.
fabulous? Aren't they fabulous? I love working with these because it's that building things, it's building the scenes, and you can get so many different variations from these, especially if you're going for the full collection. They are magnificent. Oh, can I show you this finished sample before we move? Because I didn't show you this in the first hour, and this is one you have to see in real life. So, have a look at this. So, obviously, it was tied up. I've untied it for you. So, it's your little book on the back. It's got one of the little cake ones, and then as we go in, it's got my favourite one there, which is actually a little tag, so it could be an ATC. Brilliant for ATCs. And then look, so perfume is the key to our memories, which is wonderful. And then as I open this up, You've got Sweet Dreams, and then look, you've got your little box in there. So that, bear with. But oh, hold on. She's made it easy for me. Look, she's made it easy, Leonie. Actually do what you're meant to do. And then as you, oh, look. And as you open it up, look, a little magical keyring. And then our little chemistry man on the back. How cool is that? Absolutely beautiful. These, I wanted to get my shrink plastic out, but I couldn't find, in all my stuff, I couldn't find my shrink plastic, because these would look well good on shrink plastic. I love that. I love that. I think that's such a treat. Yeah.
Because that's, I just suddenly thought of like Britannia with the trident, but it's a fork upside down.
Yeah.
With the flag.
Given up and just stuck it in a bit of cake instead.
Really good. Right, let me take you to the website and then we're going to let Leonie loose. So we've got lots of other things on the show, and remember, with the cat postage, you might want to think about adding some of these to your basket. We also have our Pink Pig sketchbooks in the show in the beautiful colours, back in stock, very, very popular with you guys. And you can see all of those there. We've also got some Pink Frog craft stuff with us in this show as well, like their card stock. And then most importantly, this entire collection. Now, are they available individually? Yes, they are. And you can see the details coming up as we scroll through. Okay, so now the entire collection, the big collection, is now technically sold out. That means it's in everyone's baskets, and you won't be able to get it in your basket. Hopefully, there will be some more. It's 7th of December, they're telling me. 7th of December. Extended dispatch, 7th of December. That's fine. You know, I say this nearly every day I'm on. If this was 2005, they'd probably come in March, and you'd forgotten you've ordered them.
Yeah,
so
and you'd be grateful.
It's, yeah, exactly. So I think 7th of December is not a problem at all. So that's great news. So you can carry on ordering. And those of you who've got the immediate dispatch in your basket, make sure you don't let that basket empty. Get it checked out. Right, OK, so we've seen a fantastic collection, and now let's go and find out what Leonie's going to do with them.
Thank you, lovely Martin. I've started colouring in. I'm not going to carry on colouring in because but I'm using one of the Pink Pig books first of all. Okay, now the Pink Pig books are really cute. I'm going to have this as my Pink Pig book for Stamptageous. I have decided. This is one of the wee ones. This is one of the little ones. Sorry, I need to pop it there so I know where. Sorry, because we have cameras in the way, I can never quite see where I'm going to line up my books. This is one of our Pink Pig ones. Now, we have got these in stock. They did sell out. We've got a lovely colour. You have to, when you have a look at this, you have to ignore me rubbish. Just look at that. Yeah, that's lovely. Just look at the Pink Pig books. Don't look at the toilet roll, the pens, the cup of coffee, the bottle of water. It does make me laugh, to be fair, because normally at my demo area, normally this rubbish is hidden away on this side, but this side, yeah, for some reason, it's the other way about, so it means you have to see everything. But it's okay. It's busy, isn't it? It's busy. And anyway, it makes me giggle who you can see, what you can see. It's just like, oh, what can you spot in this pile of stuff? Anyway, if you want these, now the price is ridiculous. You're getting 6 books for £16.70. That is such an amazing deal. It's £2.78 each. Now, I know, because I was chatting to our lovely buyer for these, and I know normally with our lovely Pink Pig, we don't normally get the recommended retail. And so our lovely buyer said, what would these normally go out at? So now we're able to put the recommended retail. That is from the company. This is what the company said they should be put out at. So you're saving an amazing £31.58. That is from the company. And they are incredible. I love these because the quality of the paper, for me, it's all about that quality of the it's not paper, it's cardstock. It's 270 GSM. I really like these. I really, really recommend these. 564012. Now, we have the little ones. We've also got your other sizes. So your first size, well, you've got the same size, so they're your A5 size. but you've got them with the black inside or the white inside, different item numbers. Now, the reason I love using the black paper inside, and let me show you. So, with one of these, for instance, I'll show you that one. The reason I love it is because you can frame something. So say you do one of your beautiful, say you do one of your beautiful Stamptageous toppers, if you will, frame it. Once it's framed on your black cardstock, it's like everything. As soon as you put a black mount round it, it looks really good. And that's what you can do with this. So, create your toppers as you normally would, but then put it in your art journal, and it just looks good. That's why I love the black ones. Obviously, you can work on the black cardstock. It's 270 GSM as ever, and that's 498625. We've got the white, however, the white ones are limited stock. I love the white. You know, if you follow me, you know that I've got a lot of these. I've got a lot of these, and I love them. What I love about these, again, the quality of the cardstock, 270 GSM, the fact I can throw loads at them. I can throw all my ink at them. I've got crackle glaze on this. I've done different, you know, the bleach effect on that, and it works. You can absolutely do the bleach effect on these pads. It will definitely pick up the cardstock. Beautiful for stamping because it's really nice and smooth. Obviously, fantastic. You know me, I like cleaning my pens, cleaning my stencils, all that malarkey. You can do that on here. Great for doing all your blending. It blends like an absolute treat. Lots of pages I haven't done anything with, obviously. Getting there. But yeah, I really, really recommend these, and at that price, it's such a deal. If you do want to get hold of yours, £14.72, that's for 3 pads with, oh sorry, we're doing the other size, we're doing the A5. It's the 3 pads for just £14.72. That is 3 pads. Just incredible. Now, that is very limited stock, so that is going to sell out. Check the baskets out so you don't miss out. 602234. Now, I'm going to use my little one again. And I started doing, shall I show you what I did in the first hour, just in case you missed? I haven't coloured any of them in, because what I like to do with Stamptageous is just play. I just like to play. So with this one, what's happened, these two are chatting because, look, can you see the face within the flowers? I wonder if you can see the face. 2 eyes. And the lips. Oh, isn't that cool? So they're a bit scared of the face and the flowers, so they've run away. If you use the other flowers, look, you can get a different type of face. Isn't that cool? Face in the flowers. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. But at first, it's difficult to see. It's one of them. So that's my story there. Those two have run away from the face and the flowers because she's a bit scary. This is where I haven't stamped them fully and I've given legs. So obviously, you can change them. That then went limited stock, so I had to stop stamping in that one. And then I went on to this one. So on this one, first of all, this was my mermaid. And I decided with my mermaid, to draw some rocks in, which I love. And look, that's your bubbles. That's your little seahorses. And the seahorses got bored because the jellyfish, and he is a jellyfish. I was saying octopus. I was calling him Ollie. But actually, it's Jeremy. Jeremy the jellyfish. We're getting everybody's nerves. They were just being horrendous, so they got bored and they floated off. And she's having to put up with him. She's having to still chat with Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy. You've then got, and look on this one. So this is the perfume. I love this because I used a mask with this one, and she just looks like she's part of that perfume bottle, doesn't she? The way she's coming out of that perfume bottle and her hair. See, now this is such a cool, the way they work together, because that hair does look like it's all part of the bottle. It's so cool. That one I've stamped him inside. That is obviously your free stamp, but it works so well with the perfume. And then I've put my other little perfumes there. Utterly love it. But let's play. So what I decided to do, I haven't decided. I've cut little elements out to use. What I tend to do on these shows is play and see what occurs. Okay, so your A5 ones, white ones, they have sold out. So if you wanted them, I'm so sorry, they have gone. I might start. No, just carry on, Leonie. I want this to be my Stamptageous one, you see, because I think it's extra cute. Anyway, So what I'm going to do is we'll use the cake one first of all. So I've got on the cake one, you've got all these gorgeous limited. You've got all these gorgeous little cakey ones. So what I'm going to do first of all is create a background. Now I don't normally do it when I'm doing these scenes because normally I like to just play, but actually I thought, oh, I'd like a little background. So what I'm going to do is get one of my ink pads, and I want a really light pink. There we go. So I've got a nice little pink there. I'm going to use my worn lipstick. So let's just do a nice little background first of all. So I'll just stamp Scrummy here, there and everywhere. I'm being very nice and random. Now because I don't take the pages out of my books because I can't be bothered, so what I do is just take it off the block and we can do that. So we've got lots of scrumminess all around like so. I like that. So it's great for a little background, is this one. Squidge it right in there. There we go. Boom. So that's my lovely little background. Okay. And then, just to highlight the font, obviously, it's Nicola again. So, it's Nicola's writing. I would normally use my brushes, but I can't be bothered bending down and finding them. So I'm just going to go on with a sponge, because I've got loads of lovely brushes. And I am very much into the brushes these days. But, because I'm being a bit lazy, I'll do that. So just putting a little bit of colour there. So I've got that lovely sort of scrummy outside. Just because, and none of my other ones have got any colour, but this one I wanted. I've already stamped. Oh, I love that stamp. So this is from the cake collection, and that is such a cool stamp. It's a nice big stamp, and obviously it's got that big open space, so you can start stamping in that. What I'm going to do is just add a tiny bit of colour to the outside of that one. So I've already cut it out. I've left a little board around it, so when I add my colour, it's actually just, it's sort of suggesting a colour without colouring it in, which looks quite nice. I'm not colouring it in on the live shows because I'd rather just build up scenes rather than spend time colouring in, so you get to see loads and loads of different stamps, but it does look nice with a little bit of colour. Now already almost 20% of the stock has gone of the extended delivery. If you do want that extended delivery, you are going to have to be quick on it, and this, yeah, it's one of those collections, especially buying it now because of the price. You're getting a free stamp. Nicola does that for us here at Create and Craft, and the value of club members. And being in the club is a big old deal because, like, for instance, when I do, there we go, just stamping her inside like that. How cute is that? I love that, little strawberries. So the club, I mean, your discount is fantastic. That comes from Create and Craft. That doesn't come from the supplier. So it means it is literally, so if you get that from the supplier, that 10% discount, they would have to decide to give you that, which, well, if you're getting it from my website, well, my stamps, you don't get that. The 10% is something Create and Craft do for the club members. So it means the price, it means you're basically getting another free stamp set, which is fantastic. That's why it's so nice to buy this now and get 2 stamp sets for free. I love as well that you've got a choice. If you don't want the whole amount, I mean, it's just before Christmas. If you're thinking, Leonie, I'm not paying £8 just before Christmas. At the minute, I'm just going to pick a couple. You can do that. You've got that choice. And this is it. It's up to you what you go for. Personally, because they go together so wonderfully, because they allow you to play with all the other stamps from Nicola, it allows you to tell stories. I would absolutely, if you can go for it still, I would absolutely be going for all of these. And I promise you, when you get these home, you'll love these. They are fun. And they're that kind of stamp that you keep seeing things. Right, okay. So I've got my little jar. Sorry, I'll let our Marcus finish his pan. I'm not going to rush you, our Marcus, because that were beautifully done with a steady hand. not going to say that, Marcus. Can I tell you what you did say earlier on, though, Marcus? Can I tell you what? Can I tell? So earlier on, like we were all outside, and Marcus is always trying to play jokes on me about Glastonbury, telling me that it's been cancelled or something, right? So always, but they're really funny. But anyway. But outside, Marcus, we were coming in and like everyone's there, and Marcus went, "Oh, have we got you for this show, Leonie?" And I went, "No." "Oh, have we not? I'm really confused. It's let Leonie, let Leonie loose." Yeah, it's nice doing me. Which I thought I'm going to dine out on that one for ages, Marcus. Right, so I've got my lovely little cake person. I've got my little fairy in the cake, which looks utterly, ridiculously gorgeous. Obviously, you can cut this, because if you wanted to, like that, because that is an open glass jar, it's an open bell jar. So realistically, if you stamp that and cut the base off, you could put that over a candle, you could put that over anything. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those stamp sets that allows so much playing. Okay, we've also got, now this is one of my favourites. I've got so many stamps I don't really know where to start. It's really quite cool, is this one. I know that one's going to sit there. Hold on, yeah, it has to sit to the right because I prefer it. This stamp set is ace because I think she's jumping off the top of the cake jar. Look, whee, ain't she? So she's jumping off the top of the cake jar, but what is she going to be jumping into? That's the issue, because it's like she can't have a harsh landing. So what I think is underneath, she's jumping off and there's a cake underneath, but one of her mates has gone and stood in it. Oh, this could be gruesome, actually, because her mate stood underneath it with a fork. She needs to move. I know, right? It could turn into a hammer house. Look. It's like, uh-oh, mate, move. At least it's not the other way. You know what I mean? It could be worse. It could be worse. It's like your before and after on your cake journeys. Isn't that cute? So she's jumping off. But then what I can do, because this is going to be stuck on, I don't need to mask it. So it means, and I love these. This one is another one that's absolutely adorable. These are your little cookies. But have you seen on the cookies the little sleepy cookie, a little cookie monster, your little cookie elf? Utterly adorable, utterly adorable. Now, if you wanted to put more cookies but only one little elf, what I would do is stamp these on a cheeky bit of card, because these are actually quite easy to cut out. So then, because if you wanted a pile of cookies but only one little elf, you could easily cut them out, and you see, you don't have the elf. So when you chop them out, like so, you've got that lovely pile of cookies. Dink, like this. Where did my pad go? My glue. Do you know, it's funny, I've done a few craft shows these last couple of days and I haven't used glue at all recently. Isn't that funny? Well, yesterday it were mine in moulds. What did I do the day before that? I'm really having trouble. I don't even know what day it was. Was it Monday? Monday. I know I read Monday. It was. Oh, of course, it was Pink Pig, the journals. Oh, good grief. I hate it when you've no idea what you did. There, that's better. I'm moving that over there like that. See, oh, doesn't that look gorgeous? So you've got all those lovely little cookies behind, and one of them's got the gorgeous little sleepy elf. And then actually what I do, the extended delivery is flying out the door already. A quarter. Did you say a quarter? A quarter of the stock's gone. So do not miss out. And if you have got any of the stamps that our lovely Nicola's done before and you've got pictures, I'd love to see them, because I love seeing what you have created with Nicola's imagination, and I know Nicola loves that. And do you know what, and I love this story, I did say it in the first hour, but Nicola knows she's got a good stamp if it makes her laugh. Then the thought of Nicola sitting here, drawing all these and just giggling away to herself, I think is fabulous. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine her just sat there chuckling away? I really like that thought. I just think it's so cute. Look, some more little ones there as well. How sweet is that? Well, bear with. Look, isn't that fabulous? So that's going to go just there like that. Come on, glue. You can work. Like so. So that's going to go there like that. And then I'm just going to 3D that on. And I do think that's enough. I don't think it needs any more than that. All I'm going to do is just do a few little lines to give her movement. Whee! Like that. So she's jumped off into the cake and she's shouting at her mate, will you move? Because otherwise it's going to be really nasty. Don't eat cake. Anyway, love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to unblock my glue and pass over to our Martin.
Yes, quick update from me. It's been incredibly busy, everybody. Hopefully you've got yours. 30% now of the extended dispatch has gone of this wonderful collection from Stamptagious. It's called the Jar of Inspiration collection. You're getting all the stamps here, 77 of them in total, including the free We Have Chemistry set as well. We now are on extended dispatch from the 7th of December. But do you know what? It's worth it. These aren't for Christmas, you know. These are stamps that you're going to use throughout the year. So 720008 is your item number. Yes, obviously you get the free We Have Chemistry, not We Are Chemistry. And of course, if you are a club member, it actually works out. The discount you're getting means you'll get one of the other sets for free as well. So that can't be bad at all. Now then, there are ways that you can spread the cost here at Crate & Craft. Don't forget, of course, we have that cap postage now, meaning that you can put as many items in one basket as you want and only pay £3.95 postage. But sometimes, especially with Christmas coming up, you might want to spread the cost. Here's one way you can.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
Hello and welcome. Okay, quickly, I'm going to mention those Pink Pig books that I've been working with. Now, 2/3 of the stock has gone, and this is of the extended delivery. Great quality, amazing bargain, 270 GSM cardstock, which means everything I do in all my other pads. So, you know, you can blend on these, you can do all your bleachy effects with these. They're beautiful for stamping on, you can do in those. Really nice colours of cardstock as well, the paper, the covers, and it's beautiful handmade paper. It's absolutely stunning. And of course, if you're getting these today, that price phenomenal, 54612. Now then, that's that, but this is this. I wanted to share some of the beautiful finished samples because the team have been amazing. Marcus, would you like me to hold them up or would you like to do overhead, dear? Hold them up. I shall. I love seeing what the team have done, and there's so many samples, and I'm not sure, I don't know if I showed these in the last hour, so I thought I'm definitely going to show them in this hour. Have a look, how cute are they? So this is by Carol Ann. She's created the lovely jars and put the characters in, and it's ace seeing them like this. You do not need much on a card to make it magnificent. And that's the beauty of a strong stamp. You can do so much with them. I love this one, the chemistry one. How cool is that? And I love the chemistry ones. And I think they're brilliant for men and women, for boys, girls, because you've got such an array of characters and they're funny. You know, they're funny, they're cool, they're beautiful. You know, that's the thing. She does really, really tick all the boxes. The chemistry ones, I think, are fabulous. That's free. You know, you're getting that for nout, which, well, you can't whinge at that, can you? That one, can you see the face now? Now we're showing you the face. You can see the face. It's so cool. Nicola did text me last night, send me a picture, because I didn't see it. I didn't see it at first. It's only when you look at it and then go, oh, Yeah. It's when it's been pointed out, isn't it? Can you see it, Alice? Yeah. I love this one with all the jars. Ain't it gorgeous? Those jars are beautiful. I must admit, I love little jars anyway. There's a stamp set we brought out with little jars on. It's just, there's something really quite fabulous about them. And I do like the fact, though, with Nicola, what she has given us, she's given us the little jars, but it's all these nice big ones that act as a fantastic open space to stamp into, but obviously they do look good just as an embellishment, and I mean that looks good on its own. And can you see in there, that's a little kite and that's the tail. So I see Nicola hides things within the images. I love that. One of the samples, they've stamped it but then taken the lid off, which looks absolutely sensational. I mean, the lid itself is really decorative. I mean, you could use that, sorry, I can't see where I'm putting my hand. You could use that for absolutely all sorts. And that's it, play with these. Oh, I love this next one, look, because she's put some gorgeous little gems on that one as well. See, aren't they magnificent? Design team, thank you ever so much. You do inspire us. You've come up with so many incredible ideas with Nicola's beautiful cards. There is one card that I hadn't shown. Oh, I love that one as well. Look at that. That's from April. That's beautiful, April. And April's paper piece, you see, because this is such a good open stamp, you stamp that onto a decorative piece of paper, looks absolutely exquisite. And that beautiful lady stamp as well. The lady is stunning. There is one more, I will find it later. I'm going to show it you before the end of the show, but I'll find it later. Yeah, I can't describe it because I'll only know it when I see it, but I'll find it in a bit. Let me just scoot then over there. It's one, I know Lewis is ready to look for me. It's one, when you open it up, it kind of opens up and there's 4 panels that go to the side and then it gives you a different panel. That's the worst description ever. If he finds it off that, he's like, and he looked so confident then, like, you knew what I was saying. Yeah, he's just going, it'll spring out at you. No, it's like, it's a flat card, but it opens up and it's magnificent. Anyway, I'll let him carry it. When he finds it, he'll go, I know what she was meaning now. Right, okay, I hope. Now, that collection, or 40% of the stock has gone. This is the extended delivery. You don't have to wait long. Only 7th of December. It is worth it. This might be your Christmas present to you. This might be your Christmas present from your husband. This might be, let's face it, how many people do that? This might just be a Christmas present to your wife or to your best mate or to your crafty group. It's wonderful. Whatever the reason you're buying it, whoever you're buying it for, they will not be disappointed. It is magnificent. Okay, what I'm going to do is show you what I've done. So, I tell you what, boom, boom, thank you. Did it make sense once you'd seen it? Isn't it hard to describe? No, especially from my rubbish memory. So look, I really like this. Who's done this? Roxy's done this. You ready? It's well cool. So, and then it opens up. Oh, bear with. No, I'm doing it wrong. That ruined the effect, didn't it? It opens up like this. Look! Ain't that a good card? And look inside. How cute is that? It's good, isn't it? Because they flip round and everything. I love that. We're going to spend the next 20 minutes doing this. Whoop, whoop. I'm not. I'm going to put it down. But I love that, Roxy. I think that's Ace. I presume that's a die. What a cracking die. I wonder whose that is. That's a good die. I wonder if she's put it on back. She hasn't put it. Anyway, move on, kid. It's a good die set, that, though, Roxy. Good die set as well. So, what I did was I used the chemistry set, the free one. Free! I love free. So, obviously, with your little chemistry set, you get this little beauty. So, this one... There is another, you don't have to find this one. There is another good card where one of our wonderful ladies has made one of the bottles into a rocket ship. Genius. But then it makes you look at all the other stamps differently. And you look at this one and go, oh my gosh, that would make a brilliant rocket ship. Now, the reason I haven't stamped that is because, look, I've got a dirt in that. And I keep doing this. I keep stamping on that bit so it's not smooth. this is my own fault. I can't remember it. Yesterday they were like, Leone. Oh, it was my craft mat in my craft room. And they were like, look at that. I don't even see a dirty mat anymore. But anyway, look, when you stamp that properly, well cute. So this is like your little Bunsen burner, and that is Bunsen in the burner. But if you wanted to remove Bunsen from said burner, what you would do, and I will actually cut this out and put it to one side because I won't waste it. That's a little topper ready. If you take, again, your scrap piece of card, look, this is where I've been experimenting. Always experiment. Didn't go right first time. So what I did was I took a little bit of my masking thingy. At first I stamped on the proper side. Obviously that didn't work. So then what I did was open it up and stamp on the glue side. So when you stamp on the glue side and cut it out, it will stick to the right side of the stamp. It'll stick where you need it to be to actually mask that out. Obviously don't put that on and then ink it up. That really doesn't work. What you have to do is ink it up first. You only do that once. And then put the mask on. So then what you are going to get, just make sure it's sat right. And then what you're going to get, oh, it dropped off. We didn't want it to do that, did we? This is because because I've been playing with it, it's losing a little bit of its tack. And obviously it's got wet ink on there. So it's there, that's better. So it is losing a bit of tack. But look, what it'll do then, you can stamp this. I'm making sure I'm stamping it proper, and boom. So you'd remove our little Bunsen. It just, again, it gives you an alternative. It gives you a different way of using it. And you see, if you were making it into a space rocket, you could actually just turn it on its side and make it into a space rocket. And it's funny because when we see the other card, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, it looks amazing. So what I've done, I've already done that. That's ready to go. I've already cut that out. So let's bring my little book back in. Again, what I will do when I do my book, I do work on both sides because it's 270 GSM. I work on both sides of the cardstock, but I will come back and work on the other side. I like to do it this way. So what I've already got my little Bunsen without Bunsen in there, but that gives me choices again. So it gives me options. On this stamp set, there is so much going on this stamp set. I love this stamp set. What I'm going to do is, look, this one is so cute. So let's get my tiny, teeny, tiny. So in here, we have got my little mouse. And he's looking really confused. Look, my little mouse. See, he does look scared. I mean, let's face it, he's possibly got good reason, Mr. Mouse. Mr. Mouse. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's great for you, Mr. Mouse. So there's poor little Mr. Mouse in there. We've then got the fabulous dog. I know where I'm going to stamp, so I need to move it right to the end. The stamps, these are ace. This is such a good set because they're funny. I mean, he's magnificent. He's got his fabulous little beard, his goatee beard on the dog. He's got his wonderful little light bulb over his head. And he's got this fantastic contraption for whatever that is on his back. I mean, it looks brilliant. I'm going to have this in the middle because poor little Mousey, there is something awful. I think he's gone in there by accident because he was trying to run away from the cat. And it wasn't a good place to hide from the cat. That's what I've decided. They wouldn't have put him in on purpose because they're all friends here. They don't do things like that. So then you've got your little cat there. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. And it is. Look at his face. That face. I mean, he's having, I think he's possibly having a really bad time, is that cat. That cat has no idea what is going on anymore in life. You've then got loads of your little jars. So the little jars we're going to just line up. So we've got a few little jars here. Aren't they ace? Look how quickly you can build up your scene, but every time it can be different. You know, every time you're building up something completely original. Pop that back over the top. Look, it is. These, then again, they just make me giggle. If you want another one here, rather than trying to stamp it, rather than taking your page out, just cut one out and stick it. That's what I would do. I'm not doing because I can't be bothered with that one. We've got another little jar here, which I rather like, and I could have that one hiding because I'm going to glue that there. So it means I could have this one hiding just here, like so, because look, that hides that bit there, so it builds it up a little bit. It builds up the sort of layers on there. You've actually got, and I do like the little bloke. Do I want him there as well? I do quite like him, but no, I think I've got to. This is the problem. It's never quite enough. You always come in and it's like, oh, I could do this and I could do that. And, you know, it's like, I could put this here. I've just realised what this little stamp says. It says, pop. So, out the top of this poor little thing is pop. I know, I feel sorry for my little mouse now. Do you? It's like, oh, poor little mouse. It does look a little bit scared. And I'm just looking, do I want any of my others, or am I quite happy with that? I think I'm quite happy with that. But I'll tell you what you could do. I quite like, in here we've got all these little lines. We've got these little dots. And I rather like those little dots. So if I'm a little bit careful how I ink that up, I bet I could have some of these little dots just on the, oh, not careful enough, kid, just on the edge of my page here. So just picking that up. Let's have a few little dots there, just on the edges of my page, because I quite like the little dots. I was going to try and put them in my jar, but she is doing like that. There, I like that. Just a few little dots in my little jar, because I think that makes it look. Now that wobbly bit, forget about that, doesn't matter. You have got little sentiments. You've also got, I mean, the thing is as well, because you've got these kind of things here, you've actually got things like that you can then suspend other things on. So if you wanted to suspend, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe again the little mouse could be hiding on there. You know, it could be trying to get out on there. Or it could be one of your lovely little chaps is suspended from this coming in. Or, of course, that could be a shelf. You know, you might be popping that on as a shelf, so somebody could be sitting on it. So all these little extra bits are really handy. And I love how you start looking at these, like this little one here. See, that one is, if I show, let me stamp it out so you can see it. So this little one is, and this is when all your scrap pieces of card come in. I really like having all my scrap bits of card. See, this is a little lantern, a little lamp. So it's like that. But if you stamp it this way, so you've got all your lovely little candles and things, but that actually stamped the wrong way, I think looks like a little candle. And you could have that, your little burner, you could put that inside your little Bunsen burner, and then it changes it into a candle. There's so much you can do with these. All you need to do is play. Now, shall I get set up for another demonstration and find where I've put this one? Don't miss out on them. Don't miss out on the little books as well. The little books suit these stamps utterly, you know. And this is a really good way, if you are using these for cards as well, the books are a really good way of planning it and keeping it. Your cards you're going to give, you're going to sell, but that you'll keep so you remember the layout that you did and absolutely loved. Anyway, enough of me. I'll find where I've got that from. Over to Martin.
Yep, quick update from me, and then we'll have just a few moments left before we're done with this show. I can tell you almost half the stock of the extended dispatch stock has now gone. So this has obviously been really popular with you guys at home as well. Really, really beautiful ideas, and they're just so quirky. Like, you know, Leonie's showing you all these little bits. It's like those. Sometimes when you look at an image, you see it once, and then you look more, you see all of these little extra bits in there that you haven't seen before, and that's what we like about these. You're looking at some of the amazing samples. By the way, I don't want to be a killjoy, but it's not a Bunsen burner.
What is it?
It's just an oil lamp.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's just like an oil lamp, you know, like I think they call them hurricane lamps or something
Oh,
like that. Yeah, like an oil lamp. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
an oil, wick burner or whatever.
All right then.
But
so I suppose that makes sense because she has got a wick inside the actual lamp.
yeah,
She's holding a wick.
yeah. So not.
It's because it was chemistry, so I
Yeah.
decided I'd just implant
I
a
can see the
Bunsen
connection.
burner.
I can see the connection. We had Bunsen burners on the desk when we were at school. They
Yeah,
were
we
great for setting
did.
fire to everybody's
I know.
homework.
Isn't it weird? I mean, do they still let kids do that, I wonder?
I know. I couldn't believe it. You know, by the time lots of my school, it was a little bit less. You know, in the 70s, it wasn't quite as controlled as it is now. By the
Yeah.
end of the hour, everybody was like, "Whoa."
I know. We had a lovely time.
Waving the Bunsen burner around under your nose.
in the chemistry biology, we used to have a teacher who, if you weren't listening, you used to get the old duster boys slung at
Oh,
you.
God, we had those.
Yeah,
we had
yeah.
dead-eye dick with those.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
had one teacher, I mean, obviously this isn't something that could happen these days, but in the 70s we had sort of like fairly longish hair, so we
Yeah.
used to get the whole and twist the sideboards until you were on your toes.
Oh!
Really hurt.
Oh!
And we had one teacher who had a massive bunch of keys, and if you were talking, he'd call you to the front, hand on the table, keys over the knuckles.
Wow, hardcore.
Well, then we still had corporal
Yeah.
punishment.
Yeah.
you know, and I got- I
and they
got it
used to
3
use their
times.
imagination.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway,
we digress.
moving
We're
on,
talking about
happy
these-
days.
How did we get onto that? We're talking about these fantastic stamps, ladies and gents. So 720008 is your item number. Club price £71.95. You can spread the cost on that if you want to. You're going to get 77 stamps, and they are stunning, aren't they? You've seen some really brilliant ideas with them. We've got some of the great samples on the front of the counter here as well, and the team have done a brilliant job. In fact, there's a stack of samples, and that's always a good sign that if you get a lot of samples, the team really like them. Like we said, or like Leonie said at the start of the show, actually looking at the stamps themselves, you won't take in just all the little nuances of what's on there, and hopefully you've seen that, and you'll have some real fun when these get home. Come home, opening them up and having a look at everything that's inside. So 720008 is your item number. We are going to have a couple of minutes left with Leonie, but before that, let's have a look at today's deal of the day.
Well, we've got a brand new deal of the day, and it is a cracking deal. Details are already up on your screen, but if you are into your paper crafting and you like working with your watercolours, then this is going to be perfect for you. Cut to A5, wonderful to use for things like your cards. So if you're creating miniature art pieces that you're using in the cardstock with your cards, perfect. 280 GSM cardstock as well, so you can see they're incredibly sturdy. So it's going to be able to cope with as much water that you throw at it. As you can see, a nice smooth finish with this one, so if you do want to stamp and then add watercolour to your images afterwards, then you don't have to worry. But have a look at this. You are getting 100 sheets. My goodness, such brilliant value for money, such wonderful quality coming from Pink Frog Crafts, and you can see the details on your screen. 747203, just £11.24 if you are in the club, and it's not limited to one per customer. Get it in your basket now.
I used to get done for talking quite a lot. I love that because now I can look back and go, ha ha. No, I didn't know my times tables, but I knew talking. Even with a northern accent. Only Creighton Craft though. I'm only joking. I've worked on the Q of the VSC and all. Whoop, whoop. I did. With this accent. I like regional accents. Okay. Quick. So let me just pick. Right, I want to show them my favourite stamp because this is utterly beautiful. And I actually did this. The other day when I was doing the Pink Frog journals, I did this, and I'm going to do it again in case you didn't see that show, because I just think this is beautiful. So all I'm going to take is my favourite one. So this, and again, it's another one that's a little bit, it makes you reminisce, because it's like when you had the milk bottles and you had left them outside when the milkman used to deliver them, and then the little birds used to poke through the top and drink the milk off the cream off the top of the milk bottle. That's what it reminds me of. but then it does remind me of the old time, like you can see the hills in the distance. And then because it's hills, it's absolutely, maybe not quite up north, because the gentle hills are them. They're not proper hills, but beautiful, and that's why it makes me reminisce. But then on the other side, and I am doing exactly the same one as I did yesterday, because they match perfectly. Because on the other side, I'm going to stamp this one. Now, when you're working on a book, I know I've put my 3D work there. So, because I don't want to stamp on that, so I'm stamping on my next page, but I'm opening my book up. That means it's going to be flat. Obviously, if I try to stamp on the one where I've gone and used 3D foam, it's going to be all wobbly. So stamp that look. That's beautiful. The detail in that, you've got the detail, you've got a love heart in there. That is so fine. She draws that size. That is not reduced. She draws that. Isn't that phenomenal? Utterly phenomenal. And then, with this one, look, because I want to make this into a 2-page spread, so all you do is get your little pen and bring it along. So then, look, it joins them. So you've got that beautiful sort of 2-page spread. Then, to actually make them into a full scene, if I get my flowers, but my flowers, these I want as background. I don't want them to take over. I want them just to decorate these pages. So all I'm doing is taking my flowers and just using them as foliage. So just taking them gently. So I'm inking them up, but then stamp, stamp, stamp. Again and again. So it's kind of just creating that foliage. So I'll do that on the other page. So what it's going to do is just create that beautiful frame around them and then colour those in. I just think that is so pretty and obviously completely different from the rest of them.
Awesome.
Good, aren't they?
What a really good set. When are you up next?
Tomorrow o'clock. 7. That were the bit I missed
Tomorrow
out.
night?
Tomorrow night. Oh gosh, not
No,
7
I was gonna say,
a.m.
it's a bit early, isn't it?
Don't do that, kid.
Okay.
7 p.m. I will do.
We look forward to that. Don't forget you can order after the hour as well. Fantastic to have your company. Lovely to see Leonie as always. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm back in an hour as well, so I'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yes, back in an hour with your 2 Red Robins Summer's Glance pick of the week. But right now, it's our Paper Boutique Gnomes new and exclusive. Stay tuned, everyone. Dan's up next, and I'll see you in a bit.
A crafting quick pick from a crafting legend. That's what I've got for you right now. This is from Dawn Bibby. These are the fabulous micro-serrated scissors. They've got that ergonomic soft grip handle on there for added comfort, which is very nice when you're using these. Also, the actual blades themselves, they are titanium coated. That is going to minimise any deposit build-up when you are cutting into things like MDF or plastic or ribbon or card or paper, parchment, vellum, whatever it may be. Now, you've actually got a micro-serration on one of the blades as well. That's for an extra cutting grip. So if you are working with heavier materials, then this is going to make light work of those heavier materials. Ideal for detailed cutting as well. If you want to make a little bit of a snip somewhere, then not a problem. It will do that for you. Also with fine things like ribbon as well, no matter what the ribbon is, if you would like to snip right the way to the tip with these fabulous scissors, then you can. Normally they'd be $8.99. Today they're $4.99. It's your quick pick from the fabulous Dawn Bibby.
Quick picks, craft and must-haves at top pick prices.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout. Log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4. Choose ClearPay.
Hello everybody, my name's Stephanie Waitman and I'd like to tell you about a brand that's still relatively new. At Highlight Crafts, we've created 2 Red Robins. Oh my goodness me, what an exciting early journey it's been. The robins go on their own journeys and you get to follow along with them. Die cutting, paper crafting, fabric crafting, they all feature in this amazing brand. So please join me so that I can take you with me to all of the exciting places that the Robins go to visit. Watch out for the shows right here.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Create and Craft. Sharon, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Super, a brand new launch for us.
Yes.
Thank you ever so. I know I had a sneak peek of this on Craft Extra. This is your launch on Create and Craft. Thank you to Leonie and Martin, of course, for that last hour. We were talking about Paper Pantry, which is such a resource, isn't it?
Yeah, endless. Endless supply, really, with a USB. Beautiful, beautiful designs. These really cute gnomes.
That's exactly what they are, and goodness me, we've been waiting for something. We love Christmas, don't get me wrong. I mean, look at all the product in the studio. However, this is it could be festive if you're taking individual elements or the colourways you're using, but really, with the florals, we are ready for spring and summer, right?
Absolutely, and when you look at the different collections, what I love about this collection, this is by Beverly Eden, actually, I should mention as well, and I know lots of you are huge fans of her collections. What she's done is sort of themed each element, and the colours go with that. So Albert, for example, is one of the gnomes.
Yeah.
He's got sunflowers and quite autumn colours in his little section.
Okay.
You've got Georgie, which is the little gnome with the red mini and the Union Jack. So all the papers in that section are all red, white and blue. Then you've got, I can't remember all the names without looking at you.
You're forgiven, don't worry about that.
But we've got Tommy, who's got real bright, vibrant, I think of August. It's like bright magenta pink, orange. So this collection, I would say, covers spring, summer and autumn. And then the red, white and blue could even go into winter. So you've kind of got all year round themes here. And I think the beauty of gnomes is they're ageless, aren't they? They're fun, but they don't necessarily have to be cards for young people. I think everyone appreciates a gnome.
You're quite right, yeah, they're really, really fun, they're iconic, aren't they? They can go across seasons, they can remind you of someone, you can colour them every which way you wish to do so. And, by the way, what you're seeing there are the physical versions, because there is a paper kit on the show as well. Hey, there's an offer with the paper kit and the USB. But on the USB that we're going to come to in just a second, we'll look around the PC. Of course, you get all of your inserts and your toppers, etc. All the classic Paper Boutique items that you want in there, like your tiles and your alphabets and your coordinating cardstocks. They're all on there. I'll quickly give you the details. It should be $39.99. It will go up to $39.99. $26.99 is for the brand new and exclusive club price. This is your first show on Create and Craft to get these home. It's $295 at $285. And very quickly, just to show you a couple of samples, because I know there's loads of cards out here as well, but there's some real constructive pieces. This one by Lois, I think that's how you pronounce her name, Lois.
Yes.
Beautiful, isn't it?
I have to say, big shout out to the design team.
Yes.
I've never seen so many samples for one show.
You were saying, wow, it was boxes full.
And I guess that's an indication that they've all loved this collection, because they've all gone a bit mad. We'll try and show as many as we can throughout the shows, and I'll switch the display around for each show so that we get to see as many as possible, because we've got tons here.
I like the clue of this one. Does it say? Oh, Lois again. Oh, just picking yours out. The clue is in the in the top here. Exploding box, sweets inside. Lois, you know the way to my heart, absolutely. Because then look at this, you're creating. Love all of these. I mean, be very, very careful.
And you've even got in the USB the instructions for making the boxes.
Brilliant.
So you've really got. It's not just card making here. You've got projects as well.
Love all. I'm doing my best to show without. Obviously,
that all tipping out,
exploding all over the place. Absolutely, it's a divine idea. Right, if you collect the USB, this is the latest one from paper. And as you mentioned, the first word you said was endless. You could put this off onto what rice papers, cardstock, whatever you want, right?
Absolutely. I will mention you will notice a massive difference if you're new to this by using the right card to print on. Fabriano we've got on the show. You do want something like Fabriano or ProPrint, because if you just use your usual card to print on, most card has got quite a high chalk content. That means it's going to soak up your ink, you're going to use more ink,
and your images won't be as crisp and the colours won't be as accurate.
So it's worth it.
So it's worth the investment in getting some proper cards. You'll get much better results, and in the long run, cost effective because you won't be using so much ink.
That Fabiano is on the bottom of the screen, by the way, if you want the SIP 160 GSM. So, for not missing out on the USB, get it in your basket nice and early. Divide the cost if you wish. ClearPay, for example, at 295, 285. But there is just the most divine large paper kit as well, isn't there, that was out in front of us here. I know we'll flick through it.
Yes, we
but
will.
Give us a rough overview, because there's an awful lot in there.
There's a ton.
There's a ton.
And it covers everything. You've got your pattern papers, you've got your solid colours, which when you're using pattern papers, if you can matte and layer with a solid colour, it kind of breaks it up nicely.
Yep.
You've then got a selection that's got sort of both pattern papers and elements like toppers. You've then got finishing touches there. That one's got all your sentiments. It's got more toppers.
Yep.
Then you've got your inserts as well. So you've literally got everything you're going to need.
Now, we will flick through it in more detail. If you've got, maybe you haven't got access to a printer, maybe you don't want to do that, maybe you want to share them out and away you go. There are your inserts, for example. It's 828 327. Sharon, you're pretty good at maths. Let's say 72. What's 72 plus 40? 82, 92, 102, 112. Thank you, Sharon.
I'm terrible at maths.
Is that right, Josephine? 112?
40.
Does that sound right? Does it? Why can't we do this between us all? 72 plus 40 is because, look at the usual price, $71.94. I'm rounding it up to 72. 40, because the USB on its own is worth $39.99. I'm rounding up to 40.
That's 110, that's 112, yes.
Thank you. Sounds like you know what you're talking about there. You got me? Okie dokie. You got me. There is a third option, which brings you the Happy Days Gnomes paper collection, 232 sheets of which, and the USB, which has a combined value, away from your club discounts, away from your extra savings. I know it says £91.93, that's already discounted, of £112 for £66.93. Club members, if you are talking about all the discounts, it's less than £10 more to include a $39.99 USB.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do. I think it's really, really interesting what you might be doing. I completely get just going for the USB on its own, because after all, you can print them off forever.
Yep.
But if you want to get both together with that resource, $60.24 is your club price with over £30 saving. 532 386. And just what, Laura? A third of the stock. Laura's a producer, by the way, not shouting you. Laura, if you're watching at home, another Laura, and you're like, what? How do you know my name? It's producer Laura. That's who I was talking to there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, a third of the combine elements together for you. I'll show you some more samples, because these samples are really, really beautiful, aren't they? And
They
actually,
are,
You
and
mentioned with the characters, yeah.
They really illustrate the fabulous mix you've got here.
Yeah.
This is Tommy with all the... This is the one that's very summery colours,
okay.
I think. And I love the fact that because you're printing your own, you're not worrying about how much you're using. So if you want to go crazy with your mats and layers, you can. Whereas when I'm using, you know, bought papers where I've only got maybe one sheet of each colour or something, I'm a bit skimpy with my layers. But you can go crazy when you've got a USB. And you can see so many different styles here, different colourways. When we flick through the USB, you'll see how they're all themed. But there is a lovely... It's called Happy Days, and it really is a happy theme throughout all of these collections.
Now, a big shout out to Beverly Eden, who is the illustrator. She's been on Create and Craft. She's such a talented artist anyway. I remember first meeting Beverly when she did floral elements, but she's always had like a real softer side, like a quirky, funny side as well, which I think this just screams Beverly.
It has got humour, and what I love actually about this collection, they've all got a lovely sort of watercolour look to them.
Yes, I agree.
Very much hand-painted sort of feel. The colours are lovely though.
Bev, if you're watching, so I know she watches Creating Craft, you watch all the shows as well, email in, let us know why you designed these, why you came up with the characters, what colourways you use, any drawing, we'd love to hear from you, Bev. I know you're a busy lady as well, so if you haven't got time, I understand that too. 532-386 to get the combination together, but wow, 1/3 of that stock has already sold out and gone. It's now approaching 40%. And you can see on the screen various methods of which you can spread the cost if you wish. So to get the USB home and the paper collection, it's 532-386. And not forgetting Cat P&P, so anything else you want to be getting hold of for you, you can get it all in one transaction. That's one basket as well. Sharon, we're going to wander over to the demonstration area, because let's not forget, on that USB, so we saw like the colours, you mentioned the finishing touches, Sharon, you mentioned the inserts, etc. They're all on there, but then you get all these concepts and boxes and the exploding box and the tiles and the sentiments and the alphabets. Incredible amount there for you. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, over 450 printable elements, which is staggering.
There's an awful lot, and I'll run you through the USB and how it works, because this actually is the first time I've used a USB.
Well,
so
let's pay attention.
I'm the perfect person to tell you how simple it is, because this is all new to me too. What I love about this collection in particular is, first of all, you've got your menu, and you'll see straight away each collection is kind of themed around that gnome. So we've got Albert, we've got Chris and Andrew with their camper van, we've got Georgie in that lovely little Mini, then we've got Robert who's camping, we've got Tim and Stuart, who look like they're at some sort of festival or something.
I wonder if these are people that Beverly knows.
I wonder. And
Who
then
is Tim? Who is Stuart?
Tommy's the
Tommy?
summer one. Yes, I'd like to know where the names came from. And then within each collection, let's click on one. Let's start with Albert. So Albert has got a bit of an autumnal colourway.
Yeah.
So as you go through, you'll see, let me go back actually first, because let me tell you, if you're new to this like I am, if you click on home, you'll always come back to this main menu. So wherever you are, home will get you back to the main menu, and then you can choose where you want to go.
Okay.
And then you've got next here, which will take you through, and then you've got back. So you can flick back and forward through the sheets, deciding what you want. And then if there's something you particularly like the look of, you just click on it, and it will open in Adobe.
Now, does it sort of open as like an A4 sheet of paper?
Yes, it does.
Great.
So
easy.
from here, depending on what printer you've got, you can play around with your settings. You can adjust the size. I would say you probably only need to adjust the size if you're doing something very specific, like maybe printing on fabric and you want to enlarge it. These are designed so you can play around with the sizes without messing with the image itself.
I'm with you.
They are scalable. And then once you've printed that, you can just close it and you're back to the menu. So let me show you what each one entails. So let's start from the beginning. So the first sheet will be your pattern papers. These all mix and match together. The colours are designed to go together. This page is a whole selection of elements. So you've got toppers and borders. Even more here. And you can see here you've got repeats of them, so you can be decoupaging these if you want to. Then we've got some tags, borders, more toppers, and you'll see here, let me open one of these actually, because these are very clever. These are your projects.
Okay.
So it walks you through what to do. If you're new to this and you just see a whole load of images and think, well, how do I actually lay them out on a card? This gives you a layout, then you've got the elements. So you can see straight away here, all you need to do is put this strip there, and then you've got your gnome to go on here.
Okay.
So it's a helping hand if this is something that's new to you.
I can still take,
which I love.
I can still take that exact design and make and sell with that.
You absolutely can, yeah. And of course you don't have to follow these. You can just print them off and use the elements. You don't have to do as you're told and follow the instructions.
Yeah.
You can do your own thing. This one here in the corner is a box. So you've got a few different boxes. If I go on to the next one, we'll see some more boxes. You've got all sorts of little projects.
Yeah,
they're lovely, aren't they? Even more. Then you've got your alphabet tiles, more sentiments. You've got, these are inserts on the right hand side. I love with the sentiments, you've got everything you're ever going to need. You've got all your birthdays, which is fabulous. You've got 70th, 80th, 100. So it's great to have all those kind of things. And then you've got all the family members as well.
And we've got all of these in the colour families, whether we're going to Stuart or going to Tommy.
Yes,
Albert,
exactly.
So all
if
of
you
this,
think about it, we're only in Albert so far.
Yep.
We've got one of these with similar things for each of the gnome collections. So these are more sentiments, more alphabet tiles. You've got more colourways really here. So these are the same sort of sentiments but in different colourways. So, and then that's the end. We've got to the end of Albert.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got something along those lines for each of those. Do you want to have a quick look at another one?
Why not? Should we do it in order or?
Yeah, why not? Let's go in order.
This is Chris and
so this is Chris and Andrew, and Chris and Andrew have got the camper van. And this could be spring or autumn, I think. It's kind of yellows, greens and browns, which is a nice combo. So again, you've got your patterned papers, you've got all your toppers, then you've got your sort of decoupage layers, all your projects, tags, borders. So it's following the same theme, but in the colours for Chris and Andrew, basically.
That is really cool, the adventure side of things. Maybe you have a camper van, maybe it's just the idea of storytelling, for example, or moving house, changing job.
Absolutely. Really, really fabulous. So and you've got, you know, the same where you've got the alphabet tiles in each of the colourways. And there we go. So that's Chris and Andrew.
Love all of those. By the way, friends at home, you've already found them. There's not one, but 2 happy hours at 4 p.m. We'll show you on pictures first, so you can get ahead of us, because I know we've got a lot to show you right now when it comes to the new exclusive Paper Pantry launch, but you can order them right now. And the Paper Pantry, obviously got a trio of shows, 3 shows, right? So you're back tonight and then tomorrow morning.
Tonight and then tomorrow morning at 8.
These next 2 items, the price goes up or you lose the incentives at 5 p.m. today, so only for this show. The first one is the Happy Names, the Christmas Cuties. I was going to say it's not this one, this is brand new today. Your Christmas Cuties then is 1 happy hour for you. Here we go. Oh my God, look at that deer.
I like those. Look at that deer.
Fab. From £12.99 down to £8.09. It's 488,248 to get your Christmas Cuties. The price of that, as mentioned, goes up in 44 minutes. And the other one, you get a trio of pads in this next one. Like how I'm building it up. Dramatic pause. Talk a bit lower. Whoa.
I love those colours.
Really fab, aren't they? So if you loved your Cuties before, but you now want them with the perfect partners and the solid cardstock for you for £17.99. Wow, 108 sheets. Oh,
Nice.
108 sheets matches the item number 108576. So let's not forget getting hold of those. All in one transaction, Cat P&P. And if you want to pay it in full, spread the cost, ClearPay is one of your multiple options for you. So I get you. So that then, you can print it onto whatever you want to print it onto.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not limited to cardstock. You can go onto fabric. You can get printable fabric or your rice papers, acetate, vellum, whatever you want, really, to create whatever you want.
Well, this is the advantage of making something whatever you fancy. I know you can do a card demo, but could we flick through?
Yeah,
Is it all
absolutely.
this?
It's all of that.
Bosh.
Here we go.
Because you can just get the paper kit on its own if you want to. The majority of you are going for the paper kit, are actually going for the option that has the paper kit and the USB, so whatever combination works best for you, of course, at home.
Yeah, I love the fact that we've got the choice, because not everyone wants to print.
No one's got a
you might not have a
computer.
printer.
Yeah, it might not be a thing,
exactly. So it's nice that we've got the option for everyone. So this first one we're going to look at is the Finishing Touches pad. All of these are 150 GSM, 8x8, and you've got 36 sheets. Now this Finishing Touches one is your Finishing Touches,
I'm with you.
funnily enough. It's got your sentiments. It's got some toppers. Look at these.
Oh, there's
the
Chris and
caravan.
Andrew.
There's
Yep.
Chris and Andrew with their caravan. We've got Georgie here with his mini. You've got a nice selection here because you've got your borders, you've got some toppers, you've got sentiments, and you've got the colours that work throughout all of the collections. So these are lovely. I love the fact these haven't got a hard edge, so you can kind of choose where you want to cut these out. And you've got borders to coordinate. Love that you've got all these sentiments with all these different colourways, so they're going to work with any of the collections. And then we're repeating now, aren't we? Because these designs then repeat through, so you get several of each design, which is great.
If you want more of your finishing touches, as you've got the launcher, you have got them individually too. So if that's what works best for you, it's on the bottom of the screen.
So that's Finishing Touches.
Okay.
Then we've got Paper Kit. This is a mixture of the pattern papers. So we've got a nice selection here of pattern papers that go, again,
Oh, I
all of
love
them.
that.
This one goes really well with the summer one. I think that's Tommy, isn't it? Then we've got sunflowers. We've got daisies. Sunflowers are a bit autumnal, I think. So these are going to go perfectly. Then you've got some nice,
This is interesting. Yeah,
some monochrome sort of, which good neutrals, aren't they? Good for masculine cards, I think. Nice pinstripes there. And these dark colours go quite nicely with the brights. There's a bit of a pop of colour. So then we repeat all of those again. So let's skip forward and again. I love the fact you get several of each because, you know, if you like a design. Then we're on to, these are toppers, but these are die cuts, they're kiss cut. So you just pop these out and you've got an instant die cut. Now these are thick cards, so it says 150 GSM on the front, but these are definitely more. The papers probably are 150, but these are thicker cards.
Okay.
So you've got your toppers, you've got a couple of each, 3, 4 of each. More toppers and sentiments, and again these are all kiss cuts, you just pop them out. I really like this one.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? The ones that haven't, like, there aren't gnomes everywhere. You can be setting the scene.
Yeah, you've got a nice mixture. So you've got 4 of those. I think that's it then. Yeah, really lovely, aren't they? So those are good for quick cards if you just want to pop one of those out. So that's your paper kit.
Right, yeah. Go bottom of the screen if I get more of those.
Then we've got the solids. These, you've got all of these colours, 6 colours. 36 sheets in total, and these are just your solids. So you've got blue, green, yellow, orange.
But the perfect tones that coordinate
match,
with the paper kit, with the finishing touches.
If you just look at any of these, say that pink, it just coordinates beautifully. So mixing and matching across these, you're going to have all the, you know you're not going to clash.
Yes.
Then we're on to the pattern papers. So this is again repeating what we've already seen. Actually, you've got the same patterns, but just in plain sheets. Really fabulous, aren't they? Look at these.
Is this the sort of thing you do at home when you've got this kit at home? Like you flick through and see everything, or do you just crack on and first page? That's what I'm crafting with.
I flick through,
yeah,
and usually I'm sort of drawn to a couple of things, and then I'll go for those. So that's your papers.
Yep.
Then the last thing we've got is the inserts. And you've got 40 sheets of these, so you've got a lot here. These are slightly thinner. These are 120, because obviously with inserts, they're to go inside your card. You want them to be a bit thinner, because you're going to be folding them. And they just tie in really nicely, and I love the fact you've got the border top and bottom. Now these are 8 by 8, but obviously if you're making smaller cards, this wouldn't look odd if you trimmed, you know, if you are putting it in a smaller card, just make sure you trim the same off the top and bottom, so it keeps its scale sort of thing. So we've got a lovely caravan, our camper van. We've got Tommy there with his flowers. We've got our little tent. And then we've got Albert in the sunflowers.
Oh, living the dream.
He is, isn't he? And then Georgie in his mini. And then that lovely floral. Then we've got some sort of more
like
monochrome.
Yeah, those monochrome ones come through with it.
And black and pink really pop, don't they? So we've got that one, and then we're back to the beginning. So you've got 40 sheets in total of these, so you've got a lot of these to play with.
Oh! One thing we've forgotten.
Oh, what?
Colour Me toppers.
Oh yes, we've got the colouring in. I haven't got them.
I'll grab them because
these are
tons.
fabulous, and I think these would make a lovely gift. Actually,
these really intrigue me. I thought almost like maybe you've got. Hopefully, Santa's bringing you some colouring mediums, or you know, maybe you've got some and you want an excuse of where to use them. Stamps are perfect. These are perfect.
These would be great for crafting with the kids as well, because you can sit and colour these, and it would be quite nice. You could. One of the ladies has made a box where she's put some pens in. That would be lovely, a nice little gift to make something. So you've got images that you can colour. You've got all the characters. You've got the 2 there with their caravan, and of course you can refer to the papers to choose your colours. You've got the tent, you've got him there with all his florals. That's lovely wreath.
I love going through these because then you can see them in the finished samples where people have had their own colouring medium, their own
absolutely.
gems.
And of course you can go your own way with the colouring if you want to. This is Albert in his hammock. There's that lovely floral one with the bee. With that mini. That's great because if you know someone that's got a mini or a particular car, you can colour it the same as theirs. Camper.
Now that could be.
Look at them with their fire.
That could be the kids. It could be nieces and nephews. It could be best friends. It could be family. It could just be for
absolutely
how mischievous they are.
And you get a fabulous, great big stack of those. And they're nice. They're nice weight cardstock. It feels like I want to say about 180, 200, something like that.
I wonder if it says on there. It says 300.
Oh, 300. Oh,
Is that right?
way off.
Does it feel like 300?
Yeah, it does. It feels lovely and thick. I was being a bit conservative.
You were being
because I didn't want to
conservative.
say something. You know,
Yeah, you don't want to get it wrong.
I didn't want to say they were really
Yeah.
thicker than they were, but yeah, lovely they are, aren't they?
Now then, Mother Gnome. Beverly Eden has emailed in. Thank you, Beverly. Saying, hi, Sharon and Dan, the CNC man. I like that. No one else says it, Beverly. I'm trying to catch on. No, Josephine doesn't say it either. Just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone who has given a new home to my Happy Day gnomes. I hope you have lots of fun with them. I just love drawing these little folk and they make me laugh so much. Of course, they are all a little bonkers just like me. They are based on my grandchildren.
Oh, lovely.
And I get to see their antics in each of the characters. Thank you all again. Bev, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bev.
It's wonderful to have access to an artist like
Yes,
Beverly.
absolutely.
And to be able to make and sell if you wish, or colour them in yourself, or use them on the USB, whatever you fancy. Right, we'll get ready for a demonstration. But let me run you through your options. You've got 3 options, basically. If you purely want that paper kit, so the inserts, the toppers, as you just saw there. What else was in there? The inserts, the colour me toppers, the decorative papers, the solid papers, the finishing touches, and the paper kit. That is 232 sheets for £51.25. Usual price there, over £70. If you purely want the USB, and for me, for that resource, to be able to print it off forever, this is kind of where I'd go. Not forgetting you get all of those paper collections included there. Then you also get your different shaped stoppers, your inserts, your sentiments, and all those bonus elements as well, the strips, the alphabet tiles, the sentiments, the project boxes, the box designs, more Colour Me toppers. And after all, with the Colour Me toppers, you can make them bigger or smaller with your print settings. So if you want to do one that's a full A4 sheet of paper, you can do that with the USB. Only $26.99. That will go up to $39.99. So ordering it now, you get the discount at $295,285. 10% of that stock has gone. But to get them both together, it's only one item number. Bearing in mind your usual price of these individually takes your value to £112. It's now down to $91.93. But in the club, it's the equivalent, on top of the paper pad, of getting that USB worth £40 for less than £10 extra. And you can pay it in 4, ClearPay. It's an option for you, as are many other options on the website, createandcraft.com. Completely up to you. 40% of that stock is gone, so clearly that's absolutely flying, but it's up to you guys. You've got stock of everything. 532386. And as Sharon recommended, if you are printing onto it, it's going to be worth your time, your money, your resource, your professionalism, if you like, to print it onto the good stuff. It's 160 GSM, 250 sheets for $17.99. You can still spread the cost. Doesn't affect your P&P, same P&P, 961009. The Colour Me's, if you want more of those 300 GSM Colour Me's, they are limited stock on their own. So there you go, $8.99 in the club. It's 196,305. That's 90% gone. And you've got 2 happy hours. You've got the paper kit on its own, if you like, but that trio is the most popular happy hour, and I kind of get that with the sheer volume you're getting home. 108576. A happy hour means that price goes up during this show, the end of this show, 5 p.m. But yeah, $17.99 before even your club discount for the cutie paper pads, the Christmas version of which. Let's go back to the Happy Gnomes. Let's demonstrate.
Let's have a look at Georgie.
Georgie, why not?
Georgie.
Actually, I feel like just looking from afar feels a bit festive.
He could be, couldn't he?
Could be.
Yeah, he could be. He's definitely wintry because I've teamed him with some white glitter for this. Yeah. So what I've done is I've made myself a gatefold card. I've taken a sheet of card, 30 centimetres by 15, and then I've scored it at 7.5 so that I create a little gatefold. I thought it'd be fun. Throughout these shows, I'm going to try and do a real mix of card sizes and styles, because that's where the beauty of having your own card that you can print comes in, really. So what I've done is I've cut, this is from the Georgie section on the USB, this lovely blue patterned cardstock. And what I've done is I've made a couple of mats and layers. So I've got some white glitter cardstock, and then I've cut 2 strips of this lovely blue. And I'm just going to layer those on top to create. I thought it'd be nice just to have a little bit of glitter showing around each one. So yeah, and you're right, it could be a bit wintry festive by having that glitter.
Is it hard to stick to glitter or not? Am I overthinking it?
It depends on the glitter cardstock. This is Sizzix, which is quite, it's no shed. If you've got really grainy sort of glitter, then yes, it is. And if you're using that sort of glitter, then I'd recommend you probably want to just go really heavy-handed with a bit of PVA.
Right.
Because obviously with it not being totally smooth, it's a bit harder. But this Sizzix glitter card is quite easy to stick to. So I'm going to pop these on to each side. I've gone crazy with the double-sided tape here, haven't I, when I was doing these?
Why not?
These aren't going to fall off.
Yeah, these are safe.
These aren't going anywhere. So for each side, these are just going to fit nicely. Give me a nice border. Now, of course, you might already have dies that do all these mats and layers for you. I've done quite a few studio light shows recently with sort of card layouts. Now, those would be great to combine with the patterned cardstock because you can just print out your papers as you need them for your different card shapes. So if you've got any of those sort of dies, they'd work really well with these papers.
And as you say about printing out, there's no getting away from it, and why would you want to? That the fact with a USB, not only you get all that bonus content in every single one, and you can print out everything from the paper kit, you can print it out maybe you print it out the Fabiano, for example, rather than anything else, or paper, rice paper, maybe that's not your bag. You will never ever run out of a topper, never ever run out of a coordinating cardstock, never run out of a sentiment. If you're sharing with grandkids or something like that, or doing workshops, and you can sell everything if you want to, or not at all, you cannot beat value of digital printing.
No, and the beauty of it is, I was just thinking this about some of those card dies I was using the other day. There's nothing more frustrating when you're doing something like that and you get to the last layer and realise that was the last of that particular pattern.
Yep.
And you've made all your mats and layers going up and then you don't have quite enough cards. So if you've got the ability to just print another sheet if you need it, that's where it really comes in. So I've got my two sides. On one side I'm going to pop a sentiment. You've got such a choice of sentiment in these kits, USB.
In different sizes as well, like different wording, but
you can pick one to fit whatever space you need. So I'm going to pop that on that side.
Hey Sharon, we're over half the stock now of the combo of the two.
Wow.
Over 50% off of the USB and the paper. We've talked about this before, haven't we? So you get the papers. It's a lovely hybrid there because you get the USB of all the benefits we were just talking about before. But if you want physical stuff dropping through your door, and the value-wise of it being £112 individually, and getting a USB home for the equivalent price of under £10, it's like £8 odd, maybe £9 off, compared to it being $39.99, even with it being the special price of $26.99, it's still the equivalent of under £10 with the collection. So however you look at it, the most affordable way to get the USB home is with the collection on your screen. And having the physical thing that you can rip out the pages, you can have a look, kiss cuts or anything dies, it's wonderful.
It's nice to have both. So what I'm doing is I've got a whole selection of circle dies here, and I'm picking one that's slightly smaller than that, so I don't have any white edges showing, and I'm going to run that through, and then I'm going to run a slightly larger one through with the white glitter, so I've got a matte and layer basically.
Nice.
So I'll just run these through.
I guess it's really useful because, like, you see the colour families that are on there, you're seeing autumnals and seeing spring and summer and things. You love your inks. I've done plenty of shows with you where you've got inks out and doing around the outside. You love your white space as well.
Yep.
If you've got all these things and that's your bag, 100%. You can do it all with these, don't you?
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of this, really. It doesn't matter what your style is because you can take whatever elements. You know, if like me, you are quite a clean and simple card maker. You can do that, and this card that we're making now is not one with tons of layers or fussy. It's very clean and simple, really. However, if you like to build up, if you like to make different construction things, you can do that. So it's I like crafting, especially when I'm doing shows as well. I like crafting supplies that you can use in whatever style you want to. You're not limited. And I think this definitely has that.
Sometimes you have to. Sometimes, like, for example, with the colonies, you've got to colour them in. That's what they're designed for. You've got to have some pens, you've got to have some ink, for example. You've got all these things, absolutely. If you haven't got all of these many things, all of these paper pads give you everything you require anyway to make professional-looking cards. Or maybe you do, Sharon. You haven't got time. You haven't got time to be colouring them all in, or anything like that, or colour matching, or fitting them all in with the inserts, etc. That's a huge. At the very start, I mentioned the word resource. That's a huge, huge amount dropping on your doorstep. The exact same P&P, and now 60% of the combination has sold out. So well done, boy, check out your baskets in the show.
There we go. So I'm going to pop him on the glitter for a matten layer, like so. And then what I'm going to do is pop him so he's hanging over. So when you open it, he's like that, nice. Which I think is quite nice. I would recommend when you're doing this, use a PVA, and obviously only stick it on half.
Where's that? Not
Because you
why
don't
half,
want to
why
stick-
PVA, I mean. Sorry.
Because I got a little bit of wiggle room to play around with this and make sure. So I can make sure there's no glue showing on the inside, which is fine, and that it fits. And as we're going a bit festive with him, I think I'm going to go even further with the glitter. So what I'm going to do is I've got a quickie glue pen, and I'm going to go around the brim of his hat. I'm pretty sure there was an offer recently on quickie glue pens on the website.
Probably was a deal of the day or something like that.
So if you got them, these are, whenever they're on offer, I buy a whole load because it's just such an easy way to use glitter. So with a quickie glue pen, it goes on blue, which obviously I'm colouring on blue anyway, so you really can't see it. And when it dries, it goes clear. You can leave it to go clear, and then it's like tacky. It doesn't just dry. So if you want to use foils and things like that, your glitter flakes, foil flakes, sorry, you can do that. I'm going to use a bit of glitter. So I've got my glitter in this great big
glitter
pot.
station. It's been a little while since I've seen this glitter station, Sharon.
Yeah, it hasn't made an appearance for a while, has
But
it?
it's been ready, hasn't it? Ready when you need
It has been ready with my spoon.
Ready with my spoon.
There we go. I have to put my spoon back because I'm tidy. There we go.
Because I'm tidy. I feel like you're trying to convince yourself there, Sharon. Because I'm tidy.
Because I'm tidy. And then he's got lovely glitter on his hat, which ties in nicely with the glitter in the background. So from the pattern papers, I've only really used one of them, but I've picked one that goes with that topper.
Yep.
So it all ties in, and then this light blue on the sentiment is just the perfect mid sort of shade of blue to go with it all. So
Isn't it funny when I'm thinking that's a Christmas card because
It
we're
could
nearly
be,
at Christmas.
couldn't it?
But you know what? If we were doing this show together in June or July, I'd be like, that's a lovely masculine card. isn't
Yeah,
it, you know?
exactly. It could be either, couldn't it? And someone that's got maybe a winter birthday, that would be ideal because it's got that wintry feel without actually saying Christmas, isn't it?
Now, I know we're going to give you a little chance to get your baskets, but just in my hands here, just to go the other end of that spectrum, this one by Jane, just to show you the sheer colour families you've got. You've got all of that's really clever, sort of.
Really pretty, that
Pyramage,
one,
twisted
isn't it?
art. Yeah, that's,
yeah.
that same image has been used there, but just coloured in, maybe some little foiling or some highlighting. Again,
Yes, I think there's a little glitter pen on that one, isn't there? It's got a little bit of shimmer.
How cool are these?
And that camper van's lovely, isn't it?
Perfect with your fab tags. Again by Lois Oriven. This one by Fiona, which is really...
You see, and that one takes you into autumn, I think, with the sunflower. So you've got summer, autumn, we've just done wintry. You've kind of got all year round with the different colour themes.
Oh, that's a big one, isn't it? Your faux stitching in. This one you showed us, which
Look at
had
that.
the faded edges. That's just one
Yes,
sheet.
she's used it all in one go, which is lovely. Just put a sentiment in the middle.
Or you can see this one again by Jane, use it featuring Tim and Stuart with your finishing touches. This could be the bits you got left over, right? Could be
Yeah,
like
absolutely. And this is the great bit. You know, when you're cutting out to do mats and layers, you always end up with strips of card, don't you?
Yeah,
so
of course.
use them in your designs.
Have you made these ones?
Yeah, these were from the last show.
I think they fell from that Craft Extra little preview. But again, so those last two there, not a name in sight. And this is the beauty of what you could be doing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I love that sunflower.
Absolute divine, aren't they? So 295, 285, your item for the USB on its own. Everything you're after, you pop on you can go online, of course, if you want to, on the telephone lines, but on the website, creatingcraft.com, you can get anything individually. If you always buy more inserts, you want more of the colour needs before they sell out because they are limited stock, all in one transaction, Cat P&P. Right, here is your chance to press check out on the phone lines, the app, or on the website, creatingcraft.com. And if you want to spread the cost, you can.
With ClearPay, you can shop now and pay later. Always interest-free. Simply add your items to your online basket. Select ClearPay at the checkout, log in or create a ClearPay account for an instant approval decision. Your purchase will then be split into 4 payments every 2 weeks. For more information about using ClearPay, visit createandcraft.com. Pay it in 4, choose ClearPay.
what an exciting time to be shopping, what an exciting time to be crafting. Is it teeing yourself up for a Christmas present to yourself? Is it teeing yourself up for next year? Spreading the cost interest-free like you just learned about? Or, well, and with your CAP P&P, this is where we order in the showroom. And that 3-minute break between shows is the perfect time to check out. You're not going to miss any live demonstrations, but I must remind you of exactly what you're getting home. Samples galore, all created on this top row here from that USB. And on the USB, everything that you saw with all of your different toppers, for example, whether it's your insert, your paper pad, your finishing touches, they're all on the USB for you to print off forever onto whatever you wish to do so, as long as your printer can take it. But also on that USB, you get the bonus elements, you get the bonus material, if you like. Things like the extra colour me toppers, the box designs, the project cards, the alphabet tiles, the posy boxes. These are all things that are absolutely iconic with Paper Pantry and the Paper Boutique, and they're absolutely on here. You haven't got to have previous ones to get hold of the tiles or the posy boxes. They're all on that one little USB for you to print up the unlimited. However many times you want to print it off to, you absolutely can do. Maybe there's 1 or 2 characters in there that you turn yourself, like Beverly was saying in her email, these are based on her grandchildren and they're quirky characters and they're a bit bonkers is how she described them, which is absolutely beautiful. You can print them all off on that USB for $26.99. It will go up to $39.99 right now, $26.99 by being in the club, and you can spread the cost. $295, $285. Maybe you haven't got a computer. Maybe you don't want to print stuff out, but you still want to access these gnomes specifically and exclusively drawn for Paper Boutique by Beverly Eden. You've got 232 sheets being delivered to your door, the exact same P&P. On that middle row, you can see all of the inserts going through that absolutely can be out searching, be snipping them